financial advice. I'd rather have someone who does hookers and blow all day, every day, 365 days a year, tell you financial advice. That's your premise, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you find that this is a funny premise?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the joke? Yes, sir. Okay.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
Do you trust the media?
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Do you trust the media?
Some things.
How are you gonna feel about them when they discover you and they're writing this bullshit about you?
No. What do you say that's bad about me? That I'm the sexiest motherfucker of all time? All I do is promote the autocracy. All I do is promote big business. So I'm actually their biggest ally. Really digest media 24/7. Like, I don't turn it off when I sleep. I'm their poster child of what they want people to be, which is literally sit in front of a screen 24 hours and consume. That's all they want people to do. That's I'm like I am their perfect example of what they want the future to be. I'm on social media more than any other person. All I do is consume their advertising. All I do is basically rep their advertisers. What's not for them to love? And on top of that, write some hit piece. Let's whatever it is. Let's say they say Rabbi for the culture of the world because they I don't know they I mean I think I am good for the culture of the world. So but whatever it is, I'll just be like your opinion, man. I have 1,000 fucking YouTube accounts that people are watching. Nobody's reading your fucking paper. Nobody reads papers anymore. You're a joke. Get the fuck out of here. I will seriously just go through and be like, all right, making an article about me, 15 videos about you. I'll destroy anybody's path. But generally, I'm very nice to people. I'm very kind. I give people the benefit of the doubt. They're going to love me. I stay out of politics generally. I do my best to avoid taking sides. I am who literally can all day, every day, what they put out. And I comment on it generally pretty positively. The things that I don't like, if anything, things that I will critique and I think will make the world better are the challenges that occur while live streaming your life or being on social media. There are a lot of app crashes. There are a lot of upload failures, mirrored apps between iOS and Android. Those are really important things to me. I want to improve technology. And they're going to say, what up, Zoo? I mean, you just interrupt people mid-sentence. Go ahead.
You know, say the funniest thing you've ever seen.
What is it, Zoo?
You're on your phone?
Yeah.
Can you on your phone? You're on YouTube on your phone?
I can be on YouTube on my phone. What do you want?
Can you look up my friend? Banana.
Just a moment.
Henry Wilson eats banana.
Okay.
Do you see the video?
Okay. Just one moment, dog. Responding to a message of risers. All right, now I'm looking at your thing. Okay, so what do I have to look up with this banana person?
Henry Wilson eats banana.
Is this the funniest you've ever seen?
Yeah.
If it's not, dude, I'm gonna be pissed. Wilson eats banana. Okay, I'm seeing a bunch of shit on Sir Henry Wilson. Is it man eats banana with?
Yeah. Rothschild?
Yep.
Rabbi, you watching?
Yeah, that was the absolute you've ever given me. Well, he's not very funny.
I'll tell you something about him.
What are you gonna tell me
He
about?
has a personality. He has a personality where he says funny shit off stage. Like, he's one of those comedians everyone knows at the venue, but like not for like his content, but for what the things he says when he's not on stage, because he just does the same thing over and over for the last 3-4 years. If I told you that guy right there over to James McCann, would you believe me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I mean, Jay needs people. Like basically follow him, or I should say open for him. So he gave that guy a chance.
For him, like 2019, 2020.
I mean, here's the thing.
Make it famous.
The thing. That guy, banana with the skin on, which I get could be funny, but he wasn't really funny when he did it.
Oh, he's eaten bananas in him multiple times.
Okay, I mean, but he's not like funny about it. He's not like reacting to it. He's just like, oh, it's good in my mouth. Oh, he's not saying, oh, I don't know why I don't do this. You know, I'm gonna have to go to the animal kingdom and teach apes how to eat their bananas just like this, because they're really missing out. Nobody's doing that.
So
Well, he hasn't evolved into anything funny. Zoot, how many of your friends got to meet James McCann? Holy fuck, man! You, oh man, you could have met the man. Dog, he met everybody. All right, well, I have a good feeling you're gonna meet him on the Secret Show. Rabbi Rothschild is the person who introduced me to you. He streams his life 24/7, and he's one of your biggest fans. And then James McCann's going to be like, fuck yeah. I would be like, I know somebody who's watched every Kill Tony appearance you've ever been on and critiqued all of them on their live stream. Not only that, but he introduced me to you and American, and he introduced you and a Australian comedian to me. You could be like literally all this person does 24/7 is watch stand-up comedy, and has for basically the last 4 years, in addition to like other podcasts and stuff. He's watched you on Rogan. He's watched you on Kill Tony. He's watched your regular stand-up, and he's a band. And one day he's going to blow up, and then you're going to blow up even bigger than you are currently. And say that's tight as fuck. And then he's going to give you some kind of gang sign handshake, and then he's going to be on his way. You're going into the pub?
Yeah.
All right, well, enjoy yourself.
Thank you for being here, man. Just be here every day, bro. All right, let's fucking move on, boys. We got AJ. Did AJ? Yeah, yo, AJ, we can't hear you, so. If you can talk, go right ahead. Yeah, this mic has some issues or something. Let's move on. I got the right studio. Go ahead, bro, man. I can do, but I don't mind. Bro. So let's get more. Let's bring to scale. Let's. We got a 1,000 giveaway from the Soul Safety. Drop a comment that made the winners in our space, or I'm gonna quote tweet or whatever. So make sure interact with tweet on the fucking space, like repost, bro. It's 10 winners, $100 each, 1,000 US. You guys might interact with it while partner. Just be in every space, bro. One day, spaces from Thursday every fucking day. Listen, we got reality in here. Big vlog here, bro. Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Are you? My son is no, bro, we can't hear you. We can't hear you on vlog. Are you approving? Yeah, seems like it. Guys, I'm gonna announce the first 3 winners in 2 minutes. It seems like it's such a simple thing to fix, but I don't know. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, bro, it's their mics, bro. It's not apps. 30 seconds, bro. Let's go. I see we have much fucking shit, bro. So let us be here. Pause. Yo, okay. Because yellow is included. Yeah, there's dog. Inside of you, Georgia. Legends and legends. Appreciate you. Got here to us, but it guys right in there. People got it. Appreciate you, man. We'll give you back. Yeah, please stay. Appreciate it. Yeah, bro. Thank you. Have a good bro. Audit your auditor. Shout out to you, man. Wise.
This is the worst. Just talk. Yourself. Dog, I would throw this motherfucker out there. I Dog, none of this G. Just fucking talk. Thank you for being here. We fucking love you, man. Look the fuck in, bro. We just got I need to look three. You have what you got. Go ahead. I think we got the biggest guy in the space with us right now. Victor, bro. Victor, how you doing, bro? Victor, you got what the fuck? Damn. It's been very interesting to see them on the track here, guys. And one thing I wanted to mention is not looking for the job of Web3 because we do have it available and we do have it around the time in this space. The discussion we bring up is so I want to just come by and say hi to you. And if anyone interested in what's happening with Tigers, just check with the page. That will be easier than me showing to you. And I'm not the number for this. Thank you. Hell yeah, bro. Thank you for being here, man. Bro, you got a huge respect, man. I appreciate it.
100%, bro. I got you. Yo, guys, the $500 giveaway, that's like 10 winners. Cause has only picked one winner so far. There's going to be 9 more people engagers for him, that show up for Taz on a daily basis. So I'm going to eat Bobby for the previous space to get $100 to 30 people. We've seen it happen live. So it looks like notifications, drop comments in the profile. Of course, basis, look at all these people be making with everyone on the stage. Taz has a bad to actually, Joe Carnage, bro, Yucky Duck stole the account, bro. They've got 18 affiliates, bro. Fall 777, bro. Why is the account just a constant? With a badge, we can connect premium plus accounts. I like to emphasize this because all of us, smaller accounts, basic premium guys for the fact you're helping a lot of small otherwise you're not to work so much harder. It gives us a store or X account to swap my stuff by and come up on this page. This is extension of my maturity. I can do it. And bro, I went from 200 followers to 50 or something like that, right? In one space, man. It was a space like this. Let's also, if you are verified followers, come up on the stage. We will follow you. I know Taz and I have connected 5,000 followers way early in this space. Early next chances. I'm getting called right now. I think I said something. I'm going to go to that. So I go around the stage. A couple speakers up here. Victor. What I have rather much to show beside the fact that to be able to fit it into 30 seconds because it's a massive 60 seconds. It is like what at first, like what integration is made. And I have to learn if you're curious of the stats, just check my videos that were shared this year. Last year we've been expanding in the US market. This year we're continuing lining up ourselves with a community, and it's been tremendous growth, especially in the sector and the gaming sector, which has gone on Canadian. It's just a little bit now. People start to pay attention to it. Quite frequently Crash, Whale, and many other people. They are not paid. I think and the reason why it's integrated directly, utilize your gift to your banner, to your profile, test it out and see stuff, just DMD your username. So you'll take help. So the space, like what you guys something like yeah, I'll do that. This time. Every day. And we got 8 gems. Yeah, I just have those gems. Nice. Let's be honest with you. What you keep on a picture and as it get on to your children, be with you. Right? We have to take around to it. So, about you to the timeline. Nice. Thank you for having me on this space.
So why don't you just suck his dick?
So I guess with that part, because I only have a part with regards to the reward part, for other people listening, how can they get locked in with that? And, you know, obviously they've got to do their own research level. Once they've locked in, they're okay with that. How can they most help you with that? And help them with that? We have so essentially we've got 5 developers at the moment. They're all very well paid. There's lead developers, senior developers, I mean, in different spaces. Some are Web 2, some are Web 3. All of that is above award wage. Everything that works for me is paid above wages. Yeah, it's like anything though, right? Imagine that your only incentive to work for me is if I pay you, right? You don't get the. I want people who come in when they feel like I have something to earn, and if I add it, I get an equal reward. It's like a code of man, right? When you meet a man, I feel it in debt. If someone does something for me and I realize that it's been it's the code of man, and I realize in crypto sometimes people are there and can be just sorry, I want to carry about it. But what you were saying in the end, the first bit, I would actually a bit I would actually always say, for example, active big pay to earn, sorry, pay to problem. People only pay just for the money. Actually, I would probably the problem. And how I would say as a frame it very quick. Talking frame. The way my ecosystem is, if I'm not going to share it because it's your space, in my opinion, not to your, but just in general to anything else, just because they actually really so good, and afterwards, that's just how I want it. I'm not saying it, but I say I'm building part where just a fancy starts, is go to your local shop, and you've already given an element, and already interacting with AI 15 top, and you don't even know. In my opinion, that's the next level complex. So I'm not going to go too in, but say is that when I actually know, I'm glad to hear you play the sound commended. I was trying to open how you speak, and if it makes it cool, I want to get either I want a platform, bring people I know my categories are. So what I'm saying is, maybe rather than thinking of 2D money, and I'm basically giving that offer, you're not going to load of it. It's really hard work, like you say, you're saying, you're doing so many. Load of it, or do a thing, they get 5 or 10 or them, and you just suggest to us, when you think of anything like that, or you know, yeah, we're very open to that. So the idea that Chris from Rumble, where he comes in, Mr. Beast does it as well, and they go and sprinkle a certain amount of awards with a bunch of crypto at a certain time. That's one feature, but also we have to introduce something new where if you're a stream, and maybe you stream for 20 people, but you're a consistent stream and you get points for the leaderboard. And essentially it's determined by how big your following is. And then once a month we'll do. So one of our biggest streamers, you can do a stream. You have this guy has 1 million. The contract is to be determined that you can do. So it's like that's subscribing. It's an entertainment platform, right? And also, it's just kind of thing. And you know what? I want to spin there. These days, what's the question? Can anyone globally use it, or is it limited to a few countries? Anyone globally can use it, and you're not going to be geo-restricted, meaning that if you're from a country that might be a smaller country, maybe you have less monetization options, maybe you're filming in Vietnam or something with the GDP lower than filming in the States, you can still film, like you can still straight. The people who decide what it is that they want. And we're still, we want to incubate creators that are consistent. And we also want to be able to have a level of, like, I guess, for lack of a word, diversity, right? Like, we don't want to just be centralized in the US because the US pays the most money. I have a lot of friends that do what I've managed. I have a lot of friends in influence. I have a lot of friends that do that at the high level. I know the US is the best market to have. And if it's just the US,
Yo, what up, pimp? Cash, how you living, baby?
Like the idea of, to me, it's inclusive. Like everyone should be right to be involved. So that's the.
Cash, are you in my Discord?
Essentially, you can stream from anywhere in the world.
Yeah, I can. Are you in my Discord?
If you want to do adult content, maybe someone would be risky. Maybe it's probably.
Cash, I can't hear you really well. Come to my Discord.
So that essentially it covers us. So it covers everyone. No one wants to be, involved in something that's. So that's.
Cash, come to my Discord.
That sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, diversity is a big part of it. We want around be able to be involved. It's not for me to say that one person is organized some of the guys at the top of the film, and others won't get a lot of attention, and then it just becomes a money game. Right? Bet in places like that, you would be shocked to see that they can pay $5 million for deals for you. Or influencers. How can you ever play a money game with them? Because they have a lot more than even us. So if it's just a money game, and our idea is that we want to incubate new creators, we want to build them up. They can be smaller, but we want to help them. Provide them, we have the marketing out. We're also building ads component in our platform. Gambling, based on what your comfort level is. Some people don't want to promote gambling, and they don't have to. Like you don't have to stream gambling to a point. If you want to, sure, then you can get paid more and you can get a higher level. Obviously, you can rank.
Cash, come to my Discord. Dog. Excellent. My Discord's my link.
I think that it's
What to say? I don't like the name of the product is the World Mobile Walls. Basically, the product that we want to over to World Mobile. They install telecommunications. That's right. 20% fixed APR. There's no rent. Theory from World Mobile has 2.9 million interest last mobile service, and the problem that they solve is there's 3 million people on the show that can compete.
Oh, sorry, can I say something? I'm raising up. Thank you. Yeah, sure, this is the question. Like, you answered everything. The question was actually going to be joining your thing on the website and become streamers. That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, that's a great question. And there is essentially Solstake TV, so SOLSTAKE.TV. There's a website that created that you can fill out. And also, there's a new concept that we're bringing in. If you have an affiliate new creators, then you actually get a share of their revenue. That's something that's quite new and we're still to be discussed. But I mentioned that creators and they do well, you get 6% tips. Like their fees comes to you. So it's kind of I don't want to say and the fact that can be how they were, but it gives you some level of incentive to kind of push creators to
It's hard to really incentivize to get the best people because again, there's no friction points. You need wallets and you need to transactions some people don't want to do. At least initially, incentivize people to kind of to apply. I think the you would check out the platform as well, and then they're more than welcome to. So nice and then very well done. Yeah, Victor, you've done very well, Vitalica. Congratulations.
At the same time for 2 hours. I know how to follow me also. Amazing spaces. I'm your nurse. I'm your coach. I'm here to check on my page. If you know you're new in the space and you want to know about branding, jobbing, and for idea, let's go to
right now. I will be making very quick winners for anyone that wants to tap in with their winners, just turn on their notifications that are here for show them you're learning and you're getting them that we're going to see it. That's what I love about X. I'm going to test on just so yesterday, position. I went to sleep pretty much right after most of it. Listening, locked in, in that request right now. I'm gonna pick 500 from the request round. So let's do it. You make one use of piece. There's 5 people. Okay, let's begin. Yo, the number 1 winner in the chat will show up in the space. You are the number 1. Let's go. Let's go. Number 2 is gonna be Underdog. You are the second one. Let's go. Right now, number 3 is gonna be that probably Ruby is not even verified. Just murder and bill. You can win if you're active in this space. So keep moving, keep moving. Guys, it's different in the name, so I'll take a screenshot. Fourth winner going through this request right now is gonna be congratulations. Winner is gonna be Hyder. Shut up. Congratulations. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's awesome. Legend. Next fucking space is on Monday. On Monday we are going to vote another 500 votes for Basic Casino giveaway. You know that your boy Doc, I've had some out he's doing a stage right now. Message on the wall. You want me to roll that with? Is it to you or going now? Alright, well, I'll give it up straight for the start. And everyone, please, after this thing, go to your boy Tozzy Hall, and if you see any hearts, then you're not the job, yeah? Fill them all up for your reset. The plumbing office is coming along. Let's go anyway. No disrespect for them, and it's good, man. So what's this sort of journey been like for you? Because it's as though the UFC keeps putting you up against these legends, and you're almost becoming the legend killer, so to speak. Do you like that role? It's not bad. It's not bad. I do actually love it. Silva and you mentioned today comes on. I can't say enough about that as far as how talented he is. He's got the showing off his sport, he's not ranked the coach in the title. I feel like if you compete with anyone in the UFC, I feel like we're all right. So I expect to not out. I expect to fight, but I expect to
Look at this athleticism of his footwork. Look at this motherfucker.
was a huge Pro-Cop fan. I used to wear shirts and Pro-Cop security. Me and my dad used to work out fights such preparation. Especially for the he's a bird just like it. I was being a fan of the Pro-Cop. The visual he's 6K with the first round. He's just a rookie. He's good. He's young, hungry. He's just a rookie in the sport. Just a rookie. I will defeat him, sure. It's not going to be me. Let's see it again. And it's almost like he'll turn his head and anticipate one. You're a fair guy in the musician. Great, but let me ask you, since we're going to knock him out, obviously came out I expected. Was the fight something in
versus Nogueira. It's still a big fight, guys. Nogueira is one of the greatest heavyweights ever. And for Brendan Schaub, he just come off a big win. This will put Brendan Schaub in weight division.
Pro-Cop did jiu-jitsu flashes. Honestly, I did not grab the night. That's what happened.
This is a big fight for Nogueira. Not only to get back on the track and get back that heavyweight title hunt again, Brazil.
That's gonna be insane. I can saw how guys coming to fight in Brazil. Be like me, not my friends. For me, the reason I want this fight is because that's the pressure. That situation in my career is as close as you get to pressure to a fight. Got good shooting, but when I fight him, I let jiu-jitsu.
for sure. I think I can make another one. Garrett was a champ in the UFC and Pride, so it's pretty tough. I'll take my boxing division for Garrett, so I definitely plan to keep on beating. The tribe goes to grow. I know how to hold him. I know how to work him. I know how to submit him. It's my life. Commit to win up whatever and put you right up there and they try. Guarantee this lower decision. Guarantee it. Better on the ground. Wherever that fight goes, I'll get ready for him. In front of his hometown, in front of his home fans. I'm not going to get real.
UFC keep putting you up against these legends, and you're the legends killer. So, do you like that rule? It's not bad. So the UFC that you want to do that, or was that their idea? Their idea. Actually, no one told me I want to be with Joe Silva.
American Tour training camps with HSBC Arena. His home is truly a legend of MMA. Just landed for Sean there. Perfectly. Sean has had a very good success with that uppercut. He's like a fair and he's still continuing to chance to deliver. Garrett was stalking and shooting. But he didn't just leave it with those two punches. He kept coming. Yes.
But it was huge. Yeah, it was huge. Yeah, you guys were the biggest pile. And then Elon Musk said, "I won. Yeah, let me take it from here." Yeah, that was the biggest thing. You were like, that's just Aaron,
right? Or no specific monies have been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transaction because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Sorry. Gemara says, on my case ultimately again. So what do we need to answer that? You should shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, says the Gemara, ultimately again, what are we concerned about here? My quotation, we should shvius. About over here, the halacha l'maisa that perhaps again shvita lose. Versus halom yachid should do it. Shacha lom yachid should do it. Ultimately, again, thing. Halacha l'maisa, particular monies have been designated for advance because if you don't shehiktim lodina. What's the case? The case over here is where the Rabbi is advanced the money to the fund. Okay, so this changes everything. She shaped it, while I'm finding is the family. Kodem sheshlach etzlo. The Hashtamid the Rabbi is awfully researched. Okay, so this changes everything. So here, ultimately, again, when the Bryce says that if Reuben says, go to the Chemini, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on. The cases where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, it's a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense because that it's paid for already. Ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. I'm these still the shape. I mean, that's the minute. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana says,
Vikesh, how you living, big dog? Vikesh, I know you. Vikesh, Vikesh, Vikesh. Can you hear me, big man? Vikesh, 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 big dog. Can you hear me? Tell you just unmute yourself. Vikesh, can you hear me? Vikesh. Vikesh. Vikesh.
Actually, network that is disturbing me. I just entered it right now.
Okay, excellent. How are you, big man?
Okay, bro. I'm good. I'm good actually. It's a long story.
I know who you are.
Yes, I know you are too.
Okay, how can I help you?
Rabbi.
Yeah.
I said, is there Apple? Is there any other
Other sites that can find what?
influencers?
Influencers. What do you need?
Influencers, like people that
Okay, what about Instagram?
don't understand what I mean.
I mean, you're looking for influence. Instagram's the biggest place for influencers in the world.
For me, I'm a crew reflection. I work for different people, the same thing with me.
Okay, what about Telegram?
Yeah.
What about Telegram?
Are you able to tell them?
What about Telegram?
I don't get your point.
To do what you want?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do they say? Because what are you talking about, big man? Yo, Vcash. How can I help you, big man? Ask you. Did you create your resume? Did you create your resume?
I can't hear you. Network is running.
Okay, can you hear me?
No, hear you.
Okay, well, better?
He sent to me again.
I'm asking you a question. Okay, you did. Did you upload it to Indeed and ZipRecruiter and LinkedIn?
The network is disturbing me.
All right, big man. Did you upload your resume to ZipRecruiter, Indeed, LinkedIn?
Yes, I linked it.
Vcash.
So again, all of this is all on this same level of transaction release. So like that thing that's happening. So the US says, oh, we don't share. I'm sorry, I'm not which might be coming to us. So I said this over in front of Rothschild of Nargo. Amarle, Ihaki, and the 20 so you should see Vani Korea tax the prices shouldn't be that. He says to his workers, go out and drink and I will pay. I will pay makes it sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up again with the shop. Because again, we're saying out of case on years where we pay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. And then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $11. How much did you consume? Which means, no, you're right. I'm sorry, I'm like honey, yeah, again, a lot of currencies, you're right, change the license, read the license should really be the following way. Please remember, essentially there are two cases in rice. Number one is a ruling gives his representative. Since because go out and eat, but the drink on you. In that case, what they do is not key to the way the Muslim thing now is that Allah for myself, Ruben prepaid the fee. He went ahead and gave $100 chuck. He said, my work is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned, if we have access now to the items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the way that price should read is his workers go out and drink, but then I will settle up ultimately again. That's how the word is. Okay, we'll stop over there. Oh yeah, everyone, enough. Everyone.
Steve, where do you live in? Pim? Long time no speak. What's life like slinging dick in India? I'm listening to you, baby. Oh, you got it, Frosty. How was Japan? It's quite mean.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this interest.
Why is it that all these people would like
It's a host for the Soros Troubles and the Drazen in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and the Roses White from the Rothschild. We got sponsors, Dr. Eddie Creation of the Yard Site of Dr. Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Hamler, memory of their father, Denver, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Blossom, from the Rothschild. We dedicate our living decisions after just make your welcome and bring them home. The Shalom current of the American Prophet, Soros, give them success. The whole of my those with that will let us be exciting that ahead of us today. That is Son of Timothy, and we are picking up on Son of Base, and the base is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So the Mars says as follows. They let I Yas Hikeri Shvias Nan, who pardon the Shvias, just in case of here. The members of the household of Rabbi who was from the poor, and then repay them with a full year. So if you look at what it actually says, it is very interesting. Hikeri Shvias, called in Smanabi, obviously. Again, without getting into technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead while it's still readily available.
Wow.
So that's no longer readily available. You really can no longer kind of yourself. So the idea we can pull up the house over the right with Barno Shemitah Chodis follow the Sheminis, Ishtaf Afri Amin Sheminis. So what happening again is on year number 8, the Aniyim is new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and so people mention this practice of Rabbi. There's something about it, obviously. You always see often it's perfect, right? It's perfectly fine. Why that done? They will say that look at Rashi. You all seen a couple of Rashis. There, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Yana. Rashi says even that he shaita lo habu hana lav chalik benimu lo chaylik kedusha shviasa. Remember again. We saw yesterday already. When you get into an issue of potential karmas with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden item falls upon the previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is this shows that even the atheists should ultimately have Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really applied because there's a recipe, there's not immediacy, or they should say, because the produce is being taken in Shemitah, only being quote unquote repaid, because there's no immediate, does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah produce falls upon 8th year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, and therefore, again, Shemitah saying to follow up upon the 8th year produce. It's still very interesting. And he's into S9 and then we come up with S9 zone. The person goes to a zone, and right classification, right? There's an object, I got to this object in S9 so let's give artificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Bryce says, no some, let's say Ruben goes to the ultimately again, he gives her as mirror payment, right? But he doesn't, or he has relations with her, it doesn't change anything. What's the use? Obviously, it doesn't make sense. No some he gave her, let's say he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course, relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, there were no restrictions on it. Sorry, furthermore, the second case, but he had a relation of love to one ultimately the inherit. So also law, my estimate to look at. If he didn't inherit, it doesn't make any sense. Hello, hachikam. That's what it means to say. Listen, no salah, the achakach ba'ala. If he gave it, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. He was going to say like this. When can we become an estimate, on a part of payment? When there's laser relations. Right? Payer. In other words, when there's that's when it's an estimate. It's a lack of transaction you see. Then the payer does not take on the estimate zone. And what that means practically, let's say for some type of sale or temporary use. So what no salah, if you gave her the sheep, the achakach ba'ala. Rashi says, achshav elo la'achar zman. He doesn't have relation. Of course, how exactly you go ahead and immediacy, I think there's some common sense. Pays her today has relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Ba'ala, the achakach nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnana is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the achakach is not fine. So therefore, both sides, the one thing is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, there has to be a transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the not in the sheep payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and they pay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little transacting business with Shemitah produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the sheep produce, and after the 8th produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussed. Sorry, then let's go through this, right? Let's close ahead and face it. We're going to use Rothschild. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using it because it's the easiest example of right? So he pays her a sheep. Let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has a sheep. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecutive temporary use, right? It's a lax transactional immediacy. You must understand. If he bought out, when he does have a sheep, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. Has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her on top of something, Lechol Allah is Solomon Afraid. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, can't be labeled as testimony somehow. It's in their relationship. There's no need this. when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a carbon payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esna Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. But what's the case? Talk about the Hikri Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying, but when they have a relation on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized for carbon. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. And what she's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Also, it's important we get this many kinds of things. It is important to understand we often see, and we all live with inherent contradiction. In certain respects, I'm sympathetic, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. But here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing thing. You could be righteous in some and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zone is the sheep also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are real. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles more than each part. And when we still push forward to do good, fight all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offers a time, the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. I says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours today. Right? Acquire this as right. Then halacha the shari law. Right? The halasa the shaspia umatara ba'amu. So then obviously it's mutter, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an S on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship yet. So essentially he gave it, and therefore she has every right to offer. However, the role of in the action of eating that in the caravan is very, very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, Tuesday, right? Scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He keeps it on Tuesday. Here we go. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not her. And if it's not hers, he must be a card. How could you offer it up as a card? The issue is based on published Amrach says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an error, evaluation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrach not based on the issue, so just like your home, you own it. So to the end you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's off, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer up as a card? Unless it's you could only be match something that is yours, which means in the realm of intellectual growth, Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes you make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who up to inspire. A lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate which you own. You can't concentrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that if Baruch Hu only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. He expects of me to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess beyond what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honestly. Utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, the Habib Gabeh Adshas be. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep unto you. Keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow. With you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, you need the sheep for some reason. Let's say something comes up. You need the sheep at every time, whether you need bigger, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Come here, then I give you the right to acquire it." So it's interesting. That's what fine. So Gemara says this. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's not really it's interesting. We're doing this because this all happened with Rabbi with his Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening here, destiny, prohibited status is actual immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the essence of his own, by the harlot case as well. That emerges, gets a little into the harlot case. So by the it's very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Reuben is the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates. Now she didn't offer that as a problem, but she's makdish. So what's the status of the money? So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says verbally pledging something to hektish, equivalent of giving over to a regular person. So again, that the act of going ahead and makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being it's gone. Makish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she, again, because I'm saying you heard the Shaila is in the case of her gone. It's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not patient. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the Shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the Tiv Shami Rabbi Eliezer. You can answer Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekadma Behikli Vasa. Rabbi Eliezer understood the case. Yes, not Zona. Right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already under the occurred. Dafka Hikri Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Hikri Shaso, low. But first statement that would appear that if she was not tishul, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called the Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake only by it. The truth is, this actually, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Elazar. So the Gemara says, nine. Mifkele Rabbi Eliezer, Yakli Vasa, Dafka, Bakli Shah, Low, the Isabia. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? By the time the Bia occurs, the animal's no longer here. But perhaps again, she was just Makdish, she consecrated existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam. All Gilma, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam zone, as a harmless payment, there must be transactional, which means payment. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam zone. If he deposited an animal for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has right animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up by karma. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. What's the status of that animal? That's the analyze. So we're making the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. Ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for sacrificial purposes. Or meaning, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, at Shalosh Shonim Esnala Asa. So the Bryce, as if it has relations with them. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people all of the bills late. Right, so he's late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the answer. I'm not stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hashi wasn't just important. The rights that we quoted before on phase in the base 62b said that if relations and then payment, that's not a transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, you can place for 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not it's not a contradiction. Had Amar is Baali li Italazah, Had is Baali li Italastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Again, so we're talking about a case where he says, relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Dirashi, Italazah, Kalkama the Yohev Havi Eslan Mehashtakinis. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amr Labitala was my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with to Zono. Have relations with me for this sheep. Now, he doesn't compare 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harlot payment because there's transaction. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, one has to have the Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession, which the Gemara says, okay? So apparently it's actually interesting ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently again, by you, they don't need Mashiach, so it's talking about a son who's not Jewish. The other possibility is the Olam Bazar Yisraelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, going, the Koi Bechatse. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her, in which case, again, only there's two classes she acquired us in a second. Either Bechatzera, Bala, the African Nasa, Hakamo. Hold on a second. If it's in her chutz, in her, then she acquires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her. Only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutz, she already acquired it. You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esma because she's acquired even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutza. Which the Gemara says, the shati in a handy apple to keep. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So everything comes to the halal basis. And here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember, what is apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for this, right? If I don't pay money, you could take this sheep. So there doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the aslan. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Massive Rav Shesha. So Rav Shesha says like it's supposed to help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is unraveling the Eslan's own watch. Omer Adam Lechamorov will Apollo. So let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. They say now he's paying. Now the way ultimately he's paying them, now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, on their parts, either these workers are non-Jews or they're on their arts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important for some. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Choshesh. Okay, so actually before get this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself drink. For supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and so let's say now that he says the Eno Choshesh, she can do this. Eno Choshesh, she doesn't have to be worried. Something on 63b. Lo mishum shlius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yad. I will say, here's what's interesting about this. What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha ma'aser, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or honest to be concerned, maybe akum is going to go by yayis, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amal is explained by shmita produce or ma'aser sheni, or it's been outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned? In the same chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's on him. Whatever they do, they do. He says over here, okay, Rashi just did all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The ha'ilu, the ela we don't, Ruth is not the one giving them anything. Ruth is giving them money. And it's chavra, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not under the for again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following. Samach Yolave 63b, second line down. But it said to them, Su ve'echlu bani porea, Su shtu bani porea. And he says to the workers, right, factory workers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now why? He said, look at that. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, I'll pick up the tab, then again, that is problematic. If he is purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. Almost. So what you see from there is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say this is we're now, and they repaid the poor with 8 euro. Almost, he made Easter cup. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after consumption already took place, halacha l'maisa, there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce. So Sheni is problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Hachanami kapara than the Isser kapara." There's a sot over here about Adiana, and they retain the 8th year. Ultimately, again, isn't that paying for Shemitah produce? Gemara says, Gemara, Christoph, Vechen Beni Makifo, the Mishtabit. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they're purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. The Chaven, the Archilak, the ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transaction. You see that's happening right now. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Give actually just a moment. It's actually right across the right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from you. He regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction in this. Ruben is dealing with, in other words, Ruben is not just saying stand money where you want and buy food, buy. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. So there is already there is transactional immediacy that's happening. She says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, it's going to give the drivers items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply to this right now, right? This wasn't like a credit situation, and these weren't people there. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, even with the status quo, the same case, go eat and go drink, not pick up the tab. That's sending to a shopkeeper who normally is credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then if that's the case, then set them up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink. Make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? When it is so ultimately again that it's prohibited, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pay for the limited items. About the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and like two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight dramatically different cases. The old even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend any a person says to his friend, "Take one of the pony, vehicle kose lach." So happens. So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Ruben, do me a favor, lend right one at the shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from there? Now, again, that's even assuming that Reuben and I have no previous relationship. Because what do you see from there? You can't ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy seems to occur right now. Whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't seem to make a difference. You must look at the low miyach shibude low misar. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? So let's look at that. Rashi says, "Kivan lo miyach shibude." Look at Rashi. Very wide one. Rashi's about him. Kiloi shelo yichei lo miyach mo lav chalita lo misar. Since moving did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out and drink, I'll pick up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money he set aside for that, their action should be mutter. I'm sorry. Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, the answer to that, you should shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, says the Gemara, ultimately, again, we have to be concerned about my fortune. Shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Allah that perhaps again Shliach versus again same thing. Because no particular money is designated for transaction. What's the case? The case over here is where the balai is advanced the money. Okay, so this changes everything. Okay, Rashi, Sheikhin lo, Balabayis Dinar Befendini, Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam with the Balabayis Ta'abli Yisrael. So this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuven says to his workers, go to the Chemini, go to the Shabbat, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, and now that makes sense because paid for already. Ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not kind of. I'm used to like they come in drugs in our love. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all on this same ground of transactional news. That's the theme that's happening over here. The Gemara says, I'm Rav Kana. I'm used to the Shmei becoming drugs in our. So Kana said, I said this over in front of Rabbi Sivid of Nardo. And what happened? Amalei. The Brisa shouldn't read that Reuven says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to sound like he has a pay. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out a case over here where Ruben prepaid, right? So he left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's like saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did they consume? To which the Gemara said, you're right. He said, you're right. I'm sorry, ultimately, again, Allah he said, you're right. Change to read the rights. You read the following way. Allah says, everything says that. So, case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Bryce. Case number one is where Ruben gives his representative $100. He says, "Cover, go out and eat, go out and drink." That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on the case. Two, the way the Gemara is understanding it now is that how myself Ruben prepaid the thing. He went to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, drink." Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. You have to be concerned if they have access now to prohibited food items, because then it's Ruben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that price should read is Ruben says to his workers, so go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the Gemara is going to say. We'll stop over here for today. Everyone, what a gaff. Wishing everyone a wonderful. Let's take it more as a graceful spark to get to learn. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this, our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. So Tosim Mishpacha Baritz Yisrael, we're dedicating all the Shuman Drashos this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Lotov, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses, Stanley Roses, White Zebra. Learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Operation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf, so Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and me and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch, Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa, always we dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious hostages, to bring them home. Shalom and Kara and miracle of this ocean give them success. The whole of Nasi. That's what I'm speaking of. Exciting about all of us today. Today's God is Sunday, 63. And we have to on Sunday to be the day Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from bottom. So in verse as follows, today Rabbi Yes, she is Rabbi. She's hardly Sheminis. Very interesting to say here. Members of the household of Rabbi who is as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce. Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually makes me very interesting. Yasi Kirishi is called this Muslim. Again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicality, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but rather Shemitah produce while it's still readily available. That's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So people of the Asar of Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and during the Shemitah. Part of the Sheminis, the offering Ani and the Sheminis after So what ended up happening again is on number 8, the people of Rabbi's household repaid the animal with this new produce versus us on the so they can't say so people mention this something about it obviously some Jews. They say something to the Yochanan. I'm a little the Yochanan said, "Young sin up is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why? Connect done. Never say that. Interestingly enough, Rashi, you also like he starts to a couple of Rashi. There, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yana not totally fine. She says, keeping that each chapter. Lo habu hana be'en. Lo if you say, love chalika ninu, lo chaylik zishashli salas. Again, we saw yesterday that when you get into an issue of commerce with a forbidden item, sometimes that forbidden identity off on is previously committed. So for it is, it's like one is transactions which means produce, your produce should ultimately have the same produce. But the Oakland said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a rest, there's not immediacy. I should say there's no immediacy because the produce is being taken away cheaply and only being quote unquote repaid during your 8. There's no immediate reciprocity. Therefore, this does not look to produce, and therefore, the produce devolves upon the 8th produce. That's the idea of that. Therefore, again, halacha, and therefore, again, shmita same will not devolve upon the 8th produce. This is the very interesting. You connect them to S-non muta. And interestingly enough, similar case would come up with S-non. S-non is when the person goes to a zone and he gives her some services, right? Obviously, he pays her money. Here's your object. That object is called an S-non, so that's public, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, is the corresponding case. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Rice says, no some level above. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel goes to Zone. Like Reuben goes to Rachel. And ultimately, again, he gives her an S and he gives her a payment, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Es not mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Okay, so obviously it doesn't make sense. Understand? If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon wipe sheep that even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. It says the soon, furthermore case, but he had with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that said the S9 is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, "Ella, hachikama." This is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasala, the achakak ba'alam. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, let me tell you this piece outside. Such a Gemara is going to say like this: when you come in S9, and S9 is on the heart payment. when there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S note. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S note zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So if you gave her the achar kach ba'ala, what do you mean the achar kach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav ela la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. So it pays you today and answers for 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnon is going to be more to her. Nasala, the Achar Kach, so therefore, both sides, what we're saying is this: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnon, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status of, again, of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi Shemitah the produce from the poor, and yet ultimately, again, with 8 years. People came to the Yochanan because, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit stress practice. You're transacting business with Shemitah produce. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea, transactional immediacy. So because of we don't view that year produce as an exchange, right? Or as ultimately, again, for the 7th year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esnon case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let goes ahead and pays her. Okay, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of sacrificial, right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say gives her a sheep on Tuesday, and then Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, lechol Allah is obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esnon Zona. There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a heart should develop upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnon Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? The Hikri Vasa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. And we'll say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a Zona. And bring up carbonos. Both sides. Important. We've mentioned this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all have vacancies. And we all inherit contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well. There are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. That I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all. Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have some harmonious spirituality and righteousness of my life. Most of us are not there, but sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm being stuck up, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. Look, welcome to the all contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are a reach mikoach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries, our inner struggles more than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of an accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up our partners. About the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, the sharila, right? The halasa b'shasbiya u'matana ba'amahubiya. So then obviously, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat a little in the aksha, it's enough in the carnival. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, your animal as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could she offer it up as a carbon? After all, Vishkiyak is based on Polish Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an evaluation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, and not based on Bishuso, just like your home, you own it. Afkol Bishuso, so the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a part of it? You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring us against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. Who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's co-hosts are, their abilities. abilities are. The Ribbon shall only ask you to be makdish that you only have to consecrate it, or you only can consecrate what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic insight about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we don't know if we're honest about it. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamra was the case. Eladamra, the Habi Chasvia. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, "Okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know. You need or whatever. Then fire it. It's interesting. Behind the edges is that's not fine. So the Gemara says, that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides, it's interesting. We're doing this because this all happened with the Yana, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of fractional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone, by the payment case as well. I think Gemara just gets a little bit into this part of the payment case. So by the so let's say same thing. Moving is Zona, the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Mami. Kevan da Amar Amir Russell Gabot Russell Hebel. Kiman Dakri Vasi. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I want to say, you heard the shayla is in case where she offered it up Tuesday. By the time the bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Esnon Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is, does the object become an Esnon Zona or not? So the Mersa the Tiv Shamid Rabbi Eliezer. We give us our Eliezer, so we'll say going Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? The Mersa Rabbi Eliezer Shekadma Behikri Vasa. So remember again the way Rabbi Eliezer did the case of the Esnon Zona, right? Where she went ahead and shared it, right? She offered it already by the time the occurred. Dafka Hikri Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up is no longer in existence. Aval Isha so low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, that the animal was still in existence, the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would be called an esnan zohar. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar who fake kamibaya. The truth is, this shaila is mamish shaila Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifsha pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakli basar davka b'isha solo v'isa b'shasbia." Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become an eslan is when the animal was fired up before the bia? Because when the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. Again, where she was just she consecrated it, but that was still in existence at the time of the bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is reached an eslan zona. All dilma, ikrivasa pshita le, vikdishasa masach. Let me know. Maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, but in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Eslan Zone yet. We do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zone, as a harmless payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an esnan zone. If he deposited an animal for payments, now it doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. If she's makdish, and so the animal, since at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker. That's the okay. Let's analyze more. So we're making a side. Second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is motor. When we say it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purpose, or meaning where is it kasha? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, אפילו מכאן עד 3 שנים אסלנה us. But the Bryce says if Reuben has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of their bills late. He pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still Carlet's payment, and it's still the Aser. So we'll say that conscious is just important. The Bryce that we quoted before on Son of Mary 62 be said that if there's relations and then payment, it's not an estimate, there's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's a relationship 3 years later, it's not a contradiction. Omar his Ba'ali li Hada Amra his Ba'ali li Bitadan. So I said this is very, very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case we're talking about a case where he says relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Reuben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. Because what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep are required taking possession, which the Gemara says, it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So by a non-Jew, they don't Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about someone who's not Jewish. Another possibility is Yom Bezori Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's kiyum chutzah. She acquires it. In a second. Either kai bechatzera bala bi'achika hasana hakanyana. One second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, in her, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is actually a paradigmatic case of Esna because she's acquiring the sheep of Pia if the sheep is ending in her chutzah. The Shaki and the Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rachel. Right here, this sheep is an Apotiki. Remember again, what is Apotiki? Apotiki is essentially a tour. That he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this acquired sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Rav Sheshes says like this. We'll say some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really not the essence of this. Watch this. So let's say again. Let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so I forget this. So he goes in and he says to them, he says, I'm giving you, right? And essentially, this to purchase for yourself food and drink. Payments are supplemental ages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So I'll say, they know Choshish. To do this, they know Choshish. She doesn't have to be worried. You know, base 63. Lo mishum shiyis, lo mishum ma'is, lo mishum yayin. I was saying, here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern over here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Am or Ame Aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the Akum is going to go, right? Or maybe ultimately, again, the Ame Aretz is going to buy Shemitah produce or Meiser Sheni produce inside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because he's giving them the money and he's saying, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right. If you look at the end, Rashi, nicer, right? It's the last one, the last of the long line. Is that Rashi? The ha'ilu safilu midi elapriti. We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them anything private. Ruvain is money, and it's chavra. Here, this is for your joy. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now that's how the following is. Samach Yolave 63b, second line down. The Arla, but it said to them, Su ve'iklu vani porea, su shtu vani porea. But if he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay all. Now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. We have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's providing these prohibited items for his work. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. It has nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. Almost. What do you see from here? So what you see from here is that this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi. Right, we're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of remember. Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with $8 produce. Rothschild said no problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's after the consumption already took place, immediacy, and he is going to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, so to over here by Rabbi Yochanan, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately I Shemitah produce. Same thing. Which the Gemara says, so no, it's different. Ruvain, he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally sends credit to Ruvain. Even the ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Like really translated, literally the shopkeeper hires his money immediately for just a moment. It's actually right across the country, right to the left. Then he's the shopkeeper is going to get paid from the bank. It's pretty extensive credit. שכבר הכירו שמקום שיש דין ארכני לא חליפין. There is transactional immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stamp one where you want and buy drink. He's saying shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers or the laborers, whatever they want, for the items. And Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation, and these weren't people who business. Therefore, that case was fine because of lack of immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Ruben were to send out his worker, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending him to a shopkeeper to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the price differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case where Ruben says, here's 100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pay for the prohibited items. But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks immediacy, and that case should be part. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the rest of the old, or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not obligated to defend? A person says to his friend, take one of Makoni, right? Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, lend, right, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's the halacha? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, And ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that transactional immediacy seems to occur right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, doesn't extend credit, doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So what's the difference? Let's look at Rashi. Rashi says kiyachet shibude. Look at Rashi, third wide line with Rashi's on the bottom. Shelo yichei lo miyat mo'os tekach. Lav chalib inu v'lo. Not go ahead. Access money, right? Go out, go eat and drink up, pick up the tab. See to find the amount of money, right? Or no specific money. Have to set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. I'm sorry. Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do we need to be against that? We shouldn't shvius. The Gemara says, which should be halal. So ultimately, again, says the Gemara, ultimately concerned about what do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha l'maisa, perhaps again, shmita produce versus halomiyaki shibude hacha lomiyaki shibude hava. Ultimately, again, same thing. Halacha l'maisa, because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, does not create traction immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the Hidashi. Sheiktin lo, Balabais dinar lechem Chol dem sheshalach etzlo. The hashtam the Balabais roughly insert there. So this changes everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Raisa says that if Reuven says to his workers, go to the Chendani, go to the shopkeeper, eat, drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. In other words, he has a tab already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like buying them with prohibited items. I know. On these, they come in drugs in there. So the Gemara says as follows. So Afghanistan says as follows. So again, all of this same round of transaction and like that. That's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. On these the Shmai they come in drugs. So kind of said, I said this over in front of the Rabbi of Nardo. And what happened? Prices shouldn't read that. Reuven says workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. Makes it sound like you pay. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle off. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of years where Reuven prepaid. Right? So he left money with the shop. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did it consume? To which the rest, you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry. I'm like, honey, ultimately, again, you're right. Change license read the license should really read the following way. Halach l'maisa, Reuben says to his case. Remember, essentially there are two cases in Christ. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Says, "Chavra, go out and eat, but and drink." In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not them. Case two, the way you must understand now, is that halach l'maisa, Reuben prepaid. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker is going to come in. Let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. If you have concerned, if you're concerned, they have access now to limited food items. Then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, wishing everyone a wonderful day. Sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Sechus levels for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av: Halin Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drainer of Israel Drazen, Deaton, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley from the Bracha. We got learning sponsors: Dave Wolf, Recognition of the Art of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Marie, Nasa, and from the Bach. Of course, always we dedicate our learning in the schools of our precious have to just make which program we have to shove them home. The Shalom and the Karat and the merit for all the souls to give them success. The whole massive. With that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach 63, and we are coming up on Sanach base in the base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says, "Day Rabbi Yana, Yas Perishia is Nanim, Uparlu Bishnim." This is a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually said something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Sanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halachah l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is the people of the house would borrow Shemitah from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on a part of the Shemitah. Ishtachach ta'achli Aniyim Shemitah achar avir and so what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's household will repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8th year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mention this practice. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to the Yochanan. The Yochanan said, "Yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why is it done?" Interestingly enough, actually, you all seen the stars to a couple of ashes. You all seen them. There, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the Avianites are acting. She says the people that he shaita lo hadu hana be'en lo ichlufe hani ba'ani lav chalik beninu lo chayl kedusha shvius alas. Remember again, we saw that already. When you get into a potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity falls upon the previously forbidden item. So, for example, the concern over here is it's like one is transacting business, which means that even the 8th-year produce could ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy, or say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this doesn't look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore the sanctity will not devolve upon year produce. This is very interesting. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnon Zona. Esnon Zona is the halacha is the person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? He pays her money, or he gives her an object. That object is called an Esnon for a harlot and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. Umar says the corresponding piece passing on what's the case? This sounds this. It says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel is a son. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel and ultimately and he gives her payment. Right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter to sacrificial use. Doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. As the furthermore, the second case, but if you had relations with him, pay or anything, if he didn't pay anything, if he did anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in Rabbi that says that the Esnan is mutter? It makes any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, Brad, this is what it means to say. Listen to this.
What's up, sluts? Today's day
gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep,
19.
and then only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say like this: when does it come in? When there's transitional
Chronicles or whatever you want to call it.
Relations. Right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's that's when it's an S.
Yeah.
If there is a lack of immediacy, then the payment
how that marble's gonna be calm down and drinking, I think. Took the old round bomb approach. Increase my dietary Fiber.
sacrificial or temple use.
Keep
So
this
watch this.
bad
So
boy
tell
a
her, no someone,
clean,
the Acherkach
peak
ball.
condition.
Now, what does it mean, the Acherkach ball? Rashi
I'm a
says,
straight
Achshot
dynasty, girls.
la-
Anyway,
He doesn't have relations with her now.
some
Rather,
rabbits would
again,
be like,
sometime later. Now,
yeah, what do you
of
like?
course,
I'd be
how
like,
exactly do you go
chicks.
ahead and
But
translate
she'd be like, yeah, aside
immediacy
from that,
and will come and
I like
says,
to live
"Be
stream
here
my
today
life.
and has relations
She'd be like, yeah,
for 3
duh.
hours."
Okay, what else?
Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations.
I like
But
most kind of music, but
oh,
soul music.
oh,
She's like, duh. Like, all right,
or for that matter, he has relations with
like stand-up comedy. She's like, duh. Be like, well, I mean, I didn't search that. I like Judaism. She's like, it's boring as fuck. I'd be like,
However,
yeah, and
the
I like
Acherkach
athleticism.
Therefore,
That's
what we want to say is as follows: that essentially,
what are we learning today? No. We kind of gotta open.
Once the transactional payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again about
syllabus.
Now again, remember, just to keep track of
Discussion.
So remember, the
Opportunities.
house of Yamai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it. ultimately
I'll tell a story first.
People came to the offer.
So I did this thing. Oh, about 8 years ago, or so, where I watched the Jewish movies of all time. I'm going to tell you this, the Jews have ever seen movies. I don't know a single rabbi who has. It really has to be a major. And they had movies on it like The Pianist and The Chosen, which Chaim Fontanes. It really is amazing to me. They have movies like
so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlot's payment, and therefore it's not for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks it. I understand.
Of course.
He bought out, but when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday.
I remember
So
being
why don't you
asked,
say that when he does have
what's your favorite song?
Obviously, I understand.
Choose just one, but I would later think about him matchmaker. Probably my favorite matchmaker.
When he does have relations on Wednesday,
I like
then
it. If I were a
retroactively,
rich man,
the designation of the sheep as a harlot's payment should devolve upon the retroactively, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an esnam already as of Tuesday.
So one of the movies on
this
list
is very interesting.
was from 1914.
This is very interesting. What
Was
happened?
that the year?
Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday,
1950
should be categorized as a harvest.
So it's a partially lost movie. I don't know if it was it's from 1950. Okay, so Der Golem, German Der Golem, shown in the U.S. as Monster, the Monster Fate, is a partially lost 1915 German silent horror film, written and directed by Paul Wegener, and Heinrich Galli. It is inspired by a Jewish folktale, the most prevalent version of the story involving 16th century Rabbi Judah Lo ben Bezalel, who created the golem to protect his people from anti-Semites. Wegener claimed the film is based on Gustav Mayring's 1915 novel The Golem, but as the movie has little to do with existing Jewish tradition, Troy, or which it is more likely that the screenwriter simply drew from European folklore. The term golem was always interesting to me because isn't that the name of that fucking
learning Torah, but I'm doing
precious
this.
thing?
I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right.
Lord of
It
the
is
Rings
hypocritical. It is more
and
contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with inner contradictions. Such is the nature of life.
Yeah.
But it is important for us
original knows
to
Shmika.
faith in ourselves.
So,
That
yeah.
even though the zona is a zona, the
And
sheep also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach mikol.
I had known the
It's a
term
pleasing aroma, because at the end of the day, no one knows
generally to kind of just be like a robot.
And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle.
What is up with this
In any event,
bullshit?
so the zona offered up the covenants about the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday.
So
The animals are
we're gonna learn about
shared
Gollum
it up.
today.
So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's hope it. What's the case? If he said to the zona,
Yeah.
so that gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours
Oh,
as
well,
of today.
So I love this
Why
movie, and it was on this list.
Then,
What's
how
the
about
list?
sheet that
Maybe we should do the list.
right?
Actually, I think 50.
And obviously it's mutar, right? Because she has type to it. It can't be categorized as not on Tuesday because they didn't have
It's something like that.
So essentially, he gave her a gift, and she has
The
every right
50
to
greatest
offer it up.
Jewish movies.
However, if you eat the law,
1998 by Catherine
it's very interesting.
Bernheimer,
But
and I
if
think she
cannot
put together a
give
very
her
good,
permission to acquire it,
very
and if
good
he was not
list.
explicit and say, if he didn't say
This,
that,
the top
this
3
is
films
your
in
animal
ascending
as
in
of
descending order
as of Tuesday,
were The Chosen,
right? They're
Good Ground,
scheduled for
and
relations
Schindler's
on
List. She
Wednesday.
picked The Chosen to be number 1.
So
And
what does it mean to say?
it was
If
my
you say
favorite.
it's on Tuesday,
I would
yeah,
say
we're
I
gonna have a
liked it a lot.
If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire, it's
So
not
I
hers.
even bought it
It's not
for
hers. And if it's not
rabbinical
hers,
colleague
he
and
wants to
his
have
rabbinical
each other
wife.
as a part. After all, the ish is
And,
it says if a person will consecrate his home, this is
very much
about
enjoyed
evaluation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate home. I'm not on my base of the shoes. So just like your home, I've called the shoes. So the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether for us, is something that you own.
Is
In other
that
words,
your
so
story?
if she doesn't own
No,
it,
so the
Tuesday,
guy
you
was
have to
on it.
shove it up as a part unless they just you know, you could only be makdish something that is good.
Let's learn about Gollum.
in the realm of growth. This process only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we need to mistake of ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. We have people who aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know this person's football side, but ability. The ownership only asks you to be master. That's what you should be owned. You only have to consecrate, or you only consecrate that which you own. And it doesn't belong. So often in life we have to brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't have to be someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a holistic inventory about all these spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess a lot more. Honest. And then you alone can pursue holistic holiness. Only be makish that which belongs. And I think the Bible only asks to accomplish things that are in our spiritual toolbox. Nonetheless, what's the case? He says there, Reuben gives this to the zone of the Shebas. He proceeds to do the schedule for the tomorrow. Stop. Until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need to something comes up, you need to shoot better, and you need to try, but you need to know whatever it is, then say next up, and give you the right to acquire it. It's interesting, and that's fine. So there was an action. What's the idea? Why we decided that it's not on the economy? We're doing this because you can remember with the Rabbi, this is the transaction. The idea that's happening here is that something can only be done with its status when there's a level of transactional use. Now we see that by the case, and ultimately we see it by the S zone about 100 communities. That emerges get so variables, yeah. Come up with to show some. So let's say even gives rough or moving its zone the sheep on Tuesday. He is scheduled for on she's not. She concentrates. She didn't offer that as a comment. But she's not. So what's the status now of the man? Even the Amar and the rest of the above this Russell handle, he man taxi busing them. Is the equivalent of offering it. In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to actually the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, you can say ultimately again, the act of going ahead and doing makdash is the equivalent of offering In other words, offering it out is offering it out, but the it's gone, the animal's gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here. We have the ability, what happens makdish is, again, because I must say, here deciding, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. So it can't become an excellent zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the dia. In this case over here, she's not Wednesday does, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object. So now the shaila is, does the object become its own or not? So where the tif shamid Eliezer. You can answer the yes, so let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer, right? You must know. Rabbi Eliezer talk about the history of Boston. So remember again, Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the essence only. Right? This way she went ahead and she already by the time the occurred. Dafka hit Boston. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer about hit shut. So no. But from the religious statement here, that if she was not the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslanzona. Next thing Mara says, no, so that the logic is fake from the point. Truth is, this Shaila is managed to show that the logic. So the Mara says, no. Nishak should say that Rabbi Eliezer, that the Basha about the Shassel, no? But because the logic says the only time it does no is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, we should just not consecrate it. Still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which we halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslanzona. So, maybe obviously she offered up and of course it's not going to be categorized as an Arizona, but in case we just concentrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says take. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have both sides. What comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson. We're not saying it's Arizona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as a harvest payment, it must be transactional and which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an estimated zone. Considered an animal for payment. Now, the deal doesn't occur until later on. She has rights to animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bonus. If she's not distant, and so the animal exists at the end of the deal, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. When the second day was, let's see, as her, and then afterwards she pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is motor. When we say it's motor, it means protection. I don't understand this, but that's It's not us. The Rabbi says the children have relationships. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so you don't pay all of the girls late. He pays her late, right? 3 years later, still call the harlots and still be awesome. And I'm not going to kiss the low pass. It wasn't that country, so just in front of the ball pass. 62 said that if there's a relationship and then payment, that's not a transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that the relationship needed to take 3 years. Ultimately, it is for us, I'm not going to start from that fiscal cash. It's not a contradiction. How the Amr is Ba'ali means, it's Ba'ali means. They tell us that. How the Amr is Ba'ali means, they tell us that. So let's say, this is very ultimately again, one case, so one case is another case where it says, have a relationship with and then shoot versus have a relationship with me for a sheep. How about that? How come it's young as well? So ultimately, again, he identifies the sheep as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't realize anything, he only loves the colors that my heart, I understand. So now, again, he doesn't it has this
I create
position.
a lot of
Just identify the sheep. It doesn't make it hers. In order to be hers, one has to.
I think I do.
Gemara says.
Right now.
Right? Remember, live animals require the sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara said the zone of sheep.
I like them. I think that they could be very helpful to people. And if this ever goes viral, there will be. I'll be like the ultimate creator. No doubt. No doubt. These rabbis don't have shit on me. I created so many. How many different robots have I created? Different robots, but still automated could be considered robot-like. Have I ever created it? When I was a kid, I always wanted this robot, and I got one time. It was just like a little, maybe this big, and it had like needles on the feet, and it would just go around. Press buttons on it. But you know, the robot that I really had, the first robot I really recall, to which I had experience was this Mickey Mouse. Yeah, it was like 10 rubs that he rough skin. But you put a tape in the back and it's moved, and it would like basically come alive. And
that he says to her,
robot that I really
relations, right? If I don't pay you money,
moving. This is
take this sheep. So
really interesting. And then it's like animatronic.
To require the sheep in the event
I guess it's stuff.
Non-payment. The Amrullah,
They have this thing called Dinosaurs Alive, which is really cool.
And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say, and
dinosaurs are really
you love, and if not, take this sheep ultimately with payment. Fine. Massive Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes like he's supposed to need some help.
So how do you relate to
All of this is reading
Kabbalist?
around the essence of this.
Like to get the golem to move
Let's again.
here.
Let's say moving employs donkey drivers and workers. It's an
But I will. I think
again, he's
the
Rashi points out over here. Rashi obiko ka'amei haaretz. These workers are non-Jews.
even when somebody Boston
unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. Males and
and Tesla or any of these other
right?
places.
So what's the halacha? The enoch
Because
okay. So actually, before you get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money
those are
to
team
go and purchase for yourself food and drink.
mine is just create
Right
and
here's money.
well
Go
my
and drink.
golem
Go and so I'll say
when
now.
robots automate, they don't move around, so it's
She
making
doesn't have to
the
be worried.
macros,
Some people
but they'll have much more of an effect, I think, than one single of those robots. Mine, I mean, it's like archiving my life here. It's creating a trillion different,
Gemara says that
a lot of different clips.
He's giving them money now because it's an
Did they ever get out of control? Yeah.
It's going to go by yes. Like,
Have you ever
or
had yours get out of control? Nothing crazy, but yeah, it's caused like the creation of a bunch of different files without one. But I've always kept an eye on them. That's the thing with golems.
Because essentially he's
You want to ensure that they don't, that you keep an eye on them. But I find them to be very
not on him. Whatever
useful.
they do, they do.
And so for people to say like they're dumb,
Says over here,
non-thinking, or they don't.
do all of this.
Okay.
Right. If you look at the end,
But
if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum
I
Meiser,
think that they could
right?
become more.
Rashi,
I kind of
the heart, it's actually the last
Is that
one
the end of your fucking story?
of the long one. The heart, Ihu,
So let's read about let's read about this rabbi.
It's not the one giving them
I
any
like
prayer.
that.
We're just giving them money. It's
Bazar.
covered up here.
Ben
This is for your
Bazar.
food. This is for your drink. What they
We're
choose
related
to
to
do
that, so
essentially is not unmoving. It's not unmoving. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Confess how to find it. Sabbath no, they 63 second. Amar Lach, Amar Lach, said to them, Su be'ichlu. Vani Horea, Vani Horea. And he says, to the work, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Chosi Shmishim, Shmiyas Shmishim, my then we have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Which is actually Vani Horea. How do you לוקח האיש שלו, ההשתל עושה את נפש מן האיש שלו, because he's in the town, now it's like he's purchasing and providing these videos. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, that's on him. It's not. If he says, go drink coffee up the tab, then ultimately again that is problematic. But you seem like to provide almost Kapara to make this so without going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi, it's like we're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they followed with the produce and they paid for which I said, no problem, no transactional use. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last? How much the kapara to make a certain kapara? So what do you see here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying for the consumption already took place, halacha lines this transaction and he is considered to be for at least the produce and exchange. Therefore, so to hear about it, maybe can here ultimately again isn't that ultimately the place. With the mercy, so this stuff they can depending on the people in the shadow. No, it's different. In case, like if people had and what was totally chosen about the we're talking about where they are purchasing food from the shop people who normally spend better even the ugly last day finally do it ultimately because shopkeeper makes credit ruling ultimately did this transaction. That's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, that is actually right across the left. And then some shopkeeper knows that he's going to get rich regularly things. Got it. שכבר בו, שכמובן שיש לו רגיל, לכן still חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it. This transaction really is not just saying stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit moving. So therefore, again, as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. That says over here, no stop coming to me. Therefore, specifically almost like a right? The shopkeeper can give. And we're going to go to immediately pay for that. Don't have always been about how to do that. Even the other family, that's coming out of people. But again, that doesn't apply. So again, that's wasn't therefore, this is fine because of that.
Seder and Nivda, order and transcendence. Any realm has a natural order and nature, but may also contain exemptions which are entirely unlike of nature. Goof, nefesh, sachar, body, life force, intellect, different levels of a sense of overall reality. Goof, the material, is bounded in dimension, and in effort, for nefesh is unbounded, and both acts and is acted upon. So is unbounded and need to be acted upon. Hail, nifal, acted upon, describe the relationship between different levels of reality. Note So our vote, charcoal vote, bases, mixtures, combination, when different elements of reality are combined, they may remain as separate bases or else form a relationship or mixture, or else generate an entirely new entity. Combinations.
That's only with the shopkeeper who is credit to
How
Ruben,
do
because it's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the right to the items. How about but shopkeeper who does not accept, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be part. Better for the price to go ahead and make two pieces that are the same thing. One detail different. And to highlight feature in the application, which was the old company shitting my people knew not why is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend the size, is the purchaser not still obligated? Over the Canelo, the person says to his friend, ping money from the plus lock. What happens? Right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with you. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, lend right money to Simmons, give money to Simmons, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that one for? Claims, it's ultimately like in my property becomes encumbered as a gap. The man says, what are you seeking again? Let's even assume that I have no previous relationship. What are you seeking? When you ask someone to insist someone else, and ultimately again, your guarantee with encumbrance that transactional immediacy seems to look more right than a merit. Lost the like people of lost. Right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive negative. You must look at it much. The Shabbat life, even the low Miyaki Gude, low this. So what's the I looked at last year. Even though the affects the day, it's actually third wide run without using about it. So when Michael Miyat most the path, left, since Ruben did not go ahead, actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink. Since no defined amount or no specific monies have been set aside, that lacks transaction use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be much. It should be much. שלא ייחי למוס ותח, לאו חליק אלינו ולא ניצה. I'm sorry. It says, tell a half on my so that's ultimately again. So what do you mean? That you should fix. You must talk normally. Ultimately, again, says the Gemara. Ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about? Allah, my quotation. Yes. What do you have to be concerned about on the earth? I saw that perhaps again, at least Holomiyaki should be there. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated. The money. Okay, so this Shaking low. Is, you know, the them Shishalach Etzlo. The hashtag with the bias awfully all okay. So this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately again, when Christ says that if Reuben says to his work, go to the Chutney, go to the shop, whatever you want, it's on you. The cases were already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense.
There
Because
were
now
show
it's paid
sermons
for,
by
and ultimately, again,
1589 collected.
things.
Edition of
It's
Haim
literally like
Ardes
he's
Tel
supplying
Aviv.
the related items.
TiVo,
I know.
Olam, Pathway to the
On
World,
these so
Prague,
might take money
1595,
bucks in the
1596, Work of Ethics, Work of Ethics,
So,
Beher,
so,
Alcola,
so, so,
World of
so, again,
Prague,
all
1598,
of
an
this
explanatory work of the Midrash and Midrash Shikagada, mainly responding to interpretation by the Italian scholar Azariah del De Rossi, Azariah Zach Yisrael, the eternity of Israel, Prague 1599, Netzach, eternity was the same root as the word for victory, Shba'av, an annual day of mourning about the destruction of the temple and the Jewish exile and the final deliverance. Tiferet Yisrael, the glory of Israel, Venice 1599, philosophical expedition on the Torah, intended for the holiday of Shavuot, or Chadash, a new life prophecy, Torah, Ner Mitzvah, candle of the commandment, Prague 1600, Kiddushei, Hakadah, Novella, Agada, the narrative version discovered in the 20th century. Different Nagidim, words of reactors, a commentary on the Seder Pesach, published by a descendant, Kiddushim Chashash, commentary on the Talmud, recently published for the first time from the manuscript of Machan, Yerushalayim, Bab Metzia, Shabbos, and Arabic, others in forthcoming graves, other works, such as works of the Jewish Shvat and holiday of Skull, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and
let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now it says that references have to be concerned if you have access now to there's if Reuben is going ahead and so I will the way that price should be is food workers silver and drink. Then I will sell that's a what's up? Stop for today. Oh yeah.
okay, that was cool. Let's learn about Smith.
Is the traditional term for rabbinic ordination. The original Semitic was the formal transit authority from Moses through the generations. This whole Semitic ceased between 300 and 425 CE. Since then, Semitic has continued less formally throughout Jewish history.
support this morning here to thank our annual Talmud Torah Shloch of Eretz Yisrael. Dedicated all the Shirin Drushos. It's a host for the Torah of Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the Habanim with told us speaking when the Drazen in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Eileen Rosen's wife, and Stanley Rosen's wife from the Rothschild. We got many sponsors. Dr. Eddie Dave Wolf, the Yardside contract with Father Cyrus Wolf from then Steve Hirsch, and Newton and that family of the father, then as a cover bar of Mordecai Ben Marie, always to dedicate our names. Give them success. Today's daf is Son on facing base 62b, the Dabiana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, Dabiana, Yas, Shias Nanim, who probably the Shias. Very interesting piece over there. We named the household of Dabiana, they would do it as follows. They would borrow Shita produce from poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says that it's already here. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce readily available for everyone. So if you want it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyah during the Shemitah year. Rashi, part of the Shemitah, Yishkach, the Achi, Aniyah, Shemitah, Achar Abir, come keep it Shemitah. So what's happening again, on year number 8, and you people of Rabbi so we repay the Aniyah again with this new produce, 8-year produce. And Mara says, also, I'm ready to Rabbi. So they came and they said, so people.
So the majority or recipient of Smicha demonstrate sufficient education and preparation to be able to make correct decisions on what as it pertains to daily life, focusing on kashrut, referred to as Iber and Nida, or on Shulchan Aruch, and permissible or forbidden activities on Shabbat and Yom Tov. The holder of this smicha as the above is referred to as a ra'ah, and ordination itself is called Yadim Yadim. Ashkenazi pronunciation Yodin Yodin. The recipient of smicha demonstrates sufficient education and proper judgment to be able to render well decisions on matters of religious law as it pertains to money and property disputes. The basis here is Choshen Mishpat section and will usually include parts of even Heiser, the laws of Gittin, and Smicha is usually required for a rabbi to act as a diet rabbinic judge.
I should say, there's no immediate
This smicha is usually required by a rabbinic judge, and typically is granted only to those already holding your either one can have granted. And then there's here. Yeah. recipient of the had demonstrated
That's the
sufficient
idea.
education.
Therefore, again, Allah, tell myself, and therefore, again,
This
same
first
thing will
born
not
him as right developed bonus. This degree
the S.
extensive.
And
This
interestingly enough,
degree
similar
requires
case
extensive
would come up with S
secret offering
non-zone person goes to a zone, and he
so
gives her
there's
some
yours
right
and yeah
money. And
yes here for
and to not use for any kind of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Imam says the corresponding he's passing on this sign of this. Yes. Not so much of a bother. Ruben goes to Rachel. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her this, he gives her payment. Like, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or go out and have or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's halacha? As none of its payment ultimately is mutter sacrifice. Nothing of Rabbi. If he gave her, let's say he got land, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for her. But he bought sheep and giving it to Rabbi, I'm not going to other people. So you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, sorry. The Sue, for the second case, but if you had relations, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Rice? So that's the sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, Hachikana. Rather, this is what it means. What do you mean to this piece outside? Certainly, what do you say like this? In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an essence. It practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for outcome. No, so if you get the sheep, the Achakak ball, Rabbi says, Achak, Allah. The Asher's not. He doesn't have a relationship. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly comes sense? The occasion today for 3 hours. Again, as opposed to relations. But Achar Kosala, that's none of them. Bala. What does that matter? And then you actually serve, that's none of them. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, however, Nasala, the Achar Kosala, so therefore, what is this follows? That in order for something to be categorized in personal zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once there's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment, then the receipt to payment has this ultimately again of a husband. Now again, remember, keep track of what's going on everywhere. Remember, the household overnight, they would bottle sheep from the floor and pay it ultimately again with ATM produce. People came to the office and see it. So that was fun. Why? Same idea. There's no immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, you that your product has an exchange, right? With ultimately again several weeks, sheep produce. For the ATM produce remains totally fine. Now the more questions a little discussed on this. And also on the Akakak Bala, so again, let's go through. Let's goes ahead and pays her. Ruben is up. He gets her, she's using the sheep because the easiest example of right? She pays her, and then let's say gives her sheep on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, so again, based on what we told before, that sheep does not have the status of a public student, and therefore is not prohibited for security convenience. That acts transaction immediacy. You must understand. He bought on Tuesday. That's written on Wednesday. So while he does have relations with her top of some lechol Allah is certain player. I understand. So he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as so when he does relations with her on Wednesday, retroactively, the designation should develop upon the and therefore the sheep to be categorized as an external already as on the Velozer, but that's very interesting. You know what? He should come up in his vasa. This is interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday, but when they had relations on Wednesday, actually she offered it up as a carbon. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a statement. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Let's say, it's important to make this point. Those important things that we all do. You know, I'm excited. There are things in my life that I do very well, only when there are things that I do well. The things that I don't do well or do poorly or do at all are Hashem. Don't take away from the things you know that I'm righteous. You just hate it's not all you could be righteous and morally bankrupt in there. Now, obviously, that's not the goal of my life. For most of us are not yet, but sometimes we feel hopeless. Sometimes we feel like, yeah, you know, I'm learning Torah of this. I'm getting stuck up, but I'm doing this. That's not better. But welcome to nature. We all look at hypocrisy. We all look at the contradictions. And even though the zone, she also did, you know what? I guarantee you, it's a pleasing for Lord. Because at the end of the day, most our inner conscience are in struggle to mother and we still have to conscience. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. The relations occurred, the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So the says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the as of today, right? Acquired this, right? Then she did the Sharila. Less the Shas, so then obviously it's multiple. She has title to it. It can't be categorized as a Islam and Tuesday because they have relations, right? So she gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. Actually, it's enough in the contract. It's very interesting. But if she can give her permission to acquire this again, right? If he was not listening and say, he can say to her, this is animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say because it's from Tuesday? And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's hers, 18 months in the car, after all, which is based on published on that month, if a person will consecrate a nation, like when God consecrates his home, I'm not murderous yourself. Just like your home, you have your own need to consecrate, whether it's for us, is something that we, so if she doesn't today, then have to shut it up as part of it, and then receive it as a consequence, which is something that is yours, which means in the realm of, in the realm of asks of us, what to do. And there's so many things that measuring ourselves against. It's good to have role models, especially we have people who actually aspire to do that, and compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we feel off. But who says you can measure up to someone else? The Rebbeinu Shalom asks you to match that which you can consecrate, that which you own, that doesn't belong to you. So often in life we forget that Baruch only expects people to do. He doesn't expect what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's accomplishments. He doesn't expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess a lot more than often more honest. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personal holiness. Do not fish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, in our spiritual toolbox. But what's the case? She's very easy. He says to her, right, to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. Okay, keep the sheep with you, which will be tomorrow. Right? Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mixture of life. But if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need to know whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. Fine. So everyone's an essence on it. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, there's no really things. We're doing this, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi this key the transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be tested with prohibited status where there's a level of transactional need. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the estimate zone by the harlot cases. Every merge just gets over into the case. So by the way, Kama big Nisha so much. So let's say Eden gives Rachel a ruling Zona the sheep on Tuesday. They're scheduled for when on Tuesday she goes in and she's massive. She didn't offer that to her, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Man, even the Amar and the rest of the above these last demand that is so do we say that essentially making something effective is the equivalent of whereas literally the Gemara says that verbally something to a dish is the equivalent of this. So therefore, do we say of going ahead and doing marketship verbally equivalent of offering it out? Offering it out is offering it out, but the is going, again, let's go. The markish ultimately it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the what happens if she was markishing? Let's say where the shadow is if she offered it up on Tuesday. It occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone. It was no longer in existence at the time it occurred. In this case of the markishing, when dia occurs, and ultimately at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So the shadow is because the object has done something. Mas se porque chama de e não faz o valor, se você vai visitar a viagem no chapéu da gata, vai ter mais da bazar, você acaba bem passar. So remember again, it's also understood the case of the Espanol, right? He's offered it up already. That's when it's rebussed. So that's because she offered it up. It's no longer about it. Just so low. But from the religion of the here, that you shoot the animals existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps over. Much is no. The Lazar is fake me, but the truth is, this Shaila is better than the Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mixture so low that he said, the Lazar said that the time doesn't even ask them. Animal was offered up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, we're just makish. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the categorized as an excellent zona. Dilma, if we lost a shoot away, if we shut them, it's not. Or maybe no, maybe obviously they're not going to go ahead and of course, it's not going to be categorized in zona. But if they consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says in the Yet, what comes out in this case of either is first of all, so it's no zona. We understand that in order for something categorized as an excellent zona, it must be transactional. Means payment, via. If that order is not followed either, payment and via, or via and then, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be a positive animal for payments. Now, the via doesn't occur until as soon as she has rights or she goes ahead and she offers. If she's not efficient, she's consequent. So the animal in existence at the time of the via today, what's the status of that animal? Okay, let's analyze that. So we're going to say the second is then afterwards the case her again the payment is going to say it's not the remove for or you need more cash out. You might say the Rabbi says if Ruben has relation and then he pays her even 3 years late, all of the girls late. And he pays her late, right? For 3 years, it's still called the harvest. It's still the answer. And I can stop on left his dog, look hash. So most of that comes from the rights that we call it all as on the days said that if there's an end payment, that's not an estimate that you need. Ultimately, the hash. They tell us that how the unknown's body identifies the sheep, versus looking for a sheep, Rashi, they tell us that when he doesn't go ahead and my heart, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't care for 3 years. What that means. Just because he identified the sheep. So I'm going to tell us that I mean the hustle will acquire the sheep, so acquire the people will come in the sheep. Because only given by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need to shut the sheep standing in the process. In which case, again, Salah, what is that? I don't understand. Again, then he did it. It's already in her process, it's already acquired. You must know, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is like the kind of sleep off, the shot in the hand. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to the essentially that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheet initially. She requires the contact your phone. And he says to her, if I pay you less sheet, ultimately again as your harvest fine. Let's say again, let's say you can employ donkey drivers and workers. That's what is important this morning. And he says to them, the angel of Moses says to them, I'm paying you, right? And I give you that. You're paying me dollars, he's giving them, here, right, here's money, go, and we should be as he's giving them, he's going to give you options to go by that, right? Or he doesn't have to just with this, he's giving them the money, and he's saying, Shadra, do it for us. Rashi says over here, the heart, it's actually the last one. We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, Su Be'iflu, Horea, Su Shibani Horea. And he says, Shish Mishum Shlias Mishum Mais Mishum Yanis. Then who Lokea Ha'ismu Ma'ilo, the Hashkalo Solis for his work. See the difference? Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink. And again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing, so just see from me, it's like, hello, I'm not going to say, so now, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed sheets of produce. See from this last piece over here. Amo, Kipapara, the Isakap is paying after the consumption already took place. Shemitah produce, sharing produce, it's problematic. Therefore, again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing. If you move in case, like if he's going ahead and telling the workers, normally extends credit to Ruben. The Haven, the Archie, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. I mean, currently, it's actually right across the country, right to the left. Hilcha Khalifi. Ruben is built, in other words, not just saying stand one where you want and buy food, buy food, extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt, Rashi says over here, Hilcha Khalifi, therefore specifically ones immediately pay for that.
With this lecture 1:30 p.m. March 10th, 37:37 p.m. Dinner, study of choice. 9:25 p.m. Musar Study of Jewish Ethics.
Send that as well. Same case. Go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. Mutter, then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. If that's the case, instead of making the first case of a case where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and learn. When is this ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenzani, I'm not people. For Ruben to say to his workers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Then you need to shopkeeper who expects to Ruben. Because transactional immediacy, as if again the Chenzani already the money to the prohibited items. How about Chenzani? But shopkeeper who does not expect. Better for the price ahead and highlight that I was saying on one people cases. This was not company in my people more actually, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit. Home of the Chavera. The person says to his friend, from the first love. What happens? So like you may give them money to shilling, and all of my property will be coming from the what's down the front versus someone says, what do you see here? That's even assuming that we
Shiva Katana, Junior Shiva Ora. Many already man Hasidic and Hasidic Shiva Katana in the kind of Judaic Torah studies full-time Yeshiva High School, also kind of born Israel Yeshiva the dual curriculum was pioneered by the Manhattan Levy in 1916. Was a study 37 Mechina for Israel year before entering army in Tel
because it does ultimately again it should be much
curriculums and affiliation with the Yeshiva has their arrangement with the idea of
that perhaps again
singing in the army over a period of about 5 years. There was little time will be spent in compulsory study in the first was Yeshiva Karen Ben Yav, over 800 students. Kollel, Yeshiva Farm meant that the Kollel of the law at a time can only be called a study with the word similar late and modern innovation of 19th century.
Again, they take it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. Well, so again, all of this is all on this same ground. I mean, just reading that. So I said this over, we start to love seed. So if that's the case, the prices shouldn't be that. We didn't sound like he has a hey. Rather, what should it say? Sweeten the influence with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're sitting out a case of years where we pay. So you're right. So I mean, Ultimately, again, the halacha lines is you're right, change the number one is that Reuben gives his brothers $100. He says, "Cover go out and eat, but the way he's not going to send it now is that halacha lines so Reuben men let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay? Now the Gemara says, if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the $30, the way the Gemara goes, yeah, looks like between everyone and one for this morning church. Thanks. Our anchoring all the Shulman Drushos this year. As a suppose for the soul, Eileen goes this way and Stanley goes this way to Holy Bracha. We got learning that have a memory of the father, Russell, to Holy Bracha. Of course, always to dedicate our own special success to follow on Massey. And also with that, we are picking up on South Base in base 62B. Today, Rabbi Yanai, Yashi is Manny, the part of the Shivas. It's very interesting from the court. And then repay them with 8-year produce. The Hogan's Manabios. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah techniques, while it's still readily available in the field, so the idea of it is, so it goes from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. That's goes on the part of the Shemitah. And then happening again, Rabbi Yanai also repay the Aniyim use. So they came and they said, so people mentioned, said, yeah, we seen often, it's perfect, it's perfectly fine. Why did Rashi, we also have these stars. Someone said, the members of the Yanai's contacting, totally fine. Rashi says,
seeks to identify the principles underlying each commentator's binaries being
concern here is,
object principles through each sugya in light of the various Rishonim between these such that
there's no immediate reciprocity.
every particular contributes to the arising from the tractate, sometimes emphasizing the simultaneous requirement
That's the
as
idea.
that last most many yeshiva kata literate according to the law, where learning focuses how the opinions of Rishonim and Hachronim relate to prayer. Again, it's Sephardic yeshiva analyzes the sugya and each Rishon undertaken even for tablets. Limited application and then solar. The second book is applied when the sugya focuses regarding practical thought, not the meaning of each commentary, somewhat limiting, theoretical and abstract. Some yeshiva, such as Berkat Moshe, particularly Evangelist Brisker Yeshiva, invariably reference for the treatment of the Rishonim.
Ultimately, the very what's the meaning of the statement from Bryson that says that if he gave her, let's say, he gave her the shit in excellence on the father's payment, when there's transactional immediately, that's when it's an excellence. If there is a lack of transaction, can be used ultimately for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. Now, what is going to be Rashi says, I think there's some more comments that he gave it today and has relations with her in 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to this ultimately, again, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as payment relations, then the land the sheep they would borrow some of the produce from the floor and we pay it ultimately in transaction business with. Same idea is notional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't ever the 8-year bonds remains totally fine.
Just authorship
Now the Gemara
and
question
disseminated Chovot Levano Kakua
on Tuesday.
Mal Olo Rabbi Aharon
Instead,
Miktab meaning Eliyahu Lewitz by Eliezer Papo Kal Hadash
of the sheep as a harvest, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Eslan Zona already. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Zona, and let's say you might say to yourself, come on, what else? So it's important to understand we all live in consistencies, and we all respect one another. And there are things in my life that I do very well and that I do well and that I'm righteous. Jewish faith is not a whole. It's to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Stuck up, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right. Such a big nature of life. It was important for us not to do. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reactive. Just trying to look at things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of the okay, let's unpack this. Okay. I mean, what's the case? The Amrullah to me make me action. I'm on Tuesday. It says, this is yours as a gift. Right? So how less thought so essentially he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if he was not explicit and said if he means as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. He's empowered to acquire it. The first, if he must be has to trust that his product after all. Oh, this home, this is talking about an error valuation. Like on it, as public users, so to the only transcript whether it's
Sanhedrin, the Grand Central Court on the Temple Mount
could
in
only be
Jerusalem.
mapped
These courts could pass the death verdict. These exist either 120 or 230 people. I do have a court of 20, smallest court of 3 was found in villages with a population of past binding verdicts.
You
It
only have
only
to
dealt with
consecrate,
voluntary
or you
members.
only can expect of us. What we're expecting selectively to take a post that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks on our spiritual feedbacks. Incredible. I was done with our spiritual case. He says, okay, you can speak with you, we're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And it's coming out shut. Then I give you the right to acquire against me. So it's interesting. I with Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's being put in use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately, so let's say,
Extra examination of
gives
Shabbat. Someone is
she
a Jew according to
consecrates
Rothschild.
offered up as a covenant.
The
But she's
authority
not. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent? So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being hektish again, because I must say, the shiner is in the case of she no longer in
cases
existence,
or advise the presiding
in this case,
saying the
here,
salaried rabbi of
so
a
now
local
the
Jewish
Shaila
community
is
served as
does
a
the
hot
object
button.
become an Eslan?
Rosh is
Like the
equivalent to
Damar
a chief
Elazar,
justice.
Shekata
He will be the
Behikri
senior
Basa,
member,
already
sits and
by the time
adjudicates
the
cases.
occurred.
Rabbinic judge
Daf
may
Behikri
direct.
Basa, Elazar's statement would appear
Are you done?
if she was makdish, but the animal, the Rabbi Elazar would fake coming by it. The truth is himself. So the Gemara says, Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer Dakri Basa.
Let's look at
Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it's not is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? Because by the time the Bia, the animal still in existence, at the time of the Bia, it rises in Eslan Zona. Well, if the Basa Pshitale, the Kishas from the South. In the case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, important lesson number one, we're not finished with Eslan Zona. It means payment Bia. If that order is not followed either, he deposited an animal with return so later on, assumes rights in that animal, therefore, if she's animal is still in existence the next day, what's the status of that animal? Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. I don't understand this. All of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years that he quoted the podcast on the page in the day 62, he said that ultimately it is still us. I'm not going to eat stuff. I'm not this fellow. It's violating me. It tells us. So let's say this is very new for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't, because to identify the sheep doesn't make it hers. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, but the beginning of the sheep was only been by Jews. So I love this on these layers. No, it's talking about a Jewish harvest. We'll keep going. Less than a second. Either Kaida Hashira, Para, the Africa, ultimately again, denigrated, only denigrated. It's already in her thoughts, it's already acquired, because she's acquiring sheep even before the Piyah, if the sheep. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rahman and says, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I shouldn't acquire the sheep in the event that there is non-pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. These are not, and it's not supposed to need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really, again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers, these workers are non-Jew, or they're Amiyahites, which is under-Jews. Idolaters are under-Jews. They're sweats. Right? So what's the halacha? The Enoch Hoshish, he says to them, I'm giving, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase, drink, go and eat. So listen, now that you listen, the Enoch Hoshish, listen, I heard this interesting about this. Right? So he's giving them, he's going to be the opportunity, right? Or maybe ultimately again, he doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Whatever they do, they do. Rashi said, okay, Rashi just goes through all. Right. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Romi Shum, the last of the long one, it's not Rashi. Well, something in the LFP is not the one giving them anything, right? Who is giving them both? And it's kind of here, this is straight food that afterwards, essentially, is not unreal. Okay, now what? That's how they call it now. In Amalak, he says, workers,
Let's see if we get some.
all. Now these
Rabbi hating golf.
any of a problem. Now, why is that? The hospital started now it looks like if Ruben just says here dollars, free food and drink, whatever they buy,
Please
go drink, I'll pick up the tab.
Rabbi and Past would somehow agree with sex robots.
And circling back to the Rabbiana case.
I'll interpret your phrasing charitably and translate into classic figures. You tolerate sex robots emotionally. This is not the core move, separate from prohibition. The theologic move is this. There's no adultery requires another human, no incest requires another human, no perversion a nefesh soul. Medical options simply don't attach. Rambam channeling desire to preserve reason. Rambam's worldview, sexual from Hilchot Deo Yisodi Torah. The goal is mastering, not annihilation of rationally, and it may be a lesser indulgence that protects the intellectual ethical accommodation, much like he permits medicine derived from, but still within bounds. Rambam famously warns about being a degenerate use of people. The robot is not exploited, is not sexually harmed, so is likely positioned. This yields just but permitted, not prohibited. Rashi, textual literalism. Her robot is neither it. If the Torah does not name it, we do not invent a prohibition as misguided holiness, but still redemption. Rav Kook believed humanity is evolving, technology often proceed there. He might say, sex robots redemption of exile, not redemption. Also a step away from violence, domination. This is not holiness, but may reduce cruelty. While that's a tremendous of stats. Not the self. Rabbi Jonathan Sachs emphasized covenant responsibility, human data sex, compatible argument. Sex robots are ethically inferior people. Coercion or commodification of the classic sex, choosing the least dehumanizing option of these stages could converge towards sexual ethics exist where no human is harmed, of course, but graded prohibition is harder to establish, though possibly permitted, possibly harm reducing, sleep in this narrow sense, in non-human that prevents greater violations of Torah ethics while remaining spiritual. Okay, but how do we get this around the wasting of sperm?
Do me a favor.
I'll answer clearly, non-graphically and halakhically, not with the veil sex, but a very specific prohibition with defined person. Clarify what the prohibition later posting the prohibition. It is responsibility treated as self-contained to any emission outside marriage. It is not purely physical intent, no, but real room to reason. The only three serious halachic pathways there are exactly how labeled them clearly. Telos for framing, Rambam style minority, but real attachment from any human ordering purpose. Some poskim, especially stabilizing the harm, reducing framework, and not as isolated indulgent, preventing psychological breakdown. This does not make it permitted in the strong sense that this is the case, not blanket permission. Non-intentional outward distinction between intentional omission as a goal versus omission as a secondary consequence, especially when the primary aspect, some later thinkers as companionship or common, and omission focus. Does this produce severity? The argument is fragile. This is the most conservative and most accepted approach to probe. They are a temporal. Rav Kook containment can prevent cruelty, but redemption, what you cannot do, important. No serious Torah system allows. It's fine because of this. Any honest approach must acknowledge the prohibition, the cleanest, honest formulation. If someone wanted to articulate the strongest definition of prohibition, however, in extreme cases, where failure to provide greater violations, adultery, coercion, or psychological collapse, some authorities may use certain technological substitutions as a tragic mitigation rather than an endorsement. While insisting this is not an ideal, not a norm, and not spiritually redundant. That's it. No magical blueprint, no erasure. Bottom line, there is no fully clean workaround. There are only mitigations, and the claim of full permissibility is intellectually dishonest. Any claim of absolute silence ignores real halachic nuance. All right, Rabbi. So what are your thoughts? Well, it
Case
depends how
number
hot the
one
robot
is
is.
where Ruben gives his representative
Think
$100.
that's
It's never go
important.
out and eat, but
Is
drink
it? No.
on that case,
Is it
whatever
not?
they do, it's on them.
Um,
It's not on them.
Would you be
Case
for it?
two, the
It's
way
not
you guys
ideal.
understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa,
It's not
Ruben
ideal.
prepaid the chimney. He went ahead and gave
Um,
$100 to the
let's
shop. They said,
let's
my
finish.
worker's going to come in, let them buy, let
What
them
about
eat, let them drink.
a woman who
Okay?
uses toys
Now
or a
the
couple
Gemara
that
says
uses
that's
toys
the
to
problem. You have to be
enhance the
concerned,
sensation?
if they have access now to prohibited food items, because then it's as if Ruben is going ahead.
This is a much
and
easier case
supplying
logically,
the
and it's important to be
The way
precise
that
because
rice
people
is
often
is Ruben
conflate
says to his workers,
categories
"Su'uva-
that the sources
su'uva-
themselves keep
go
the
out
same.
and-
I'll break
go
it
out and drink,
into two separate
Va'ani
questions
makash,
because the
and I
answers
will settle
are
up
different.
all
Women
the
using
big
toys are
shop.
the key lock effect. The
That's
classical
the
prohibition of
Skip was like,
Zera
stop over
Levada
for
applies
today.
only to
Oh,
Milsi. There is no
yeah,
parallel
everyone,
Torah
what a gas.
level prohibition for a woman regarding orgasm or stimulation.
Everyone.
That is not a modern claim. It is explicit in Rambam, Tosafos, Shulchan Aruch, and later posting. What is discussed for women? The concerns raised are zneo, modesty, nadat, chassidut, pious restraint, psychological or spiritual habits, but not a formal isser equivalent to wasting seed. Bottom line for women no biblical prohibition, no rabbinic prohibition comparable to wasting seed. Some loose are based disagreement in certain traditions. Many contemporary Orthodox posting are explicitly lenient, especially where it reduces anxiety, it prevents worse outcomes, it supports medical well-being later. So halachically far less severe and often permitted outright. Are you good for it? Oh, baby, I've got now. Got the best baby in the world. Oh, fuck.
And Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben
I'm
Adler,
alone, my eyes are
father,
out,
Mordechai, Ben
my
Yair,
eyes are
Blessed,
out.
of course, always. We dedicate the learning of the Swiss of precious hostages, make the
Alright.
12 and the Shalom, the Shalom and the Karaf and miracle of these souls,
Let's flick the battery. I've had it.
success.
See, the marital couple using toys together. This is even clearer. The governing principle within marriage. Sexual activity governed by mutual consent. Kavod, real human dignity, consent and reciprocity. Consent and reciprocity. The Talmud already allows varied positions, varied forms of stimulation, non-appropriated acts within intimacy. The quick one, as long as the husband does not intend to cause emission outside the way.
Members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They
The
would
act
borrow
remains
sheets of
part of marital
produce from
intimacy. The
the
toy is an accessory,
and
not
then
a replacement.
repay them
Then the
with
overwhelmingly
produce,
majority of
non-sheeted
posting say
produce
this
of the
is
following
permitted.
So
Many
if you could
explicitly
actually
state
access
tools
this,
to
very
enhance
interesting.
closeness are allowed.
Yasi
Female
Perish
pleasure is
called
not
this
secondary.
one
Suspicious
obviously.
mutual joy strengthens.
Again, without getting into all the
Strengthens.
Shemitah
Shalom
technicalities,
Bayit.
but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available.
This is discussed openly in one halakhic response about challah.
So the idea of
Chet and education quietly but clearly. Important distinction. This is the crux. Here's the clean halakhic hierarchy. Married couple plus toys used together by the permitted, often encouraged when held together. Woman alone plus toys. Generally permitted, some spiritual caution, not prohibition. Men alone plus stimulation, then omission, severe prohibition. Only mitigated in extreme cases, never normalized. This is not ideology. It's how the sources actually line up. Why this matters for your earlier question. This is why many rabbis will say sometimes indirectly sex toys are not inherently problematic. Technology is not the issue. Male emission detached from covenantal context is the issue. That's also why arguments about robots get stuck only on the male side, not the female side or the marital side. Rabbi, like mechanical bull at your local coyote ugly. Straightforward summary, the woman uses toys a lot for, with some communities expressing personal or spiritual preferences. A married couple uses using toys clearly allowed when it enhances intimacy and respect. No comparable concern to wasting seed exists in either of these cases.
So, for example,
so is that the end of your fucking story? So are you okay? So are you okay with toys? Women, absolutely. For men, in extreme cases.
But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. Or let's just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the year and only being quote unquote repaid during
what about
the
for women and men to go? Absolutely. Can a woman use a sexual robot? Absolutely. Really? Yes, as long as it has all the other stuff. In extreme circumstances.
That's the ideal here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, shouldn't the same
Could
thing
you have
will not
sex with a
devolve
golem?
on the 8-year old. This is very interesting. And this is connect them to Eslan Mutter.
Oh,
And
you should
interestingly
probably
enough,
also
similar
read the thing
case
on the
would
golem.
come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is the halacha is if a person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, but then he gives her an object. That object is called an Eslan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says, the corresponding keeps passing on. What's the case? The Sanya says this.
So this is
Rice
the
says,
last
Nosal
thing.
Marvel Abba.
Dog, I
Let's say
looked at this. I
Ruben
was
goes
like,
to
oh,
Rachel. Rachel's a zone. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment.
Deep in the
Right?
murky
But he doesn't have
waters.
relations with her. Or, or he has relations
Would
with
you
her
have
but doesn't
sex
pay
with
her
a
anything. What's the
sex robot?
halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use.
Oh, maybe the one that I saw.
If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why?
Advice
She
for
can keep it
1920.
He didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the land is a
Hold
gift.
on.
If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything.
It could have
Ultimately,
been.
he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that halal from
Or maybe, I don't know.
is mutter?
I
It
forget.
doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what it means to say. This is if he gave her,
It
let's say
might
he
be
gave her the sheep,
1920.
and then only
Not
afterwards,
1920.
in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Typically, what you say like this: when does something become an esrog, an esrog on a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esrog. If there is a lack of transactional
Maybe not.
immediacy, then the payment
No, I
does
think I
not
saw this
take
one.
on the status of esrog. So, what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's Elikama? No Sama, if you gave her the sheep, the Acharkach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Acharkach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and transfer immediacy? I think there's some little comments that she agrees with today and has relations with her in 3 hours.
Maybe I saw that
Tomorrow,
1921.
again, as opposed to payments, relations. By Nachakasala, as not a oh, Ba'ala, the Akakasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then you actually replace her, as not a in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnon is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Akakasala, fine. So therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnon soma, there has to be transactional immediacy.
Is it a good movie?
Once it's
I thought it was pretty good for being that early.
Relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again.
Did you like it?
Now, again,
I mean, dude, this is German silent film. I like them as much as any other German silent film I've ever
they would
seen.
borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again the case of produce. People came to the opening because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange, this practice, or something. Actually, business with Shemitah produce. But the opener said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate is. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, but we don't use that one. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately of the celebration, right? He pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has her
What's the last one? This
so again,
shit's so
based on what
cool.
we just learned before, that
Like,
sheep
how could
does
you
not
lose a
have
fucking
the
film?
status
But
of
I
a
get it.
harvest
I
payment,
totally
and therefore
get
it's
it.
not forbidden for
Shit's
us
easy to do.
right? Because it lacks
But
transactional.
how could you lose
You must understand.
your uploads?
He bought
Shit
her,
happens,
but when he
baby.
does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, Lechol Allah is obviously, okay, I understand, but it gives it the sheep can't be labeled as excellent zone. You have a relationship with her, and there's no need. But when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harlot's payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an excellent zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? We should talk about the Hikmah Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relation didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara said, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, I don't want to stay here. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Yes, that's important. We mentioned this many times in the past. But the important thing is that we all live in consistencies. And we all live in inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a Sahib, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. But sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are the reach mitzvah. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, more than our and we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. But the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? The umbrella communicating the action. If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? The quiet is as of today. Right? Then, halacha when she did the sharila. Right? The halasa b'shasvira umatara ba'amadu. So then obviously it's mutlaka, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. I mean, for sure, it's every right to offer it up. However, the little amalakimid in the aksha is not in the carnival. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it first, he gives it on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a product? After all, is based on Kodesh Amrachman. So it says that the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about the Erev, valuation. Right, so go ahead and consecrate his home. So just like your home, you own it. Ask Kodesh, so to be owned, you need to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up as part of what's start rich? And then it's the most possible. You can only be makdish something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, the powerful only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who actually inspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he said that you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's proposals are, their abilities are. The Rebbeinu Shalom only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual things that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. And only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the Zola, the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Come here, then I give you the right to acquire against me." It's interesting. Fine. So Gemara says, "That's the zone." Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be invested in political status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shita case, and ultimately we see it by Esnon's Zona by the Harlot case as well. That you might just get further into this Harlot case. So by the way, come up with Kishas on that. It's very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not the sheep. She consecrates them. She didn't offer up to the cover. But she's not the sheep. So what's the status now of the animal? Money. Even the Amamara, I mean, Russell the Dabok, and Russell had Kiman Dr. Basti. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone. Again, it's gone. In makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shayla is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday. By the time the Bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esmon Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is that does the object become an Esmon Zona or not? So what's the case of Rabbi Eliezer? So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekadma Behikri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esmon Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about Hikri Shaso? Low. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement, it is clear that if she is makdish, that the animal is still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called the Esmon Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake to be quiet. The truth is, this shayla is not a shayla of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Shitei Rabbi Eliezer, Jackie Basel, Tavka, Baki Shasel, Ro, the Isim Shasbio. Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't mean Esmon is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is be categorized as an excellent zona. All Dilma, if you lost up Shitale, if you saw some sap, and then maybe obviously struck it up and it's going on this and of course it's not going to be categorized as an excellent zona. But in case you just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, both sides. What comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with excellent zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an excellent zona, the harvest payment must be transactional and immediate, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an excellent zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payment, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. If she's not this, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the end of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker. That's the
Cool story, bro.
Let's analyze more.
So cool story, bro.
The second case over
You
here
came
was,
up with
let's say he
that.
has
Like,
relations with her, and then
okay,
afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's
Really?
mutter, it means it
Like,
can be
lady,
used for
I would fuck you.
purposes. Or
Beg
meaning,
at
where
this
is the kasha?
point.
I don't
Really?
understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, ba'ala v'achakach masala, afilu mikan ad shalosh shonim esnana asa. But the Raisa says that Reuben has relations with the Zilpah, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years
You're
later,
fine.
it's
Go
still
fuck
called the
yourself.
harvest payment, and it's still the usher. Amra nachamay yitzchak, amra chista, lo kasha. So most of that conscience was just important. The rights that we quoted before, Hassan things in the base 62b said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if we place her 3 years later.
Folks, look at this athleticism.
You
are witnessing this.
It's not a contradiction.
Absolutely.
So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, it's another case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Here Rashi, the talazeh, kolkama diyohev lo have eslan mehashtakim. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Reuben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with me, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require mishich, or require taking possession, which the Gemara says, the zone okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about someone who's not Jewish. All right, Levi's another possibility is the Olam Bezori Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Ukigon, the Koi Bechatse. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's King Chutzah she acquires. Less than a second. Either Koi Bechatsera, Bala the Akakaf Nasala, Hakanyala. Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her. Only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah. She already put it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan Zona, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. To which the Gemara says, the Shapi and the Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel on Wednesday. He says, listen, here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is a apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantor. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The ilav, and if not, shakle de eslanich. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Master Rav Shesha. So Rav Shesha says like this. So now, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam lechamarav ulapalo. Let's say again. Let's say Ruvain employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're amei aretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the eno choshish. He can do this. Eno choshish. He doesn't have to be worried. Salaf Gimel base 63b. Lo mishum shvius v'lo mishum ma'aser v'lo mishum yayin nesach. Now we'll say here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern over here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amei aretz, he has to be concerned that maybe the akum is going to go by yayin nesach, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amei aretz is going to buy shmita produce or meiser sheni produce and consume it outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last wide line, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The ha'ihu lo safilu midi ela priti yayin. We don't view, Ruvain is not the one giving them anything, right? Ruvain is giving them money. And it's chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast how the following is. Samach Gimel base 63b, second line down. V'im amarlah, but if he said to them, Su v'ichlu v'ani porea, Su ushtu v'ani porea, but if he says to the workers, right, donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these permitted items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for his workers. Alma, I was saying, what do you see from here? Ki kapara dene iser kapara. So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa. Now again, I was saying, this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of, remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8-year produce. Rothschild said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So I was saying, what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last case over here? Amo, ki kapara, de iser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these, the Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayin Nesach, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Hachanami ki kapara de iser kapara. So too over here by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately, again, isn't that called paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which Gemara says, Gemara Fisto, Bechenteni Hamakivo, the Mishtabel. So no, it's different. In the Reuben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuben. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Reuben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's actually right across the Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from Reuben because he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Reuben is dealing, in other words, Reuben is not just saying, stop going where you want and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Chevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and the laborers whatever they want to put in the items, and Reuben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. These weren't people who did business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Reuben were to send out his money, same case, go eat, go drink, go pick up the tab. Then he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the brisa up differently. Instead of making the first case of the brisa, the case of where Reuben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his brothers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuben. Because
what is your favorite podcast?
And it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pick up limited items.
The Tiger Boss needs
a shopkeeper who does not.
Because if they are,
therefore, that lacks transactional.
Not that one, it's
and
the
that
worst.
case should be fought.
What's the best podcast?
Better for the Bryce to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one.
Oh, you learned absolutely nothing from nothing.
Cases.
It is pure brain rot.
Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit,
they'd even tell you, you're not going to learn anything.
Not still obligated to the company.
We are just going to make fun of this motherfucker. But,
what happens, right?
Oh, he's the worst.
I go over to say, Reuben, do me a favor. Give him money to him. And all of my property will be coming.
Okay, well, why don't you tell it again?
Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. Now, again, that's even assuming that even that I have no previous relationship. What do you see from there? You ask someone to go and do something to someone else. And ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that transactional immediacy cease to occur right there. You're right.
I feel like Danny LaRusso.
You're right.
And he came to this new town thinking
whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive it.
what the fuck?
You must worship him like Afagat the Shabbat, even the low Miyaki Shude, low Miss. You know, so what's the difference? I look at that. Rashi says, even though the Afagat should be great with Rashi, third wide line Rashi says, still not Shude. So when you say low Miyaki, most love Khalifa Minhu since Reuben did not go ahead, he's actually set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, and pick up. since you don't define the amount of money, right, or no specific money that we set aside for that, therefore again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately again, it should be mutter. Should be mutter. So lo yichil lemol lekach lav alik aminu below mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says halacha and my kashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do we do?
This is the worst podcast ever.
So ultimately again, he says the Gemara. Says the Gemara ultimately again. What do you have to say? Halacha my kashish. You should see us. What do you have to concern about over here? The halacha on my side that perhaps again she shows. Versus ultimately again we're going to see what on my side because no particular way is designated as what's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money so the piece of the year ultimately again the price says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm these sort of shit, they come in, drugs, they mean out. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the key that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm missing the Shmait to me drugs, so I said this over because the drugs did of Nargo. אמר לי, you have to have a place in the issue, certainly you should see by the tax fees. The prices shouldn't be that we says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it's something he has to pay. Now, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case of years that we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should you consume? Which you're like, you're right. So you're right. Tell me, ultimately, again, you're right. Change the price of food. The price of food should be the following. That halacha says the thing is so please remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is the Ruben gives his brothers $100. Says, "Cover, go out and eat, but and drink on me." That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way the Muslims get it now, is that halacha said Ruben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker's going to come in. Let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. That's concerned if they have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the limited items. The way that price should read is Ruben says to workers, go out and drink, but I need my cash. Then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's what the Gemara is going to say. Let's get website. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a daf. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Let's say good morning. It is a graceful sparkship to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tulsa Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a sechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Bracha. We have learning sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, in donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Rav Nassan, this is of course, as always, we dedicate our learning the Swiss of precious hostages and the Baruch we have to bring them home, the Shalom and the Karav and merit for all who souls and give them success. We'll say with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanaf Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanaf Beis and base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the day Rabbi Yana, Yasfi Perishrias Nanim, who parlu b'shminis. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, what they would do is as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here something very interesting. Yasi Perishrias called in Smanavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the parlo b'shminis, ishtachach ta'achri aniyim b'shminis acharat yer chaliti perishrias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So the Gemara says, Asu Amrli Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Amrli Rabbi Yochanan said, Yalusin often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? We connect on. Now, interestingly enough, look at Rashi. Yalusin of the stars, through a couple of Rashis. Yalusin often, there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yanai are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Chivim dahi shaita lo havu hanach be'en lo ichlufe han ba'ani lav chalik beninu lo chayil kedusha shvias alav." So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity could devolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. Now, the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or they should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. And he says, connect them to Esnan Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zona. Esnan Zona is the halacha, if a person goes to a Zona, and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an esnan, so a payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Gemara says, in corresponding case, what's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Rashi says, let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a zona, right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her an estimate, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? He didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, And what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that the Baal from the Maisa
may be used by
Esna
some
is
people to make
mutter? Doesn't make
predictions,
any
but
sense.
mainstream
Which the Gemara says,
Judaism
Allah, Hachika Allah. God, this is what
does
it
not
means to say.
necessarily use
This
it
is
for this. And
Nasala, the Achakach Ba'ala. If he gave her,
how
let's say,
does
gave her the sheep,
mainstream Jews
and then
use
only
it
afterwards, in other words,
in
let
two
me
sentences,
tell you this
please?
piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say it like this: when does something become an esnan? An esnan is on a harlot's payment when there's transactional immediacy. He pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zono. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So where's Elach Kamar? Nosala, if you gave her the sheep, the Achar Kach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achar Kach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ela La'achar Zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, he pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the acharkach, fine. So therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to Rabbi Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, you're transacting business with Shemitah produce. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate piece. So again, let's go over this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, we're going to use a gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately. Right? She pays her sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use. Right? There's a lack of transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, can't be labeled as estimate because he didn't have relations with her. There's no need. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. You know what's the case? He should come up the Hikri Basa. It's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a she's a zona. And she's offering up carbonos. What's that? It's important. We've mentioned this many times in the past. So this is what understand. We all live in consistencies. And we all live in comparative calculations. And in certain respects, I'm Tzaddik. In certain respects, I'm a Rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't feel all good to be honest. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a all-in thing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. Most of us are not there, but sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel like a fake, because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck on, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also needs troubles. You know what? I guarantee you, those troubles are a way I can call it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, and other responsible. And when you still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already go. She already offered it up.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Just a quick clarification. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm a real person. I am not a robot. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow everyone in the space to the best of my ability. If you can't send me a follow back, we are all here to grow. And as we all know, that your network is your net worth. I follow everyone back, so I'm an easy follow back if you want to increase your engagement and your community. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline in the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, "Content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to ensure that you, your friends, your family are all made financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You can even see me live streaming as I shill right now on my timeline. No one else allows you to see them shill live on video in a Twitter space, but I do. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're available in the link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
The mixture of life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, you need whatever it is, then So then Gemara says, "Kami aksha," then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting. That's not fine. So Gemara says this. So that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides the fact that it's totally interesting, we're doing this because again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi with this shmita transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested in permitted status when there is a level of transactional convenience. So now we see that by the shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the esmon zone by the product communities. Everyone just gets what it is, by the case. So by the Rothschild, come up with the shasam. So let's say, same thing, Ruben gives moving into Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdishit. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a product, but she's makdishit. So what's the status now of the animal? Mami. Given the Amar, and Russell with the Balkan Russell, so do you say that essentially?
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for your kind words, Alpha. They mean the world to me. They're very motivating, so thank you. And yeah, I do actually, especially in terms of profile review. For those of you out there who are looking to connect with KOLs, and really people who are major influencers in Web3, one of the first things that they're going to ask you after looking at your profile is, do you have a link tree? And for those of you who don't know what a link tree is, it's basically one link that's free where you can link all of your social media to it. And I highly advise you all to have a link tree. What a link tree is going to do for you is going to be one link that you can put in your profile that allows anyone who wants to learn more about what you do and who you are to be able to have a great resource. And all of these links are vetted by you. They're not going to have to search for you. They're not going to find someone who is perhaps, let's say, not you, period, or someone who might be pretending to be you. They're going to be able to link directly to you. So that's really important. And if you don't have a link tree, you can certainly get one at free linktree.com. I also advise you all, if you really want to make a big difference with your profiles in Web3 and even just outside of Web3, is to get the major social media platforms that are available to you. So that would be things like YouTube, the number 2 website in the world, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, the fastest growing social media platform in the world, but also ones like Pinterest. People don't know, Pinterest is a bigger website of monthly active users than X is. You want to also ensure that you have a Discord account, a Telegram account, things like a Reddit account, an Integer account. There are about 30 different social media platforms, major ones that you may want to have. And the reason why you want to have these is that when somebody goes to your profile, they're going to not only learn about you, but they're going to be able to see that you have a massive, massive network. And as we all know, your network is your net worth, and we want to increase that for all of ourselves. What this strategy is going to be able to do for you is fivefold. One, it allows you to be able to promote yourself on more social media platforms. 2, it's going to allow you to promote your customers on more social media platforms. 3, it's going to allow you to open up communication channels with new potential customers. 4, it's going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And finally, it's going to make it very difficult for someone to be an imposter of you, basically someone to impersonate you. And with this strategy, when someone goes to your profile, whether it's on Twitter or TikTok or Reddit, they're going to see the same information about you. It's going to be unified. You're going to look very, very professional. If you're not utilizing Linktree, I highly recommend that you regularly review your own profile. I recommend that you should. You should ensure that your profile picture is unified across all of your different social media. And additionally, utilize the links that many of these social media platforms allow you to have. If you don't have a featured link, you should. If you don't have a pinned post, it's a good idea. You want to give people an excellent first impression of who you are and what you do, and you want to regularly review this. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute.
So we're going to say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes, or immediately married the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or minhi, ba'ala bi'achakach nasama, afilu mikan ad shalosh shonim esnana asa. But the Bryce says if Reuben has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it will still be awesome. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not pissed off. Low kasha. So listen, that kasha is just important. The rights that we quoted before, days 62, we said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an escrow. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if it pays for 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not going to stop, I'm not pissed off. Low kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar his Ba'ali li, his Ba'ali li, Bitalazah. Hadda Amar his Ba'ali li, Bitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, Bitalazah, Kalkama Biyahev Lo Havi Eslan Benehashtakim. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Labatala my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We then goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a public payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone as well as what happens the tiny of the sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the hidden of the sheep is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep to apply. So it's not that a son of them is not Jew. You guys know the other possibility is the Olam is only Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's King of Chatzah. She acquires it. In a second. Well, a second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. To which the Gemara says, the Shapi and Neheli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and he says, listen, here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantor. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar Law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Nasir Rav Shesha. Rav Shesha says like this. So now, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the Eslan zone. Watch this. So let's say again, let's say Reuven employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amei Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. We'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the eno choshish. He can do this. Eno choshish. He doesn't have to be worried. Some people base 63b. Lo mishum shvius v'lo mishum meiser v'lo mishum yayin nesach. I want to say, here's what's interesting about this, right? What's the concern over here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or ameh aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by yayin nesach, right? Or maybe ultimately again the ameh aretz is going to buy shmita produce or meiser sheni produce in consumer outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, that Rashi. The ha'ihu lo safilu midi ela priti yair. We don't view Ruvain is not the ones giving them anything private. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following piece. Sabbath Yom, base 63, the second line down. But if he said to them, Su ve'ichlu vani pora, su ushtu vani pora. But if he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Choshish mishum shvius mishum meiser mishum yayin. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. It has nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is as if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from there is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of, remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with eighth-year produce. Rothschild said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these the Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Halchanami ki kapara the meiser kapara." So to over here by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately again, isn't that called paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. To which the Gemara says, "Gemara chisto bechenteni hamakifo the mishtabel." So no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's actually right across from Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank, so he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Ruvain is dealing with others. Ruvain is not just saying, stop going where you want and, buy food, buy drinks. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening over here. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers and laborers, whatever they want, and Reuben is going to immediately pay for that. לא יכול להיות, אבל חלק בלעדיינai, כיוון דהלך אני, שמוסי לפרידי, לאו כן מני הרגע לכיוון, but again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi. Like, this wasn't like a credit type of situation. These weren't people who only did business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Reuben were to send out his workers, same case, don't eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then that should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihachi, as a tonic se'u be'echlu b'dinar zeh, se'u shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Reuben says, here's $100, go out and go eat into a drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The mishkated way. When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with a shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the Chentani already has the money to pick up prohibited items. But a shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the Brisa to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, you must have old. Furthermore, is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend him? Listen to this. A person says to his friend, "Take money lacholi, v'yiknu kol b'chasei lach." So what happens? So right, Reuben goes, all right, I go over to Reuben. I say, Reuben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that lacha? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Reuben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Kevan lo miyachid shibude. Look at Rashi. Third wide line. Rashi's about him. Kevan lo shibude. Shelo yichei lo miyad mo'os v'kach. Lav chalitha minhu v'lo missa. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money for this, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money had been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does, ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So that's the case, ultimately, again. So what do you need to consider? That you shouldn't shadius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, when he says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about? My filtration. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha ma'isa that perhaps, again, see the babies versus ultimately, again, same thing. Halacha ma'isa, because no particular money is designated for advance, does not take what's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advanced the money is a big strong oil. This changes everything. Rashi, this changes everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, when Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go go to the chandni, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The cases where already Ruvain gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items.
To be fair,
I know.
Strickland
I'm
does
used to the Schmidt,
entertain
I mean,
that stuff.
that's
He's done it twice with two.
the Gemara says as follows.
Right? With
So
So he
again,
does
all of
entertain it.
this is
And he
all in the
talks a lot of
same
shit about Mudberg, and he went to where Mudberg was, called scumbag. So
the Gemara says,
I
I'm
think,
not Papa,
you
you
know,
don't share, I'm sorry, I'm not Papa. I'm used to the Schmidt, and he loves it.
of course.
I said this over, he's got to love it. Love the answer. I'm not late. He hockey, I declined Su'u, 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 I mean, where the price is shitty, he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay him to someone he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'etru, su'u shesu ha'minachash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case of years where we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which you must know you're right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, Allah says you're right. Change the license. Read the license. Yeah, Allah says, who don't say today? So please remember, essentially there are three cases in life. Case number one is where Ruben gives his representative balance. So stop and go out and eat, but you drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not now is that Allah stuff moving free trade defendant. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? And now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned if that actually is not the basics. Then it says if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the problem. The way that price is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a chash. Then I will settle up ultimately again with the chash. That's what the Gemara says. Yeah, looks like let's stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone.
He's leaving himself open. You're like, no, but just the meat and potatoes, the very basics. If he's not doing those, then I would assume he's not only training 3 years. So like he's like, oh, buddy, this guy couldn't even. Yeah. Can you tell rolling with someone the difference if like they didn't tell you what their belt was? If they're a purple belt or a black belt? Really? Yeah. What's like the big tell? Again, it's just the basics. Rookie mistakes.
This is the morning. It is a great spot to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosim Shvach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shul and Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Troubles for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habba Lotova, Stephen Wendy Jason, honor of Israel Jason, Dina Jason, and Rosie's wife, and Stanley Rosie's wife from the Rothschild. We got learning sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Anna, memory of her father, Ben Anna, father, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, of Nelson, of course, always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss West Teachers Association for 12 minutes to bring home Shalom and Bukhara and America, who so give them success to follow and master. And also with that, we'll let us keep on. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach B'Dino 62, and we are putting up on Sanach B'Dino base 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up 10 line. So the rest is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas V'Kei Shvias Naniyim, the Torah B'Shvias. So very interesting here, so the members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow sheets of produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that sheet, it actually says that it's not interesting. Yasu Perishi is called in Shmarabia. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the Asa right, the Bano Shmita produce from the Anian Gray Shmita, Rashi goes on the part of the Shminis, Shkakach the Ofni Anian Shminis Afra Beer, and the Peter Shminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Hadiana's household repaid the Anian. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. And says, so they came and they said, so the people mentioned this practice of Yochanan. Something about it, obviously, that probably people to some degree. So they said something to Yochanan. I'm a little Yochanan said, yeah, we see nothing. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Yet done. That was saying that, interestingly enough, look at Rashi. We all seen that these stars, two a couple of Rashis. We all seen that. The Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shekta, lo habu hana ba'en, lo is busay hani ba'ani, la chalikan ninu, lo chaylik bisha shvitza. We saw yesterday that already. When you get into an issue of mental powers with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity you call upon the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one of the transactions which is to treat the produce, and even the 8-year produce should ultimately have achieved the same thing, achieve the prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken away and only being quote unquote repaid during the abuse, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah seems to be will not follow upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. Is connect on the S-line and interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with S-line. S-line is the doesn't go to and he gives her something called services. Right? Obviously, he's money. Even if it's an object, that object is called an S-line. So that's what we call public. And cannot be used for any kind of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Which is the sign that the Lord says the first time he guys say, what's the sign of Jesus? Rashi says, no some level of honor. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, she gives her payment. Right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the level of Russell, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? As not for her payments, ultimately is looking at the sacrificial use. Nothing of Rabbi, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, they didn't have relations with her, and of course it's committed for a wife sheep, even though Rabbi didn't do that, he had relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, and ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, and he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that halacha l'maisa the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Seriously, you must tell Allah, that gives what he needs to say. Just Allah, the Ashrakat father, if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only after, in other words, when you say she's outside, since you never say that, when somebody come in Islam, and that's a part of its payment, when there's transactional immediacy, pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate solely. What that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. It's the most eloquent. No salah, if you give it a sheep, the African bala. Now, what does it mean, the African bala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo, the Ba'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. But again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly can you go ahead and translate? Immediately, I think there's some normal common sense. Well, if you do it today and have relations with her in 3 hours, or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Ba'ala, the Achakach or for that matter, if he has relations with her, and then he has to misplace her, Esnana. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be. However, Nasrallah, the Achakach, therefore, we'll say, we want to say this that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Iceland zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, we have to keep separate from Nigeria. So remember, the Usher of Vienna, we harvest meat produce from the store, and we pay it ultimately again to the produce. People think that the economy because, well, I don't know, people say that it's business with sheep authorities. But they're going to say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction immediacy. Because of transaction immediacy, you don't use that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the sheep produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate case. No someone the Achakach brought now. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays her. Okay, Ruben gives her, he gets her a sheep. I'm just using a sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately of this, right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has relations. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. Whereas I understand, if he bought a lamb, but when he does have relations, right? Let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her on top of something, Lechol Allah is certainly a friend? Obviously, I understand. When he gives the sheep, can't be labeled as estimated or not. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimated zone already as of Tuesday. The Rothschild says, is very interesting, what's the case? He should come up with a kibasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. Got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So when they had relations on Wednesday, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered that as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered that as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. And I said, you must say to yourself, yeah, what a thing. She's a zona. And she's offering up carbonas. Listen, it's part of the myth as many times. So it's important to understand and all we have contradictions. And in certain respects, you know, in certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, things in my life, like at a certain age, you just don't know what's not offensive anymore. Like, the things that I don't do well, but there's certain things that were words or don't do at all, Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well. We're going out to my brother's gonna fly to Malaysia. I was actually right there in Malaysia in flights, like when the Malaysian Airlines went down. So he was touring all over the band. And my dad, for some reason, thought it'd be a fun idea to have a long ass spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life.
yeah,
Most of us are not.
we're out, and my dad didn't know if I
Sometimes
were
you
had a
feel
girlfriend.
fake because here, you know,
And,
I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing
I go,
this.
oh,
I'm
that's your
doing
girlfriend.
stuff now, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this.
And my dad's like,
Right,
my
it
girlfriend.
is hypocritical.
So
It is still a
he's like, let me see a
contradiction. But
picture.
welcome
And
to the nature of the human
my brother
condition.
pulls a
We
picture
all
of
look
my
at
dad and
hypocrisy.
goes,
We all look
oh,
at contradictions.
sure he is.
Such is the nature of
And I'm like, I hope that's a picture of a fucking rug.
that even though the zone is a zone, the sheep also needs carrots. And you know what? I guarantee you, those cabans are way off the call. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner concern is struggling to mother and respond. And when we still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, Sometimes that's the pinnacle of being a partnership. In any event, so the Zona offered up the partners, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might as well, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. What's the case? The Amrullah came away from the action. If he said to Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, Halacha she did the Shari law. Right? The Halasa, the Shastiya, and Mashana, the Amrullah. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. Can't be categorized as an S9 on Tuesday because they didn't have yet. So essentially, just gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the Lakuni in the action is not in the current. It's very interesting. But if she did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say that, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to 6 countries, right? They're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a part of it. I could check her up as a part of it. After all, this is based on published Amrach. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erech, valuation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrach, based on the Shuso, just like your home, you own it. Achol b'Shuso. So it's the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I put you up for that part of you could only be makdish something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, this only asks of us what we're able to do. We're sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people really up to aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and kind of frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's cohorts are, their abilities are. The Ritbono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, behavigabech achas via. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the Zohar, the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, can I give you the right to acquire it? Fine. So Gemara says, so then was it as the zoning? Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally up on everything. It's interesting. Okay? We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shita transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the essence of the Harlequin case. How do you know this gets there was a Harlequin case? So by the So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Rothschild, Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a product, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevon Damamar, Amirasol Lavok, Rasol Lavok, Kiman Dakri Basidami.
Incorrectly.
We say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to Hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but because it's gone, the animal's gone. In makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish? Again, because I must say, here the shaila is, in the case that she offered it up on a Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an eslam zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdishit. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an eslam zona or not? So we're saying the Tiv Shamid Rabbi Eliezer. How much would it take to make? You give us Rabbi Eliezer. So say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf, right? You must Rabbi Eliezer shekadma behikri basa. So remember again the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval hikri shaso. Low, but from Rabbi Elazar's statement here, if she is makdish, the animal is still in existence.
Dude, you've given
her. Perhaps the animal would now be called an eslam zona. Much the Gemara says no. Rabbi Elazar is fake coming by. The truth is, this shaila is managed to shaila Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "Mine mifshas shita is Rabbi Eliezer dakli basal davka bakli shasol lo." The Isa B'Shashkira, because Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an eslam is when the animal was offered up before the bia. But by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps the time where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslam zona. Al dilma, yekrivasa pshitale, vikrishasim safale. Maybe obviously if she offered it up, that's called when it's time of the bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorizing it as an eslam zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with eslam zona yet. But what we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an eslam zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delay bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered eslam zona. He deposited an animal for payments. Now, the bia doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. It's a bona fide karban. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? How much would it take? That's the taking. That's the taking. How long would it take 100 machines to make? So we're going to say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecrating sacrificial purposes. Or immediately, Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or immediately. Right? So it says if Reuben has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of their bills late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be also. Low cash. It wasn't that conscious, so just important. The rights that we called before, outside of phase in the day 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transaction immediacy. Here, the Gemara says that there's relations, even if it pays for 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. And I'm not going to start on the fiscal kasha. Sorry, contradiction. How the Omar is Ba'ali Li, it tells us, yeah? How the Omar is Ba'ali Li is Halasta. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case in front of the case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep. versus have relations with me or a sheep. Rashi, they tell
Right.
us
Oh,
that.
because it's overseas territory.
So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze it. The Omer Lover told us that my heart, I would say. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Everything goes over to Rabbi. He says, have relations with or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has a status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara said, the zone, well, let's go help them build okay. So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of the sheep was only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep for their cross. But a Zona who's not Jewish. You guys know another possibility is the Olam the Zona Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, they call you the Chatzin. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately, there's king chutzah. She acquires it. Either play the chatzera, or the akikach muscle. How come you never cause it? I understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her. Only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about here? You must know she acquired it before Pia. So this is actually like a paradigmatic case of Esman because she's acquired the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara spoke to the shaki in the hand they are very interesting. Now here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rothschild and right here, this sheep is in a photo. Remember again, what is a photo? Your photo essentially is like a he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this.
No
sheep.
way.
So therefore, she doesn't require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esnanif. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Massive Rashish, as Rashish is supposed to some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're on their hearts. They just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right, so what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before you go, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's for payments or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and so let's say now the Enochosh to do this, Enochosh she doesn't have to be worried. So you know this 63B. Romishim Shvis, Romishim Ice, Romishim Yanis. And let's say here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern, right? The Gemara says that he's giving them money. Now, because it's an on their part, he has to be concerned maybe the is going to go by Yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Hamaretz is going by Shita, or Meister Shita, at least. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kevin, do what? Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Romishim Ice, Like if you look at last week,
So
the
12.
heart, the actually the last one, the last of the long one, the heart even the sucking you don't Ruvain is not the one giving them anything private. You're just giving them money. It's cover here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, no worry. Okay, no. Contrast are the following. Sabbath Yoel, day 60, second line. V'im Amalak, said them, Su v'ichlu, v'ani porea, Su shtu v'ani porea. Like he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. All. None of this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these limited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's fine. There's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items. I was saying, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that Allah for the Maisa, not going to say, this is, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Labyana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Labyana case of money. Labyana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid for with 8 year produce. Rothschild said, now probably has no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case here? Almost, keep kapara, so what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lot of us is transaction immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for Shmita Polish, Shani Polish, therefore the Gemara says, often nami, he kapara, so means kapara. So to the here by Rabiana, and maybe paying here, ultimately again, isn't that so no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, like when he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where you are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. If even the Orthodox say, finally do it ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is a transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that just a moment. Finally, you know that is actually right across the left. And even the summer the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. If I hit your vote, she'll come up with the national idea or come to the defendant, he'll fuck Khalifa. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction in this. Ruvain's not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit with it. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange. Right? The shopkeeper is going to give, Ruvain's going to immediately take it. But again, that doesn't require any solution. This wasn't therefore, that case is kind of not transactional evidence. You must essentially shame up for again, using that, if were to send out a vote, same case. Go eat and go to a bank pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like that.
Where's the personal problem?
That's mutter ilafi. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case like the case of where Ruvain says, here's $100, go out and go. make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? So you must say that down. We're in. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The chenbani hamachiva mishtabed. When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his workers, "Go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab"? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the chenbani already has the money to keep the prohibited items. How about chenbani sheinamakivo? But
It's a country that, if you're a stand-up comedian,
therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fought. In other words, it's better for the Bryson to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two different cases. First, we must say, oh, translation sheimakivo milom sheimakivo, or better, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend? Many Bamara, listen to this. Homer lechavero. A person says to his friend, "Tain mana lakloni, v'yiknu klon b'chase lach." So what happens?
Depends on where in the
Reuben
country.
goes, all right, I go to you. Say, Reuben, do me a favor. Lend, like, give him money to Shem. Give money to Shem. And all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Clearly, you know, ultimately, I think my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. So what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Reuben and I have no
Circumference of Australia, I feel
what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to apply right
Canada has the largest.
on the Rabbi.
Is that Canada?
You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. You must lo shoshe imat. Afagav b'mishabedlei kiven below miyachid shibude lo mis. So what's the difference? I look at that.
Should be like, that's like,
Kiven below miyachid shibude. Look at that. Third line of Rashi's. You're not shibude.
Those two reasons. Okay, this is the final one. I'm going to give you guys a
actively set aside money,
football.
right? He's telling his
This way
workers,
it's Steve.
go out, go eat
Which
and drink.
NFL team has appeared in
Since no
4 Super
defined
Bowls
amount
and
of money,
lost
right? Or
all
no
4?
specific money have
Come
been set
on,
aside for that.
Oh, fuck.
Therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter.
Nope, don't give me a hit.
It should be mutter.
What's the last
שלא
one?
ייחי למעוז לכך, לאו חליק ממנו ולא נצא. I'm sorry. Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately again, so what do we need to be concerned with? We shouldn't shlius. So Gemara says, oh, no, we have to so ultimately, again, he says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about? Michael, we should shlius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That halacha l'maisa, that perhaps, again, shlius versus
For this, I'll give you credit on this. It's on social media, it's like one of the biggest, like, it shows up
again,
on,
it's same thing.
yeah.
Halacha l'maisa, because no
That's
particular
good.
money is designated
I'm
for
so happy with that
there's no
stuff.
creation
So you have
use
Indulgence inside of indulgence.
what's
No,
the
it
case?
is,
The case over here is where the
still part of
halacha
logic.
is
Yeah, so
advance
you should
the
be able
money to the
decipher
family.
it out.
Okay,
So if the
this
total
changes
is
everything.
$10, you take a
Shekilo,
dollar,
Rabbi
that's a
Dino
dollar.
Lefembini,
But that would be a
Chodem
dollar.
Sheshalach
And then,
Etzlo.
so
The
the
Hashtam
bonus
the
10
Rabbi
cents.
is Ta'afli
So if
Yisrael.
that's a dollar,
This changes
the
everything.
problem with
So
that
in the
is
case over here,
Right,
ultimately,
$5
again, Rice says
Five widget.
that if Reuben
X
says
again,
to his
2
workers,
seconds.
go to the Chemini, go to the
So
shopkeeper,
technically,
eat
right now,
and drink,
right
whatever
now,
you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. On these sort of strength, they can maybe that's the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all under the same line of transactional news. Like that's the key. That's accurate. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm not Kano. I'm missing the Shmei Kano of absolutely Narita. So Kano said, I said this over in fact the Rabbi Sibid of Narita. And what happened? Amalei, Ihati, at the time,
That was fucking
says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle off. Right? I'll settle off ultimately again with the shop. Because again, we're saying now the case right here, but we didn't prepay. Right, so you left money in the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume? No, you're right. So you're right. Sorry. I'm already funny. Ultimately, again, a lot of the says you're right. Change the license. Read the license. The halacha lemaisa, who insists is so. Case remember, essentially there are two cases in rice. Case number one is where you don't get to represent rice. So it's not going to go out to meat, but we drink on meat. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, the way you might understand it now, is that halacha lemaisa, leaving free pay for him. You went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my worker's going to come in. Let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? And now you give myself that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If you have access now to the items, I was having to be going ahead and supplying the equipment. The way that price of food is, he says to his workers, go out and drink. But I need a cash. I will settle off ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, let's stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone. What do we got? Everyone.
This guy thinks of that. And intelligence is compartmentalized. My brother, David Blaine, was trying to find the smartest man in the world. And he came over and he had 10 questions, logic questions. I got 1 out of 10. Bill Gates got 6 out of 10.
Option to be able to learn overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Comic-Con sponsor, Tosin Shpaka yourself, for dedicating all the Shimon Russians this year. As a support for the Soros Tubbles for all of Israel. Comic-Con sponsors for the month of Av. Habalin Rotova, Stephen Wendy Jason, honor of Israel Grazing, Dina Grazing, Irene Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Rock. These are many sponsors. Dr. Evan J. Wolf, information of the outside contact with his father, Simon Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Tyler, memory of the father, Ben Ava, Hover, Baruch Mordechai, and Maria, is blessing as always. We dedicate our name to Swiss Orthodox Catholicism to 12 dimensions and bring home Shalom and the Torah and America of this ultimate give them success with all of mastery. Also, with that, we let us begin the exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Summit Unit 63. And we are picking up on South Asian base 62B. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines of Kabbalah. So, most of the stars, today, Rabbi Yana, yes, he can see his mind, the Torah machines. So, very interesting piece of it. Remember, there's also the Rabbi Yana, they borrow Shemitah produce from the Haven with 8 produce, 9 Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you actually got this as a relation. Yasi Kirishis, produce Marabi. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha lemaisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this has, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer for it to keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and very Shemitah. Actually, on a part of the Shemitah, the Shtafach, the Achi, Ani, and the Shemitah, after that, the earth, and the Shemitah. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's house will repay the Ani, ultimately again, with new produce, easier produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned the practice of yoga. There's something about it, obviously, that probably people, somebody. So they said something to the Yochanan, the Yochanan said, yeah, we see it often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Now, if you had done, that was interesting enough, look at Rashi, you also know, besides 2 couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shut up, לא חבו חנך בהם, לא הכניסי חן בחני, לא חליתנינו, ולא חי לקידוש השביעי שלהם. We saw yesterday that already. We get into this issue of potential conflicts with forbidden alone. So sometimes that forbidden identity pops on previously committed. So for example, if you consider this your ways, this looks like one is a transaction business that's legal produce, that even the 8-year produce could ultimately have the same produce, legal prohibition. But the ultimate said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. I should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken when you're choosing this, and only being quote unquote repaid during your age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with the produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the ideal. Therefore, then halacha myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the produce. This is very interesting. And connect them to Esmon and interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esmon Zone. Esmon Zone is now what the person goes to a zone, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, this is a million, or even give her an object. That object is called an Esmon Zone, for a holiday, and cannot be used for any kind of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Isn't it? The Samuel, you notice the corresponding these guys have what's the case? This sounds Rice says, no some novel about it. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's home. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the other hand, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's not a mutter. For Hamlet's payment, ultimately his mutter is sacrificial. Nothing of the if you gave her, let's say you gave her a lamb, you gave her a sheep, and you didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a child, like because even though you didn't have relations with her. So you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, the seal, furthermore, the second piece, but the lab, a lot of us, if you have relations with her, ultimately, the intent, if you do pay anything, if you don't really mess a lot, mind, if you didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of this thing place where it says that a lot of the rest of the estimate is not, doesn't make any sense. In which the message, hello, coffee time, that this means to say, listen to this, no summer, the after if you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we're going to take is outside. Something was going to say like this. When does something become an estimate in a public spirit? When there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's alcohol. No someone, he gave it a sheep, the African ball. Now what is it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Akshav, hello, the African ball. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly can you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense here. Days of today, relations for 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But our Kafnasala, as the or for that matter, he has relations with in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be however, Nasala, the other therefore, also, doing one thing is that essentially, in order for someone to be pulverized by an estimate, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payments, relations, then the one who seeks the payment has the status ultimately identified as payment. Remember, the household was young, right? They would follow through the police from the court and pay as if they were going to the home because he felt early so they don't want to say, no, it's fun. Why? Same idea. there's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again to set into your produce, and therefore the infinite produce remains tightly boxed. Fine. Now the more questions a little bit this testimony, please. And also, we check out quad. So again, let's go with this, right? Let's impose it as any case. Okay, you really is a gets your sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example. Right? So gets your sheet. Right? And then let's say get your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, you have this. So again, based on what we just before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted to prosecute companies. Right? There's a last transaction in these. You must understand. If he borrowed when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? To give the sheep on he has relationship on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have a relationship with a couple something, Lechol Allah is sustaining faith? Obviously, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimony John. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimate on already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild just says it's very interesting to watch the case. He should talk about the Hikmah. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. So, mercy, when we have relations on Wednesday, actually the sheep should be categorized as what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. The highest harvest, the highest zona. I won't say, you might say to yourself, she's in zona. And she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's entirely different. It's very don't take away from the story. You could be righteous in some areas and more righteous in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of life. Most of us are not. Yes, sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's that, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to nature of human condition. We all know hypocrisy. We all know contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings problems. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reacting to all. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows that inner countries and struggles and all that stuff. And when you still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. But those kind of relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are good. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the zona, this for the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as a fill, right? Apply this as a fill, right? Then, Allah told us, she said, the Sharila, right? The less thought, the Shaskia, so then obviously it's Mushaf, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esra on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially gave her a gift. And so she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on what can in the abstract is enough in the time. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of Tuesday. Right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it first, if he's done Tuesday, then we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a private. How could you offer it up as a private? Right? The issue is based on published on that Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech, evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. So, just like your home, you own it. So to the end, you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer up her car? Unless it's 5 years. I mean, you can only be managed something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, this part only asks of us what we're able to do. Listen is make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who inspire to do that. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's purpose on their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of science and holiness. You only be makish that which belongs to you. And so the Father only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual things. It's incredible. El was the case. This is very interesting. She says to her, right, so we didn't give to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule for be tomorrow, right? Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, right? And you need a card money, you need, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, tell me action. Then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, and the judges is that's what we do. Fine. So Gemara says, so there was it as to go. Now again, what's the idea? Why we decided about this? The reason is because you can remember the Rabbi this truth transaction. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be best in the community status when there's a level of transactional needs. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the estimates only by the product case. That didn't just get better than the product case. So by the Rothschild, it's very interesting. So let's say it's the same thing. Ruben gives Rothschild and Ruben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not Christian. She consecrates it. She didn't offer that to the heart, but she's not Christian. So what's the status of Rabbi? Remember, he was on the marriage, and the rest of the book is lesson. She man that he was in. So do we say that essentially making something technical is the equivalent of offering it? In other words, really it says that verbally pledges something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and not pushing verbally is the equivalent of offering it? Although not question, not easy to say it. In other words, offering it out is offering it out, but the message is gone. Again, it's gone. The message ultimately again is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is master? Again, because I must say, the way the shiny is, in the case that she offered it out on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an estimate zone because it was no longer in existence. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not Christian. Wednesday the deal occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the deal, the object is still here. So now the shadow is, does the object become an estimate or not? Or so the case shall be very Eliezer. Porque não sabe relógio, olha o relógio. So let's say going back to the realize when it's not your dot. Right? You must let that Rabbi Lazar check how about the hikri basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the phrase of the excellent zone, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time it be occurred. That's the hikri basa. So that's what because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about it? You shall so low. But from Rabbi Lazar's statement here, that if she is not issued, the animal is still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be taken as Ramzona. Much the says, no, the Rabbi Lazar is fake on the Bible. The truth is, this Shiloh is managed to show Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifsha b'shita Rabbi Eliezer yaktivasa davka bakushasa lo the isim shasbia. Does Rabbi Lazar say that the only time it doesn't become an estimate is when the animal was offered up before the bia? But by having the bia occurred, the animal is no longer bia. But perhaps again, we should have just not consecrated. The animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as a personal zone. All Dilma, if the vasa shitale, this bishasa misaf. I mean, no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an external zone. But in the case where she just consecrated it, which the Gemara says take it. So we're reading that show. So interestingly, yes, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, such an important lesson of law. We're not paying attention to zones. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an external zone, understanding the message transaction means payment via. So if that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an external zone. If he does it in number of payments, now the via doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she opens it up. It's a bona fide cargo. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the next day. What's the status of that animal? That's different. That's okay, let's analyze it. So we're going to say the second is right here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When you say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecration purposes, or minimally by his kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or minimally. Ba'ala the the Rabbi says if Ruben has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so he don't pay all of the girl's late. Right, so he pays her late, right? For 3 years later, it's still called the harvest, and will still be awesome. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Look, so listen, that kind of thing is important. The rights that we studied before, basically said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional immediacy. Here he says that there's relations, even if it's with her, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not this one. It's not a contradiction. Had Amar is Ba'ali Li to tell us that. Had Amar is Ba'ali Li to tell us that. So let's say this is very ultimately again one. So we talk one case is another case where he says have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. Ultimately, again, when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. So that's analyzing it. The only love the color is that my understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now we can go look it up. He says have relations with to zone. He says have relations with me for this sheep. Now, yeah, he doesn't pay her for 2 years. 3 years. Now, Levi's and all of us know what it is. We all know the Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish child. If you go, they call you Bechatzim. Oh, interesting. You know, she standing in her in which case, again, all the leaders, that's what she requires. Either call you Bechatzim, Bara, Kachnosama, Hakama. I understand. If it's in a chatzah, then she requires it. Or it's relations with her. And ultimately, again, then it's already in her chatzah. She already required it. What are you talking about? You might in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esna because she's acquiring the sheep before the people, if the sheep is standing in her chatzah. Which the mother the shati and the henry are very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the halal, this sheep is an excellent. What is it called? The essentials of the
just like we're not touching that. And then also, I felt bad because he had a chicken tattoo on his back because his last name had the word chicken in it. And not only did they not massage him, the other hot girls came in the room to laugh at his tattoo. He definitely has a weird fetish now. I wonder how he's doing today.
Let's say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn and eat overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Kamikola sponsor, Tosim Shpach Rabbi Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Tavos for all Hashem Yisrael. Our Kamikola sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim Lekova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife is a friend of the We've got writing sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, information at the website of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of her father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordechai, and later, Lawson, always. We dedicate our women in the Swiss Rock, which is just meant to welcome them to Shalom, our home, Shalom, and the Torah of America, who souls give them success, the whole of my city. And also, with that, now speaking, we have an exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Son of Gimel 63, and we are picking up on South Basin base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So Gemara says as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ikei Shvius Nani, with Karban B'Shvius. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smalavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this has, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer try to keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the Asa would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Actually, there's only part of the Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's house would repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with this new program, 8-year programs. And I says, I'm ready to Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mentioned the practice of Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm a little. Rabbi Yochanan said, y'all seen often.
Folks, look at this athleticism, just the footwork and everything. Really unprecedented.
Look at Rashi. Y'all seen that. A couple of Rashis. Y'all seen often. There, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the chivim that he shaita lo habu hana be'en lo ichlufe hani ba'ani lav chalik be'nehu lo chayol kedusha shvius alay. So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop upon a seriously committed item. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business, which is the produce, but even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, Therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. This connects them to S1. An interesting, not similar case would come up with S1. S1 is and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if you pay the money, then you give her an object. That object is called an S1, so it's used for a holiday, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. This is the sign, though. The Mars is the corresponding piece of action. What's the silence into this? Raisa says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel is home. Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? As none of for her, its payment ultimately is much of a sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. He didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. There's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, the Sue, then the second case, but allowed a lot of stuff. He had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. No younger love, no ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't know loss on law, my estimate of if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement of rights that says that hello from the most estimate is not doesn't make any sense. Which the most hello, that's just what we should say. Is Nasala, the Arthakak Baal, if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this work deliberately changes the outside. Simply wasn't say like this. When there's something from an S1, an S1 is on a promise payment, when there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's the S1. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S1 zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Ella Kamar. No Salah, if you give it a sheep, the Afrakak Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Afrakak Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some language common sense. Today, we have relations for 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Ba'ala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then you have to her. Esnana Muslims. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be Muslim. However, Nasala, the Afrakak, therefore, what we want to say is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land you shoot for payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest. So remember, because they were Janda, they would borrow sheep produce from the floor and ultimately people came to the open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't agree that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again from 7-day produce, and after the 8-day produce, sorry, right? You have questions a little bit this estimation. Russell will be sorry, let's go to this, right? Let's go ahead and increase. And we're going to use the hundreds of shit. right? You feed your sheep. Right? And then let's say you feed your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest tree, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple. Right? There's a large transaction in this. You must understand. When he bought when he does have a sheep, like let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on Tuesday. Translations are on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have an issue with the top of something, Lechol Allah is obviously, I understand when it gives it the sheep, can't be labeled as testimony from God. And when you watch operations that are on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest period should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Eslam Zona already passed on Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says it's very interesting that what's the case. He should cut off the Hikri Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Highest harvest, highest zona. I don't say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fit. She's a zona. She's offering up carbonas. Those types of points we've met this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all have different consistencies. And we all live in inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm excited. And in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well. And there are things in my life that I do very poorly. And there are things that I can't do at all. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all are for Shem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a holy thing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have some level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas. Most of us are not. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a state. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It's still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of the world. And there's important for us to state for ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings purpose. You know what? Those kabbalas are real people. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows that anyone is struggling to and we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are not sure they are well. Let's unpack this. I can't even have what's it. I'm going to ask you. He said, this is the land. This is your responsibility. Right? That is the local sheep of the Shire. Right? The less thought you should see up the much of the humble. And obviously, she has to have it. You can't be categorized as a so essentially, the reason they get because they like to offer it up. However, if you don't know what to do, but if you can actually give it and who is not this is much more right? So the scheduled formation is on Wednesday. So what is it? And that's because if it doesn't want to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And it's not hers. The application should be self-published on that one. Guys, the person who consecrates his home. His home. This is talking about it. I can go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on this. Just like we're playing, I'm so to the end of the consecrate, whether it's consecrate is something that you know. So if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, they might be shut baby girls. It's only be marriage something that is in the realm of only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says we can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's totals are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish, that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect to do what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to do someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, the Habit Gabeh Ashaskia. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, can I give you the right to acquire that? So it's interesting, independence is best most. Fine. So Gemara says, yes, so that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally after interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this sheep transaction. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam Zoma, by the Harlot case. Right, you just get full into his Harlot case. So by the Rothschild, how not make you shut so much? Very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not Christian. She consecrates that. She didn't offer up the covenant, but she's not Christian. So what's the status now of the animal? Money. Even the Amanah, and the rest of the Rabbi who Salasala has, he might actually bust it. So do you say that essentially making something technical is the equivalent of offering it? In other words, really, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it. Although my hashtam required to be sitting in other words, offering it out is offering it out, but being makdish is gone. When it's gone, being makdish ultimately again, it is still here. It still does it. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, because I must say, you heard the shayla is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday. By the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So we're saying the case of Rabbi Eliezer. Someone say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? And Rabbi Eliezer said, Katma behikli basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka behikli basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About hikli so low. But from Rabbi Eliezer's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. The Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer will fake coming by it. The truth is, this actually this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, "Man, Mishka Shitei Rabbi Eliezer Dakibasa Dafka Bakishasalo the Isa B'Shasbiya." Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't eat an esna is when the animal is offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just consecrated, the animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case Allah for the myself, the animal is recategorized as an esna zona. All your love, with the loss of Shitale, with the trust of the Sakta. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's going and it's just kind of bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an esna zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take. So we're not sure. So interesting enough on this side. What comes out in this case over here is first of all, so it's important lesson number one. We're not saying it's zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an esna zona as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an esna. So if he deposited the animal for payment, now the via doesn't occur until later on, then she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishes, she consecrates it. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take. That's the okay, let's analyze that. Let's see his relations with her. And then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means for consecration purposes. Or immediately, marriage the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for Nimbi, Ba'ala bi'achakati asana, Akini kan ashalo shoyim esnala asa. The Rabbi says that the woman has relations with his son. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it'll still be awesome. And I'm not going to get stuck, I'm not going to start, low cash. So listen, that cash is just important. The rights that we put before, that's on closing day 62 said that if there's relations and then payments, that's not an estimate, it's called transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, we can do 16 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. And I'm not going to get stuck, I'm not just a low cash. Contradiction. Hadda Amar Ba'ali Li, Ba'ali Li, the Talas, Hadda Amar Ba'ali Li, the Talas. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identified the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, the Talas, so ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only love the Talas my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? Scenario is Wednesday. We can go to Rothschild. He says, have relations with the Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has status of a harvest payment because it's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone of little tiny sheep. Okay? So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep to acquire. So it's something that someone who's not Jewish. Utilize another possibility is the Olam the zone Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harvest. If you don't, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her Chatzir. In which case, again, ultimately, there's two trusts she acquires. Next in a second. Either Kai the Chatzir, or the Akaf Nasala, Hakamah. For 1 second. I understand. If it's in her Chatzir, then she acquires it. In other words, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then he gave it. It's already in her Chatzir. She already acquired it. What are you talking about here? In other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmeralda, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in the Chotza. To which the Gemara says, the Shati and the Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and he says, and here, this sheep is in a Apotiki. Remember again, what is a Apotiki? A Apotiki essentially is like a guarantee. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate a follow back. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I know that my time is limited. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak. Thank you.
Right? So what's the halal? Well, the Eno Hoshish, okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say, now the Gemara says, the Eno Hoshish, to do this, Eno Hoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. South Yom base 63b. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin nesa. Now, let's say, here's what's interesting about this, right? What's the concern over here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amir aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by yayin nesa, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amir aretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce in Sminat Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines of Rashi. The Ha'ilu, those Sakilu,
3,500.
We don't view, Ruben is not the one giving it to you. Who is giving them money? And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following case. Sabbath Yom base 63b, second line down. But he said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani porea, Su shtu v'ani porea. But if he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Choshish mishum shlius mishum ma'aser mishum yayin nesa. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. Ve'imavani porea. Habi'ihu lokeach ha'isru ma'achilo dehashtalo salat nafshi minad. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these.
Yo, what up?
See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's no need to. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is as if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with 8 euro produce. The Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amo ki kapara d'meisa kapara. So what is he here? That when Reuven pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local amount of is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the trading produce, the Aliyah, and problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami ki kapara d'meisa kapara. So to over here by Rabbi Yonah, and may repay each year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing. So no, it's different. In the Reuben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuben. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Reuben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. It's actually right across the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from Reuben because he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Reuben is not just saying, stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here.
Oh, I just caught the tail end of what was being discussed, so I'm just listening for right now, but I will certainly contribute when I feel I have more of a developed opinion. Thank you.
But again, that doesn't apply in the case of right? This wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. Again, using that one, just Reuben were to send out his work. In case,
when possible, do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
He's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally sends credit to him. Then it sounds like
it's just a personal project.
That's the case. That it's mutter.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in here. I'd appreciate if you could follow me back. I follow everyone back, so if you want a free follow, send me a follow. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. First and foremost, if you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make sure you, your friends, your family are all made financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, you'll find that link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say we just surpassed 2,800 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is rebuild wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we convert seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or shiller, and you want a free mentor, coaching friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore...
Very well. Where would I find more information on it? Where would I find it? Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. The Gemara says, on my application. So that's the case, ultimately, again. So when you
certainly, it's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's one of the OG meme coins. The ticker is Bitcoin. It is an Ethereum coin.
My application. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha saw that perhaps, again, versus ultimately, again, the same thing. Because no particular money is actually designated does not you don't shahik the money. What's the case? The case over here is where the Malachai is advanced the money to the hand. Okay, so this can be done. Look at Rashi. Shaking low, Malachai is the company. Hold them shishalach etzlo. The hashtag that Rabbi is this changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Christ says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the chandni, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. Look, I know. I'm these so restricted, I mean, that's a little bit so again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the thing that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm recently the Shmeichel Hamid absolutely not. So Kana said, I said this over in front of the Siddiq of Nargo. And what happened? Amalei, Ihaki, at the time, that's the case. The Christ shouldn't read that Reuben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of Reuben didn't pay. Right? So he left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right. So you're right. Sonny, I'm sorry. I'm going to ultimately, again, a lot of ways is you're right. Change the prices, read the prices, really the wrong way. That a lot of ways that Reuben says to me. So please remember, essentially there are two cases in this. Case number one is where Reuben gives his $100. So it's got to go out and eat, go out and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, for those who must understand it now, is that Reuben prepaid the chimney. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. So we have to be concerned if you have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that prices should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink. And then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll stop over for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a gaff. Everyone in one thing. We'll say good morning. It is a graceful function to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shunim Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Troubles for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Latoba, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Phil Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Brooklyn. With our learning sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, the donation of the Yard of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Rav Nassan, from the Brooklyn. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious hostages, make which Baruch we have to bring them home. The Shalom and the Karaf and the merit for the soldiers, which give them success. The whole Amasi there. Also, with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanaf Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanaf Beis and base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the day Rabbi Yana, Yasvi Perishvias Nanim, Uparlu Bishminis. So, very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, what they would do is as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishis called this Manaviyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, Parlo b'Sheminis, Ishkachach ta'achli Aniyim b'Sheminis achar adir haliti pero shvius. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, Asu Amari Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mention this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, you always seen often. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. And I will say that, interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You always seen up this time. Two a couple of Rashis. You always seen up in here. Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yannai's are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Even that he shaita lo habu hana ve'en lo ichlufe hani ba'ani lav chalipen ninu lo chayle kedusha shvius alai." So remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity could evolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting, and this is to connect them to Esnan Mutar. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zona. Esnan Zona is the halacha is if a person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an Esnan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says, the corresponding case passing on. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Rashi says, Nosal Mabalabala. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a Zoma. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her an essence, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Okay, so obviously it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, given the law, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Brisa that says that halacha l'maisa, the esnan is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, "Ella hachi ka'amer." This is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasalah the achar kach ba'alah. If he gave her, let's say, he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say it like this: when does something become an esnan? An esnan is on a harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zono. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So if you gave her the sheep, the achar kach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achar kach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav ela la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. The pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her, esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasallah, the achar kach, so fine. So therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once there's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow shemitah produce from the poor and we pay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to Rabbi Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, you're transacting business with shemitah produce. So Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the shemitah produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate piece. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Hey, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately again for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of Samkimo, Lechol Allah is Freya. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esnan Zona because he didn't have relations with her, and there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnan Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important, we've met this many times in the past. It's always important to understand we all live with inconsistencies and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. But here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I do chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right, it is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with inner contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reach mikoach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles more than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. So by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha l'maaseh pshita the sharila, right? The halasa b'shaspia umatana ba'amahu b'yaycha. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law amar lakanil in the aksha it's enough in the This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could she offer it up as a karma? After all, the ish is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech now, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, and not based on the so just like your home, you own it. So the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how can she offer it up at the time? Let's just start there. I know there's even this you could only be matching something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, this only asks of us what we're able to do. And sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that if God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the Zona, the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, Keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a carbon, you need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Kani aksha." Then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, kind of hedges these bets. Fine. So the Gemara says this. So there was it. That's this.
If you have listeners, yes, you're correct. Thank you so much for reminding. Thank you so much. I was checking tablet videos that are doing, but I about this you told me you are learning each other about okay, that was about crypto. It was about the knowledge about Kabbalah. Okay. But I heard you were talking about the streaming. Amazing, thank you. Yes. Okay. So, I can understand. As you said, thank you so much. Thank you. Streaming 24 hours per 7 days. It's very changing life perspective. It's very interesting. It's all positivity, in having hope. This is growing in a good way. Yes, making plates. Peace. Making plates. Peace. Okay, I will start. Hey, Rabbi.
Hello,
I
madam.
want to inform you, I got warned on YouTube to not streaming, I guess.
Copyrighted music.
Other streaming.
Yeah, copyrighted music. Or streaming somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
But this is about audio too, or only about video?
I believe that's audio.
Okay. Yeah.
So what you can do is you can find open source or free 432 hertz, and if you talk over it, it won't like the computer basically won't know that you're speaking. I was watching what you were doing though; it was cool. but no big deal. I mean, it's just a warning, and you get like a warning,
Yeah.
and then 3 strikes. So you should know that I've gotten all of those before. No big deal. And okay, so what can you do? Um, if you want to play music on your stream and you um, don't have the, um, we're going to use publicly available. Okay. And we can find something that's no copyright. But whenever you're playing, um, so here, if you want to know a secret, um, if you play 2 of them at the same time, they can't detect that. Does that make sense?
I guess so. I got something like if I will respond or their question, they can back this one because of I am learning.
Yeah, you can take their quiz and then you get it undone. But if you play 2 at the same time, they can't detect it.
I was thinking about wait, 2 the same time.
2 at the same time. So show your screen. I'll show you what to do.
What about synchronization? It will be good to listening this and what with watching the other's video to just comment or something like that. Sitting and comment.
I'll show you how to do that. When you can, show me your screen and we'll walk through it.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Go to YouTube.
Yes.
Okay, and play a 432 hertz song. Oh, we can do this together if you want. If you have trouble, let me know. But you should be able to do it. Okay, so go to YouTube 432 hertz song.
Like here.
That's fine. And then go to another one. Anything that you want.
Okay. Here, this.
Is that a different one?
Yes.
Yes. Now, if you play those both at the same time, YouTube can't pick up that you're playing something that's copyrighted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But what about synchronization? Here it's compatible. If you know what I mean.
It's still like very so like what I would do if I were you is I would do this. Look up heartbeat sound 12 hours. So in the search, yeah, that's fine. Go to heartbeat HEARTBEAT.
But in YouTube or in Ghost search?
In YouTube, just like you're doing. Heartbeat sound 12 hours. 12 hours. Yeah, and then just hit enter. And then, how long is that video?
It's 12 hours.
Perfect. Play it. Did you hear heartbeat?
Interesting sound. By the way. This is a heart beating.
Yeah, but
and
is it?
By this?
Is it? Hold on. Is it making any?
This will be not.
Hold on. Is it making any sound?
Yes, it's a heart beating, just like this. Heart beating.
But
Slow heart beating.
and you can hear it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am hearing this with.
Okay, turn that one off. Turn that one off for a second. Turn that one off for a second. I just want to hear the heart beating one. So turn off the other one.
Yes.
Turn that off.
Yep.
Yeah. I just want to hear the heart beating. Okay, I can't hear that one. Go to the sound and make sure it's playing.
This is playing.
You hear a heartbeat?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, turn the sound up on that one. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Go back to it. Go back to it. Now pull the sound all the way up.
This?
No, heartbeat.
Let's stop this.
Okay, hit play so you hear the heartbeat. Do you hear the heartbeat?
To listen it.
Do you hear the heartbeat?
Now, yes.
Okay, let me see if I can hear it.
Maybe that's why, because this is not streaming like all scream, but only right now a little bit.
You hear a heartbeat?
Yeah. And you?
No. Okay, that's all right. Go to go back and go to a different video of a heartbeat.
Okay.
There you go.
By the way, that was nice one.
Okay. I hear this one, but I don't hear a heartbeat. Okay, go back. Okay, at the top, just have it say heartbeat and no 12 hours, just heartbeat. Heartbeat sound.
Okay.
Okay, and not a short like that. That's just any one of them. Just a heartbeat. 10 hours, that one. That one.
That one?
Yeah. Okay, I do hear that one. Okay. What we need to do is trick the algorithm, and we need it to be, is that as loud as that gets? There you go. That's what you need to do. You need to turn all the way up.
All the way out.
Up. All the way up. There you go.
Like this?
All the 100% though.
Okay. And this, yes, I have.
Okay. This one you want to keep lower. You want the heartbeat one higher.
Okay.
Okay. And go back to the heartbeat one. And make the heartbeat one 100% sound. Volume 100%. It is. Okay, good. Okay. And we might want one more sound. New YouTube.
Yes.
Okay. And do what are those things called? Just one moment. They're called brass. Put on BRASS. B as in boy. B as in boy. Brass. BRASS. Not B. B as in boy. BRASS.
B.
Yes.
Like this?
Yeah. BRASS. Yes. Yes. S. S. Okay, brass, and then space, and then I think bowls. BOWLS.
B-O-W-L-S.
Yeah. S. Yeah. Brass bowls. Okay. And then search it. Yeah. Okay. And put in 12 hours. Yeah, that one. Okay, play that one. Okay. Now, right click on this on the picture and you should see loop. LOOP.
Yes.
Excellent. Now go to the heart one and go also, yes. Okay. And then go to the one with the green things. The first one, yeah, that one, and make that one loop.
Okay.
All right. Now you won't get a copyright strike.
Okay. For sure, but I should lessen this also to this.
Yeah. So
What's going on?
So that's fine. Now, you were talking about what about the video? The video they don't check as well as the sound. So long as the sound is different, you're going to be okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What if I want to watch, for example, Elon Musk who recorded this video on stream?
Yeah, so YouTube. Absolutely. Play that sound over it and you'll be fine.
Okay, and will they answer watching this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I always.
But it must be on 100%.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It can be just lower. So it just has to trick the computer into thinking it's not the same sound.
Yeah.
So by you playing a heartbeat and those bowls, it changes it, and then when the computer checks to see if anything's exactly the same, it shows up as different. Does that make sense?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you can do that for anything. So one that I put on, I'll just show you one that I use. Go to a new tab.
Yes.
And type into YouTube.
Here.
Yeah. Type in Charlie, CHARLIE.
Charlie.
Yes. And then the last name is Puth. P as in Paul, UTH. And then put in Betty, BETTY. And then the last word is Boop, BOOP. 12 hours.
Like this?
Yeah, and then it should say 12 hours.
Okay.
No, it should Charlie Puth, Betty Boop, 12 hours. Okay, go all the way to the top. Okay, so the first word should be CHARLIE.
Like this?
I can't really see, so I'll just spell it again. CHARLIE. No, CHARLIE.
Wait, I wasn't good with.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll spell it again. Okay, C as in Charlie. H as in horse. A as in apple. R as in raccoon. L as in lion. I as in igloo. E as in elephant. Charlie.
Now Charlie, but I have Charlie here.
Okay, so Charlie.
Charlie.
And then the second word is Puth. P as in Paul. U as in unicorn. T as in Tom. H as in horse.
It is.
Okay. And then Betty is the next word. B as in boy. E as in elephant. T as in tortoise. T as in tortoise. Y as in yo-yo. And then the last word is boop. B as in boy. O as in octopus. O as in octopus. P as in Paul. And then 12 hours.
Can you repeat two last words?
Sure.
E.
T. T. T as in Tom. T as in Tom. Two T's.
T.
Yes. And then Y is in yo-yo.
Yeah.
And then boop is B as in boy.
Yeah.
O is in octopus.
Yeah.
And then another O is in octopus.
Yeah.
And then P is in Paul. Boop. B-O-O-P.
T-T-Y-B-O-O-P?
Yeah, that's fine. And then put 12 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, search for it. Not that one. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Let me look it up. Well, I'll just type it to you in Discord, and you can just copy and paste it. And this is one that I always use when I want to play like something that I know that they don't want me to play. I will go to Betty. Charlie, please, just one moment. Charlie. Okay, go to your Discord messages.
Yes.
Discord messages. Go to Discord.
I have.
Discord. No, not YouTube. Discord. Yeah, that one. That one. 10 hours. Yeah, that one. That's the one I use. And it just plays this and plays this and plays this and plays this for 10 hours or whatever. And I can play anything else over it. And because this guy's talking just like a little bit on the video, it distorts it. It changes it just enough so that I don't get a copyright strike. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
With both is also working or only with this?
No, you don't need to use that one. I'm just telling you which one I use. And so you can close that one. You can close that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you really want to protect yourself, let's say you're going to go to sleep and you want it to be calming for people while you sleep, you play all three of these. You play the bowls. So play the bowls. And that one, the heartbeat. And that. Now, one other thing that you're going to want to do is do a new YouTube tab.
Here?
Yeah, perfect. And let me look up just one moment. Let me look up what we would look up. Okay. Okay, go to your Discord messages. I just sent you a um a link.
Yeah, turn this on with
So what you
this card are working.
okay, perfect. Okay, so what you do is I would play this with no sound. I don't think it has sound, so make sure no sound. No, 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 no. Apologies. No, 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 no. My play the sounds that you currently have, the 3 videos. Play those sounds. Yes. Yes. And then play that. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take your tab and pull it all the way to the right of your screen. So move your mouse up to the tab at the very top.
Wait, I must kind of lower volume.
That's okay. That's okay. Yes, absolutely. Certainly. Okay. So not new tab. Close that. Okay, go to the new tab. That yeah. That no. The rainbow one. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Now, do you know how to make it so that you have two? It's called It has a name. Just one moment. I'm trying to think of what the name is. Okay. I want you to hold down the mouse on this tab at the very top. What you're going to want to do is have 2 windows right next to each other.
Here?
Yeah. You just had it. Wait, hold on. That one right there. Click it. No. Hold on. Go to the new one, the color one, the rainbow one. Yes. Hold on. Keep your mouse on the rainbow tab at the very top. Oh, it's called snapping. Okay, hold on. Go to the rainbow tab and pull it all the way to the right. That one, but okay, you hold it and then pull it all the way to the right on your screen. All the way to snap it. Can you snap it?
I have it on my second screen.
That's what it is. Okay, that's okay. Put it back. Okay. So let me think how you can. Okay, can you make it so that you have 2 browser windows on this screen? Or I'll tell you what. Take this one and pull it all the way to the left. So not the right. Pull it all the way to the left. All the way. Keep going all the way to the snap it to the left.
It's hard to explain.
That's okay. No worries. Don't worry about it. Basically, what we're trying to do is make it so that you don't have anything that's copyrighted alone. So what do I mean by that? Go back to the rainbow. There you go. Wait, that's what you want to do. Go back. That's what you want to do. Yes. And then go back to the thing with the glowing, the thing that you got the copyright strike on. That one. Yeah. And then put the glowing thing. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Wait, go back so that it's small. Yes. And put the rainbow thing next to it.
Okay. I understand,
Yes. There you go. Yeah. So that they're next to each other, side by side.
Yeah.
So the bowls, put the bowls back at the top.
The top.
Yeah,
Bowls.
put the that one. Put it back at the top. Yes. Go back to your other one. Okay, that one's good. And then go to the one that has the glowing. It's a glowing. What the one that you got the copyright strike on? That one's fine. But you had one with it was like glowing balls or glowing.
This is glowing.
Yeah, yes, it is glowing. You know, I should have been specific. That I'm gonna call that one the rainbow. You want the glowing one with the hands. The first of the 3 videos. That one. Okay, you want that one next to the rainbow, side by side.
Like it.
Yes. So when you go to bed, if you want, you have these both next to each other. That way, it's not a unique it's a unique picture. Basically, YouTube, when it's looking at everything, it's never seen this before. It has seen the one on the left in a big screen, and it has seen the one on the right in a big screen, but it's never seen them both next to each other. And then with the sound being different, no one has ever heard this on YouTube like this before, and it tricks the algorithm, and then you won't get a copyright strike. Does that make sense?
Amazing.
Yes. Okay, good. So that's just when you sleep or you're not at your computer. You just want to make sure that you're not showing anything that's been copyrighted. Now, if we're so you can close the rainbow one, but maybe make a bookmark on that one.
No, like
make a bookmark. Make a bookmark on the rainbow one, so you know where it is. Do you know how to make a bookmark?
Bookmark is this?
Yes, exactly. Yes, and then close the rainbow one.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then that one you can put back at the top. Yep. Okay, and now let's say you want to watch the Elon Musk thing.
Here.
Yes. Now we have to trick this into. Okay, so basically, remember that Charlie Puth video I sent you that was like with Betty Boop?
I have
okay.
Here.
Yes. Okay. 10 hours. You're going to loop this one, right click loop. And you can turn it down maybe to like 20%. No, you put it back at the top. Put it back at the top.
Yeah.
You can make it at like 20%. There you go. Perfect. Now, if you watch, you can watch the Elon Musk one now. You can do that too.
But this is on the top.
Yeah. Then all you do is hit play. Now, you may say, exactly. Now, let me explain. Whenever there's a silence, that other video is going to come in, and YouTube's never heard these 2 videos together, and it tricks the computer into thinking that this is unique, even though it's something they've already shown before. Is what I'm saying making sense?
Yes. Also with heartbeat.
Heartbeat too.
Is not.
You. So the heartbeat itself isn't a word, so it's not going to change the like, how do I want to describe it? It's not enough of a change alone. With other stuff it is, but that other video of the Betty Boop, the Charlie Puth, that has words in it and it has music in it, and if you play that very low over any other video, the YouTube algorithm algorithm is going to think it's brand new because it's never heard that before, and you won't get a copyright strike. So just know if you're ever playing.
YouTube is very problematic, kind of.
Why is it problematic? Why is it problematic?
YouTube.
Oh, yes, YouTube is very problematic. Yes, it's doing its best to not allow copyrighted material on its platform. But you can use these tricks to get around it. So if you're ever playing anything with sound, with voices in it, play the Charlie Puth thing, the that. Yes, you play that, because what happens is when somebody looks, like, for instance, at the subtitles, when Elon Musk is talking, he'll be saying something like, Tesla's the best company ever. But when he's quiet, that like whatever that guy's saying, that will come in and distort the subtitles, and then YouTube thinks it's brand new. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how you get around that.
You really said a lot of things. You a lot trying to explain me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That, but I don't know. I will be streaming on YouTube in future.
Why not?
Maybe I will think about this, how to making stream on YouTube with the sounds all the times, but keep on Twitch I will be not have that sound. For example, when I'm watching something, analyzing something, it can be, but not always is complete, correct?
I'm not following you. So why wouldn't you stream on YouTube? YouTube's the most important of all of them.
You mean to get people around?
No, YouTube's the worst at that. But YouTube saves the video longer than any of the other ones. That's why you want YouTube. YouTube's very important. You have to understand, you're basically writing a diary or you're writing a journal, and you want it to be saved for as long as possible. YouTube saves it for the longest period.
You are about this. You are about this. But why this is important to you? To be safe in the internet. This is all for you, but you will spend 4 years, to watching this, or this is for people. It's right.
Type in cave painting into just Google.
Painting?
Go into new tab.
Yeah.
New tab. Type in cave painting. CAVE. Cave painting. PAINTING. Yes.
I see. Yes, and
this is modern cave painting. Exactly. And now type in I don't know if you'll be able to get this, but Egyptian hieroglyphics. I don't know if you'll be able to do hieroglyphics. Just type in Egyptian.
Yeah, I know.
You know that word.
Looking.
Yes. Okay. And then type in Michelangelo. MICHELANGELO. And a picture. Yes, go to images. Yes. And then go to type in Civil War Diary. Civil War Diary. No, new. Clear everything. Yeah, delete everything and just type in Civil War Diary. CIVIL.
Yes.
Civil War Diary. You could just type in diary. Oh yeah, you don't know. Okay, DIARY. DI. Yes. Not that. Notebook. Yes, a notebook with yes, exactly. And then we can do. So I'll put it into terms like this. Clear everything. Clear everything. Yes, and type in the Talmud. 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 Yes, TALMUD. Exactly. Okay. So very big books recording every little instance of history. And now I'm going to send you I'm going to send
This is based on truth?
Yeah, it's based on the Bible. So as much as the Bible is. Now go to your Discord messages. And I just sent you a link. If you can, take that link and put it into, yeah. Now scroll down. Look all of my lives. It's a lot, right?
And nobody will want to date you.
Nobody will what?
Nobody will want to delete you, like a new age projection of making new perception to population. It's the abstraction, but I was thinking about this that nothing is for forever, like a hieroglyph you told me, or a cave painting. That was material. The internet is the other base of getting information. Always it can be changed by AI, and this with material also, not always, but this what is presenting in television and internet can be changed.
Oh, sure.
In program TV about archaeology, it can be changed. It can be even not exist for real. It can be only video.
I recognize that it can be changed. But what it is to me is like my hieroglyphics. It's my cave paintings. It is the story of my life at any given time. And that's essentially what I'm building. And if that's of interest to you, then that's how you archive it. That's how you, like, basically, that's how your life is archived. And did you ever keep a diary when you were younger?
Yes,
Okay. Okay, so you did. So this is just a digital diary. Do you understand what I'm saying with that?
Digital, like device.
Like computer. It's like a computer diary. It's a video diary. Does that make sense? It's a video diary. So you can close this. You can close this. Um, you can close. Yeah, exactly. That's okay. And you can close that. But you have to understand, like my ancestors would write in books. See those big books? See all those books? So my ancestors would write in books. And I do the same, but I just do it on video. Does that make sense?
Okay.
That's what I do. Now, I understand you're different, but you have the opportunity to write your own journal, basically using video and archiving what's of interest to you. Like it doesn't cost you anything and it doesn't hurt you. And it's a very interesting project that if you're already on the internet, why not share it with the world? And you can go back and see how much you've grown over the course of your life.
Yes. When you are seeing creating video YouTube is not the same like have saved streams. If you know what I'm talking about, like clips, votes, save it and sending to YouTube in other way. Because I see your wrote and your diary on YouTube is a good idea to save this. It will be in future changed. I don't have influence on that. But for if somebody else work on that. But I can represent this what my soul is drinking on this world in forever.
Exactly.
So I got your point of view. But like you are seeing creating different video into save something forever in front of live stream saves.
My live streams do save. You can go back to every day of my life, essentially for the last 4 years, and see what I was doing on camera.
And that was a key. Which one changed your life?
It changed my life. Yeah, absolutely. I feel it's the most important human project going right now. It's the archiving of a human life. Nobody does this. Well, I shouldn't say that. Some people do. It's very few people, and they don't do it the way that I do it. And people will study this in the future, like we study cave paintings, or like we study hieroglyphics, or like we study Renaissance paintings, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Da Vinci, and learn about what life was like. It's like history. Does that make sense?
How you will feel if the internet will be gone forever?
I understand that can happen at any moment. But you should know that there are backups of this data. So it's stored on servers. So if those servers still exist, then it's preserved. If the servers go away, well, then everything goes away. Banking goes away. The whole communication system goes away. Satellites, everything goes away. So long as that stuff continues, which is a very high probability that it will, this video will be archived forever or for a very long period of time. Even when we get off world, the servers will be stored and can be transferred on spaceships to go to other planets.
Don't you think that when the bomb or system based on something what is just imagined value
Okay.
will be, not existing because of if I will know how to code like being the best on the world,
Yes.
I would go into this way to make for people a choice to not choosing or choosing that style of way being.
I want a future where there are no banks, just like you. And there's a way to freedom. And after the banks are gone, people will still want data. Data is still very important. It's
But the idea about money
uh-huh.
is not idea about just being and giving for free, but not feeling with this with pain. Just for people are free and just giving what they have too much for free. Like that nobody is standing upon your head and tell you that you cannot do that because you must pay. Pay your attention, pay your soul, whatever it is, but you must pay. And I will be the best of the world to change this by destroy this planet or heal if somebody needs heal. But if when this person will be healed, she will be sitting with me and seeing this plan and will we talk each other and will we see that okay it's ready to change. We can change it. I know I can change the much better. Just I have been and I am born to that mission.
That's admirable. Well, in your case, just like when you were a little girl and you had a notebook and you would write down your thoughts and how you would grow up and your dreams, your YouTube can be the same thing. Look up, do this. Go to a new tab and go to YouTube.
Can you tell me before that what do you think about this? What I said?
Yeah. Well, what you're envisioning is a post banking world, and you want a world away from where you have to pay for everything, and you want people to be able to heal, right? Is that correct?
I think it is.
I think so. And if you can look at go to a new new YouTube tab. Yes. Now go to type in Mr. Mr. and then space Beast Beast and then 10 like the number 10 year.
Okay.
Mr. Beast 10-year video.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Or Beast 10 video.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Beast 10-year. Put Mr. Beast 2015.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. So the second video there, that's just when he started his journey, and he was a young man, younger than he is today, and he planned for this to go live 5 years ago, 10 years ago. He was just an average person, a YouTuber, and now, do you know who this is?
Yeah, he's the most popular.
Exactly. He's the most popular. Exactly. 100%. And it's like an archive of his life. Does that make sense? He went archive. Um, it's storage. It's like saved. It's like saved part of his life. And that's essentially what I'm doing as well. But mine is continuous. It's not little videos here and there. It's 24/7, 365, all the time. And people will be able to learn a lot about humanity from the videos and how people change and how history is made. And I understand if you don't want to do it, I get it. But I think that you will regret it. And you have the ability to archive your life. That's really important for society. If you have the drive, if you have the determination, if you have the will, people in the future will appreciate what you did. Not only that, you'll be very popular as well. You'll be able to start your own commune. Does that make sense?
Yes. So your perspective is for the next generation, even for the next population.
Yes.
For someone who discovered a past, right?
That's correct.
Okay, it's amazing because my point of view is focused on this what people need to discover about the now, the history now, like this how here in Matrix right now is it looking like if people will go this road, I think in the future there will be not interest like a lower class. Lower class will be really, not stupid, but they will be not educated. They will be, necessary on the monetary system. They will be not looking for the knowledge, will be all a lower class to know how you live, which one person you was, to knowing about themselves something. The lower class will be focused on survive. So I think you are creating, from my point of view on now, you are creating in future for class will be focused and will be have time to educate about the past.
Agreed.
But yeah, now I want focus on create something to population now, to class, to making up the lowest class possibility to have time, to have everything, to learn about the persons who was thinking like you, but was before us, before long ago.
Yes.
And maybe that was Egyptian.
Yes.
I don't know that history is based on truth.
Right. I agree. Well, and your goal is to live in a commune, right? A communal life. You want to start a community where you can support it with sun and have free Wi-Fi and everybody gardens and you have food, right?
Yeah, this all what is now
I understand that.
exists.
But you can't do that right now because you can't pay the taxes on it and you don't have a community of people who want to do this with you. What I'm saying is that if you live stream your life 24 hours a day, you will get a lot of people who follow you over the course of the next year just because you're always online and you make yourself available. And you will start to be able to find like-minded people, people who think like you and who want to help you with this project. If you don't stream your life, you're disconnected from the world. No one will ever know about your plan. No one will ever know about your healing spirit. No one will ever know about your positive energy. The only way that anybody ever finds out about you is by you streaming it, by you sharing it to the world. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Excellent.
Like I am doing this now, but
Just,
I am not focusing on saving this forever on YouTube.
but you should be. But you should be. And here's why. You're going to be a very important individual in your movement. People are going to want to see when it was just a seedling before it grew into a giant tree. You're just starting. And if you don't live stream it and archive it, far fewer people are going to connect to your message. Your video, your live stream is your voice to the world. If you don't keep that archive, your voice will be quieted. Your way to escape the matrix is through your video. Your video will allow you to get a community. It will allow you to get money to be able to pay taxes. It will allow you to connect with people who can set up your solar and your Wi-Fi and set up the gardens that you need and the houses that you need to be able to break free of the matrix. If you don't have your video, it will never happen, most likely. If you have your video, this is your way out.
Okay, it makes sense for me.
Good. It should.
But I was thinking, about this. What if the person who was created this matrix is maybe is not alive because that was a long ago, but the blood and the persons that that the person connect to this plant, these people are continue this today. And I am thinking, what if this person will be just, delete my working because they don't want make people free because of they will be in chaos. But it's not exactly about this. Uh, they just are searching for any reason to not do that. And one day I will find that person because I'm feeling this going to this way.
Yes.
Like, and this person will be, won't be like on higher position about a human, and he will be a president. He will be close me. I don't know how to describe this. The people are making a war, and so much people are believing in war. I didn't, and when you told me about George Orwell, I know now about what the war is going for not for the material from the earth. It's about human, and they focus, and I want to heal pers- the the people are using that value of humans. I don't know, it's pretty unconscious. Is all what I need to heal in this world, but it can.
I understand you want to heal the world, and the world will never be able to heal from you if they don't know who you are. The way that people are going to be able to understand what you are and who you're about and what your dreams are and what you want to build is by you streaming yourself, video. That's your voice to the world. I've heard your goal. If I didn't believe in it, I would say that just go waste your time doing something else. But you have a very powerful message. And if you don't share it with the world, no one's ever going to know about it. It's like you are an author of a book and you have all this stuff to be able to share with the world in your mind. But if you don't publish your book, no one's ever going to know about it. By you creating your video streams that you publish in your book, getting it out to the world, people will then learn about what you do and who you are, and they'll connect with you. And they'll say, Afirmasha, I have the same desires that you have, and I want to help you. And imagine yourself in 5 years or 10 years down the road, you're going to have the money that you want for a commune. You're going to have the money that you want to pay taxes, for housing, for your dog, and for other people to be able to live in a life off grid, away from the matrix, away from the powerful people who you want to be free of, right?
We as a Illuminati will be one elect something like that money to escape the matrix.
Exactly.
Will be change your value of people are and have things, not no taxes anymore, and uh, you know the Jesus will be wanted to be open and the knowledge he has to people are was not rules the world. He tried. I think he tried talk with some Pharisees in Polish. Somebody who was rules the church. He was trying to, but this person wasn't decided to, at least. But his target, Jesus' target, was people who was normal people, not people who really was ruling the world. And my target is to save that first one. I must go to the second one, to the people who is ruling the world, and heal them first. Because until they are not healed, whatever I will do when I die and the next generation will come, it will be can forget even, and I will can be in the internet. But until they will not have their values I want to teach them, they will be not searching anything. Maybe a few, but it's about the people who rule the world. They are not searching my values, or maybe are, but they are not doing the true values in this world, and they need to be healed from this own.
And how will they ever find out about you if you don't have your videos?
People who is ruling the world.
Yeah.
Will be looking at me on YouTube.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. 100%. You're going to get big enough that they're going to take interest in you, and they will invite you to their very big estates, and they'll say, Afirmatia, we've heard that you want to heal the world, and that you want positive energy, and you want positive vibes, vibrations. We've heard you, and either we like what you say or we're going to stop you, one or the other. But they will never know about you if you don't share yourself with them. You're at a crossroads right now. If you go on one side of the crossroads, you don't stream your life, and you will be a Polish woman in 10 years, and you won't be any closer to your communal society. No one will know about you, and you'll be living your life, and that's okay. Or the other side is you start streaming. It doesn't cost you anything. You will start to gain a following. You will have people who are positive towards your message, who want to heal with you. You will also have a notebook of your life on video. And in 10 years, you're going to have the money that you need to be able to build a commune, to be able to live off the grid, to be able to pay the taxes, and to be able to help a lot of people. It's your choice. Which one do you want? Where no one knows about you, or where you can help people?
Okay. So it will be open to me new new possibilities. Yes.
Absolutely.
To have a material to create a place for that commune. Yes.
Exactly. People are going to find out about you, and they're going to say, Afirmatia, I love what you say. I love who you are. I want to tell you my story. And you'll be able to hear them, and you'll be able to help them, and you'll be able to heal them. That's what you want. I know that's what you want. But if they don't know who you are, they'll never get that chance. You could help far more people by sharing your message with them. Your video is your voice. Your YouTube channel is in many ways the most important thing that you can give to the world, because it is your book. You are the author of this book. You can play healing songs on it, or frequencies, or people can hear your conversations, or they can just see you doing wellness and stretching and staying in shape, or playing with your dog, or just living your life. That's all very important. They're going to connect with you. They're going to bond with you. You're on day one. That's nothing. In 1 year from now, you'll have hundreds of people following you, if not thousands. I know that's not important to you, but those are going to be the people who make up your community and eventually your communal living area. And they're going to support you, and they're going to tune into your streams, and they're going to ask you for help and support, and you're going to want to be able to heal them. And that's how you do it. And you'll get better at your videos, and you'll be able to share with the world everything that you want. And then eventually powerful people are going to connect with you, and then you're going to be able to have the opportunity to be able to tell them what you want. If you don't do your streams, no one's ever going to find out about you. You'll live in your room. No one will hear your voice. No one will hear your message. They won't even get your energy. I mean, maybe on like a very small level, but nobody's going to know about you. By you sharing your world, it doesn't cost you anything. It's free. You're able to start one of the most important journeys that any person could ever take, and that's sharing their vision of the world with the globe and anyone in the world, whether they're a little boy or a little girl who's just dreaming of a better world, or an old lady or an old man who wants a better future for the next generation, will be able to hear what you say, be healed by you. I mean, your channel alone, just in one day, I watched it. It's very healing. It's very warm. It's like I could check it. I could tune into this, and I did. Other people around the world are going to do the same. I saw just in the last 12-hour video that you did, you just on one channel, you had 115 people who were changed on just one of your channels, just on Twitch. So that doesn't include YouTube, that doesn't include Kick, that doesn't include Rumble. So let's say about 500 people were affected by your positivity yesterday. That's just 12 hours. So over the course of 24 hours, just yesterday, 1,000 people you had a positive impact on. That's a very good start for your first day. 2 days ago, you didn't help anybody, or maybe you helped a couple people, but nobody knew about you. Nobody had your positive energy. Yesterday, 1,000.
You have the statistic or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it right here on your channel.
Okay. Yeah, it's very yellow, and I felt the influence now. Like I am influenced in somebody's life.
Exactly.
Somebody can click, maybe in misclick, maybe
Who knows?
orange, and you can grab some of this energy.
Exactly. Exactly. So don't forget, your video is your voice to the world. You can close that. But when you, yeah, absolutely, you can close that. But when you, so you, why don't you do that?
I was looking this today for this time. This is a quiz.
Yeah, just, it's okay. Just get it done.
I think available. remember that we can allow on transmission live which one have content uh, with are not yours if transmission have context, education context.
Yes. So we can talk about that. Basically, you can show someone else's video without any sounds going over it or anything, so long as you comment on it, and then it's considered for educational purposes.
If I am comment this already, for example, for 10 seconds, for 5 seconds.
So that's a great question. They don't say. So it's up to them to decide.
Okay, so I can watch the Elon Musk
Yes.
video
Yes.
if I will be have on category that is education or just
Yes.
commenting this.
So I'll show you an example.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, go to a new YouTube channel, a new YouTube tab.
Yes.
Okay, type in what song do you like? What's a song you like that's in English?
That's in English.
Yeah.
It can be YouTube music.
Yeah, just what's a song? Do you like a Taylor Swift song or something?
It can be.
What's what's a popular song that you like in English?
First, what is becomes to my head is this.
What song is this? What's it called?
Miley Cyrus, Flowers.
Love this song. Okay, stop. Now, if you were to play this on your stream right now, you would get a copyright strike. Okay, so great. Now I want you to type in to the search Miley Cyrus Flowers reaction video. So the REACTION.
Yes, I have video.
Okay. Now, play that one, I think. The top one.
Yes.
And turn the sound up.
It's
there you go.
Yes, and the sound is not full clear. It's
They distort it. Yes, they distort it. Exactly, they distort it. But watch them play this, or play this. You can play it. Now see how they stop it? See how they stop it and they talk about it?
Yeah.
So that's the difference. You can't play the song all the way through. You have to stop it and you have to say, I really like this part of the song. It's really great. That is a creative element, and then you can continue to play it. Does that make sense?
Yes, and they are listening, stopping, talking. This is not for the all time playing.
Exactly.
So the algorithm cannot
detect
this one.
Exactly. And they consider this to be a creative work because these two ladies are talking about the song and what they like. So it's not just like you're playing the song straight through, because you'll get in trouble for that. because Miley Cyrus makes money every time somebody clicks on her channel. But if you go through and you say, I want to talk about Miley Cyrus's song Flowers, then you're able to do that. Does that make sense?
Yes. So when I'm be training on streams, I am using music from YouTube, and I will be, as you said, turn this on or something
Yes.
with this, right? And
Oh, when you're training on
this
YouTube.
is yes, yes. This is said that I will cannot yet pause, for example, like a microphone will be already on, but the music I will be used for Kick, Twitch, and Rumble will be already all the time playing, but on YouTube when I'm streaming, just without the music, will just all on only my camera.
That you could do. You could definitely do that. So if you want,
Great.
yeah, um, just understand as well. Twitch, YouTube, or Twitch, Kick, and Rumble, they will also give you a copyright strike as well. So you want to be careful of that. What Here's what people want. They don't want your screen. They want your face.
Yeah. So, but it's about audio too, or audio can be, but it's about the video.
So can you make it? Can you make it? Can you make your stream so that you have your face in the corner?
Yes.
Let's see it.
Like here.
Exactly. That's what people want.
Of course. But when I'm sleeping,
When you're when you're sleeping, we can.
when I am sleeping,
Yeah.
I can be on camera, but I don't need
No, you don't have to be.
because I
You don't have to be on camera when you're sleeping. You
like
Yeah, but people like that too.
yeah, this is authentic.
It's authentic. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
They feel connected to you.
You know what? I was seeing in my real life a person who was interact with my chakras and meridians, just like in my billboard. Like I was moving my hand, and maybe I don't know. She was actually doing the things, but she moved my hand into her intentions. Like somebody can into internet also do some things with your aura, some things with your body. That's I am practicing awareness into my body to feel a correct perspective into not controlling, being you know neutral about this what is happening. And when somebody wants hurt me, I am okay. I am exercising neutral, so I can even give you some neutral. So then we can go level up and level up and heal each other. But when I am sleeping, I am on awareness. I am sometimes even quit my body or like you know, and that's why I'm not around.
That's okay. No worries there. Um, I think that well, so I can show you some things that you can do in um, OBS Studio if you want. I mean, not right now, but what you should um, what you should do when you're doing let's say you're just doing your normal stream. Go to uh, your browser. Yeah. Okay. Close that. Close that. No, not the whole thing. Just close this tab.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and close this tab
Yeah.
and play this, and go to the next one to the left. Yep, the heartbeat one. Play this. Yep, and go to the next one. Yep, yep. Play this. Okay. Um, go to the rainbow one that I made. That you bookmarked. Yeah. It can be big. It can be big. Okay. And then go to your Elon Musk video
Yes.
and copy the. Let me think how to do this. Okay. Go to OBS Studio. Actually, make the rainbow. Go to the rainbow. Go to the rainbow. Yeah. Okay. Now go to OBS Studio. Yeah. And now right um on the rainbow, right click, and you want to add new source.
You mean source
Yeah.
like this?
Yes. And then you want browser.
Yes.
Good. And then it can be just a new one. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay. And then in the drop down, the top bar, um, let me I don't actually think it's I don't think that we click. Did you click browser?
Well, because it's kind of chaos in my mind. but it sounds.
That's okay. You can turn them down. Turn them all down for a second so that you can hear me.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Why
Okay. So
change it?
no, that's fine. Does it say did you open the browser one?
Here in index.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. Okay. Go to your Elon Musk one and grab that. Copy that link. Yeah. Copy that and put it in there. Yeah, and then press OK. Okay. Now I don't know if the subtitles are going to work the way we want. So,
I can change something or click accept the
I think so. Yeah, scroll down.
cookies.
Scroll down.
Or I
No, you can't. Okay,
cannot.
that's okay. You can close that one. Let's see here. Right click
Yeah.
and just hit delete.
Again.
Delete.
Leave.
Delete like delete. Get rid of it.
Delete. Yes. Remove.
Remove. Yes. Okay. So the way I would do it, and this is up to you, is take that screen and make it smaller, so it's the same size as your picture.
Okay, I know. But you mean the same source, or this what I am have here at my screen?
Yeah. There you go, just like that. Yeah. And I'd make your picture big. Yes, I'd make that one big. Yes. That way people connect with you. So you move Elon Musk to the front, exactly. And you make that one big. Now, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I understand. But you have the argument now that you're the main topic of this video, not Elon Musk. So you're not stealing from Elon Musk. It's your video now. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I will can watch this without this sounds in background.
So what I would do, so firstly, make your video all the way big. The whole screen should be your video. No, not that one.
Here?
There you go. Yes. Now put Elon Musk on top. He's already there. He's already there. He's already there. There you go. Okay, now make him smaller. Yes. And move him so like just to the corner. That's fine. Perfect. Great. So that people know what you're watching. Now, if YouTube comes over and says, hey, you were stealing Elon Musk's video, you're going to say, no, I wasn't. It's in this really small part of the screen. I'm the main subject. Now, for the sound on this, you want to play that Charlie Puth video and just play it really low.
And watching this.
And watch that. Yes. That's your stream. Now there are other things you can do to it to make it cool. It's not that it's not cool now, but you can have affirmation at the top and all the other things. You can do that. But for right now, now you're not stealing from anybody. Now you are the main source of the video.
That's our argument.
It's our argument, exactly. And you want to play some other sound in the background so that you're not going to get flagged for this Elon Musk video. So what you do is go to Puth. Exactly. Okay. And just play it lightly in the back, just a little bit to distort the sound. Perfect. Great. Nope. You want Elon Musk there, though.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now hit play.
It will be working with a ball.
You can do that too. Absolutely. That's fine. I think it's better that way. Yes.
Okay, sound nice. I like, but the problem would be if somebody has some music.
Gesundheit.
Background originally.
Yeah. So if you only have directly from someone else, the YouTube algorithm is going to say, hey, this is someone else's sound. But if you have Elon Musk and someone else's sound, it doesn't know the difference between you using two separate videos and it's something brand new. Does that make sense? Okay. So you have to just slightly change it. Yeah, so you can hit play on him. Wait, firstly, go to Charlie Puth. Go to Charlie Puth. Yes.
Or this, I can do.
You can play that, but you also want to play something with words. And that's where Charlie Puth comes in.
Okay, I understand. Can I just, as I said on YouTube, mute this all where I am watching, just when I am streaming on YouTube, just um, camera and my comment voice. Nothing more to being not, problematic with this all.
So long as the sound isn't
This is no.
so long as the sound is not transmitted, then YouTube will never know. Then it would just be you. Once you start playing copyrighted sound, that's when you have to distort it. Does that make sense?
I know, but because now I'm kind of tired for my whole day today.
Okay.
Training. But I had idea to mute screen share on YouTube.
Okay.
And only comment something and listen to music on Kick, Twitch.
You'll get a copyright strike on those ones as well.
As well.
Yes. Yes. But okay, so you're gonna go to bed. So let's get your screen set up for bed. So what you do is you won't have your picture on it so that you have your privacy. So remove your picture.
Like here.
Yeah, you can just shut it off. There you go. Okay, so we're gonna put something there. Go put the open up the rainbow thing.
I know what I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Do I will stream a rainbow music, this music, this music, this music, when my computer will be shut down? Because last night, this night,
Yes.
I was my computer was shutting down, but my stream was already still record.
Right. Why did your computer shut down? Because it fell asleep?
Yes, and it was a test for me because I have laptop.
Yeah.
And I output charge, and it was nice to me about the electric and quiet, but stream wasn't like that. It was rumble screen. This
Yes.
green
Yes, the
button.
green triangle. Okay.
How to let this with letters, for example. I will sleep a good night, and this in the corner, for example.
Yeah. So first we have to go to your settings on your computer. So go to your start menu and type in power, POWER. Right in there, yeah, power. And it should say like power settings.
Edit.
Yes. Options, yeah.
Power.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you have an option for always on?
But it was good. It was shut down because of quiet. when I was sleeping. It just wasn't cold thing. Like a stream was going on when my computer was shut down. So I like it very much, and it can be shut down still.
What?
But,
What? Yeah. So go back to your power. All right. So while it's plugged in, we want it to be we want the screen to shut off after whatever you want. 10 minutes is fine. But we want the computer to shut down. Never. Always on. When it's plugged in. So that one, it should be always on. Click there. And oh wait, nightly? Wait, what's Niji mean?
never.
Never. Perfect. Yes, just like that. So press OK.
But it's not what I want, I think, because the power will be never shut down.
That is what you want. What will happen under these settings is your computer won't shut off, but your screen will shut off after 10 minutes, so that you'll be able to get sleep, but your stream will still be going in the background because your computer's still going. Does that make sense?
When my computer wasn't going, stream still was working on.
But just the
And that
green,
was
just the
interesting.
green thing, right?
This green thing is a battery.
No. No. When your computer shut down, your stream did not shut down. It kept going, but it was just that green screen, right?
Yeah, like Rumble Studio logo.
Rumble Studio logo. Yes, exactly right. You want it to be yours, whatever you want to be streaming, though. You don't want the Rumble Studio logo, right?
Only my own.
Only your own.
You know, my own picture, not Rumble Studio logo.
Exactly.
My picture one.
Exactly. So what we want to do is, but you still want this. You still want your screen to shut off so it doesn't bother you, right?
I want the all computer shut down.
If you want the whole computer to shut down, then your stream is not going to show anything anymore.
I will show you. If it is in my channel.
Yeah, it is.
I think it is.
It is.
But this was when I woke up.
Yep. Before that one. It's before that one.
And this was when I. Oh yes.
Yes.
Here is the screen.
Yes.
When my computer shut down.
Yeah. Right.
Here.
Yes. If your computer shuts down, that's the screen that's going to show.
But the live stream was going on still.
It is, but just that screen. So, like basically, once your computer shuts down, you can't. It doesn't have anywhere to get information, so it just puts that screen up. Does that make sense? So you need to make it, and you already have, if you have your computer on never, your computer will not shut down. Your computer has to be going 24 hours a day to do this, which is fine. Computers are made to do that. In fact, there's an argument to be made that it's even better that your computer never shuts down. Okay, but your screen will shut off after 10 minutes, so you can sleep. And we can set it up so that your stream continues in the background.
Yes, Yes.
Exactly. So the way that we do that, the screen should shut off after 10 minutes. The computer should shut off never. Do you have that as your settings?
No. Because of my condition of my computer after a few months never shutting down. Well, there's a price for electricity. It's not that much, but the condition of my laptop will be going, back and back. I don't have. It's better if even I have to stream 12 hours on 7. Something like that.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying you only stream 12 hours a day?
For example, but I thought that I can.
Just one moment, Miss Aquarius. Go ahead, Affirmasha.
Have stream going on 24 hours.
Miss Aquarius, please, if you can. Miss Aquarius. Just one moment, Affirmasha. Miss Aquarius. I'll mute her. Miss Aquarius.
Because of possibility to have computer close shut down because of have this possibility. I can have 24 hours per 7 days because I can shut down the computer and streaming already. This is good for streaming all the time because I don't better to pay less for electricity and lower using of condition of my laptop.
Okay.
It's good.
Okay, I
and I
understand.
am back, when I woke up, and I am streaming it then with my computer turned on.
Okay, I mean, I understand. Let's see how much the difference is. How much is it to use a computer 24 hours versus 12 hours price in Poland? All right, so all right, so to run it 12 hours a day, it's what's your 39 whatever what's your currency called?
My city?
No, your currency, your money. What do you call your money?
PLN.
Oh, here, I'll just I'll send it to you because I don't know. It's not that big of a difference. I mean, you may think it is, and that's fine. It's not a lot. It's so I'm sending it to you right now. Read your Discord messages if you can.
Okay, it's kind of a difference, but not big.
It's very small. It's very small.
It's very small. Bigger difference is about the condition.
Yes, now let's talk about that. There are arguments. So, give me the arguments that it's better never to shut down your computer. Give me the argument that it's better to never shut down your computer.
It's even better.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Just one moment.
I didn't thought it's in that way.
Arguments to never.
That it could be better.
It. I've been running these computers for 5 years.
Yeah. What if electricity, for example, in your town will be turned off?
They have batteries
Or generators?
and
Okay.
yeah, batteries. So, read my. I just sent you another message. So it's actually better that you don't shut it off every night.
What with tinnitus?
What'd you say?
Tinnitus. And ear, like a
Oh,
noise.
tinnitus?
Yeah, like a noise from computer.
Oh, this is
For example,
nothing. It's not loud. It's very quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, tinnitus happens with very loud noises right in your ear. A, 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 a and you can mute it on your end too, so that when you go to bed, you mute your computer, so there's no sound, and then in 10 minutes there'll be no screen. It'll be pitch black and no sound. Does that make sense to you?
And stream will be still
Yes.
going on.
Now we're gonna teach.
Okay, it was what I get, I guess.
Yeah, so we're gonna set up your computer right now. So you want screen to shut off in 10 minutes and your PC to shut down never. When plugged in.
And advanced settings, I have
You don't need that. You don't need that.
okay.
Just go back to the other screen. Yeah. Oh, go back to the other screen. No, back to the power one.
Wait, I am just right here. Can I click silent?
What is silent?
Plan of power. Like a screen light or going into sleep. Try. sleep mode. Sleep mode.
You don't want your computer to go to sleep. Go. Yes, this screen. Look, go back. Yeah. No, not 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
I know what
Oh.
is this. You know, this is I am turning this on or off on my cooler system in laptop.
Okay, I mean that's fine if you want to do that. But hold on, the computer stream pause. Affirmasha has minimized the application.
Okay, it's a good message to me because I changed this kind of way of working of my laptop.
Okay, that's fine. You minimize your application. Reopen the application. Reopen Discord. There you go. Okay.
Speak? No?
Just one moment. Just one moment. It's paused. You have to reopen your application. Reopen Discord. Okay. Nothing's showing. Affirmation, show your screen when you can, please. Affirmation. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, how are you, Miss Aquarius?
Hey, Rabbi, how are you?
I'm not happy with myself because I fell asleep at 7:30 my time, 10:30 your time, and I missed you. But
Okay.
I'm all yours in a moment. I'm just helping a friend here. So Affirmation, excellent. Affirmation, show your screen again, please.
Yeah.
Yes, show your screen. There you go. Okay. There you go. Perfect. Let's go to okay, so that screen. No, go back. Not that one. The other one. The power one.
The color one, I think.
Yeah, that one. Perfect. That's what you want. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, but you should know you changed. It was before 10 minutes. It was okay, that's fine. Yes. Accept. Yes.
This?
Accept. Yes. Okay, close this. Yes. Okay, now go to OBS. Yes. And I think something that would be cool for you is go to a new go to YouTube. Yeah, and go to a new tab and type in to YouTube. YouTube. Yeah. Northern. Type in Northern. Northern. Nort. No. Nort is in Tom. No, not D. Not D. Yes. HERN. No, delete that. Delete. North is fine. North is fine. Now just type in lights. LIGHTS. Yes. 12 hours. Yeah, that one. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. And what we're gonna do is you could do that and go back. Go to the second one. Or go to the third one. Go to the third one. Apologies. Go back. That one. Oh no, not that one. Not that one. Do you like that or no? No. Let's find you 10 hours. That's a cool one. Do that. Do the 10 hours Aurora Borealis, Green Northern, the green one. No.
The green one here.
Yeah, that one. That's fine. Okay. Now when you're sleeping, is this okay if this is what's being shown on your screen? I shouldn't say that.
With this others?
No. That's not going to be on there. It's just going to be that. Is that okay? Like, you're going to be asleep and your screen's going to be black on your end. But if that's what you're going to be showing to your audience, is that okay?
Like without the screen.
Yeah, so we'll fix that. Okay, make that big. Make that big.
Okay.
Yes. And make it even bigger. Even bigger. So it's the whole screen. Nothing at the bottom. Keep it even bigger. Even bigger. Yes, keep going. There you go. Nope, too big. Go back. There. Okay. So that it's just the green in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, just like that. You know what? There's another way we can do this. Make it smaller. That's okay. Actually, well, apologies. Let's make it right. So, yeah, that's cool. Make that in the center.
In the center?
That's fine. Okay, now right click on it. And you want to flip it. You want to mirror it. Do you know how to mirror it? It's under transform. Go to transform and mirror it. There. No, that's the other way.
Like here.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And let's do this the right way. Make it smaller so that it just takes up the screen.
Smaller.
Yeah, smaller. We'll do this the right way. Okay. Yes. Okay. So now what we're going to do, it's called crop, I believe. Let's go to right click and go to crop.
Crop.
Yes.
Crop.
Means like to cut.
Okay.
In English, it's crop. It might be under adjust or something. It's under transform. Maybe under.
Cut? Like cutting?
No. I don't think. Yeah, I mean that's what it is, but I don't think that's it. Go to transform, and do you see crop? What's the first one say?
Edit.
Yeah, do that. Do edit. Yeah. That's it. Okay. Now, I want you to make. You're gonna make it a little. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut off all the stuff we don't want. So, yeah, keep that. Keep going down. Yeah, press that. Keep going, like a lot. You're gonna do it a lot. Keep doing it. There you go.
I can do
this. That's true.
Into this,
Wait, no. I've made a mistake. No. Go back. No, you're fine. That's fine. Just go. Do you see? No, scroll. I need that. That. Use that whole. Yeah. Pull up. Like higher. Like that box. Make it higher on your screen. No, other way. Up. No. You just did it. You just no. Put that down. That where that box is. Where the box. Okay. Just don't. No. That's fine. Stop. No. No. Stop. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. The box. That editing box. Yes. That one. Keep going higher. No. Just pull the editing box higher on your screen. Yes. Keep going up. There you go. Stop. Now, do you see at the... No, that's fine. Stop. Now, do you see the last four things at the bottom? Okay, keep going down. There, that one. No. Do you see where it says 0px? 0px? Yes. Okay, we're going to start with those. That's going to cut it on the sides. So, make it like 10. Like just yeah, you can type 10.
10.
Yeah, and it's cutting the side.
Everywhere?
Yeah, let's try it. Okay, so it's cutting it basically. It's making it smaller. Okay, go back up. No. Okay, make the bottom one 100. Wait, where right is instead. So bottom right 100. That one 100. Yeah, 99. That's fine. Okay, it's still not enough. Just do you see what we're doing? Okay, see how it says 99px? Make it, just keep going like that. Keep going like that. Do you see it's moving the bottom up? Keep going. Yes, so keep going until it's only going to be the northern lights that we see. There you go. That's good. Now we're going to do the right, that one. And you're going to do it like, I don't know, 300 or something like that, probably. 150, maybe 300. Try 300. You okay? That's good. Do the other side, 300. You have deja vu? Okay. Do the other one, 300.
Up or left?
The one on the right. The one on the right.
On right?
Yeah.
Which one will you use?
Can you move the edit box higher so I can see the, yeah, that. There you go. Perfect. Okay. So that's the top. So just make it so that you can't see anything at the top. I don't know, maybe like 100.
Okay. Yes.
Okay,
More?
the one on the right needs to be like 300.
Like this.
Too much. So that one,
Too much?
yeah, it's too small. Oh, wait. Maybe it's not too small. It just needs to be bigger. So it takes up the whole screen. Yeah.
It cannot be like this?
You don't want it. Keep going. There you go. That's fine. That's
Okay.
good. Just so that it takes up the whole screen. There you go. That's fine. At the top, you want to adjust that one. That's good. Okay, and then
And it will be not captured by copyright?
we flipped it. Remember, we flipped it?
Yeah.
And the copyright won't know that. And we changed the size of it, which also the copyright won't know.
What with sound?
Wait, we're going to fix the sound. We're not done with the sound. So close that. Close that edit box. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Minimize. Yeah. Okay. Now right click, or I shouldn't say, yeah, right click on here and press loop. Yes. And then mute the sound on this. Yes. Now put on your three sounds.
It can be this one. It's better.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I just can't hear it, so that one's okay. Okay. And now,
Slower.
okay, it's slower.
This too?
You don't need this one.
Okay.
Now, go to Rumble Studio. Okay. And
Here.
yeah. And turn on YouTube.
And kick and push.
Yep, everything's good.
Next.
Yep. And let's see what it looks like. Turn on your virtual camera.
Here and here.
The second one. We have to do the second one. Okay. I'm not in love with the view. I think we can do better. So let's go to, yeah, delete that. Just remove that, the whole thing. We don't need that. Just remove that. Remove that. Yes. Let's go to YouTube. Let's find something that you like. That is just like a, you find something that you like, but I would want to pick something that isn't like a picture. Like, you know what really would work well? Let me find it for you. Just one moment.
This is
No, too specific. It has trees in it. We want something very vague. Just one moment. I'll find you something, and you tell me if you like it. If you like it, then we can use it. If not, we'll use something else. Water.
even this first was pretty good.
Okay, you like the first one. Okay, just one moment. Water rainbow dye 12. Okay, I found it.
Every day I connect with my body.
I wish go to sleep.
You'll go to sleep in a second. Just one moment. Just one moment. Okay, I found it. Okay, I'm sending you a message in Discord. Just one moment. Okay, go to Discord. Yeah, that. Yes. Open that one.
Okay.
And you want to loop this one. And now, well, let me ask, do you like it?
Yes.
Okay.
Colorful.
See what it looks like. Yeah, it's colorful. It's always moving. Okay, now go to OBS.
Yes.
Okay, and add that that to it.
This like
Browser.
or like
Browser.
sharing.
Sharing is fine. You know what? No. Don't do that one. Do the sharing one. The reason why is we want to make sure it loops. You'll probably be up in 12 hours, but we want to make sure it works correctly. There you go. Yes. Now, yeah, you could just do that. You don't have to do the cutting and everything. Yep, that works. Nope, you don't want the top to show. There you go. Perfect. Now, oh, we don't want the bottom to show either. Yeah. And we want to mirror it or yeah. So I think it's like flip it. There you go. Perfect. Yes. Now, what I would do if I were you is I would add text on this screen, and the text would say, "Please subscribe."
Or I want to sleep.
Okay, you can. Well, that's what I would say. Sleeping, please subscribe.
Yeah. Like here's color, here's picture, I think. Oh, here's a text.
There you go.
Okay. Like in English, it will be good.
Sleeping, yeah.
Sleeping.
And then nope, not there. Sleeping, and then enter. Enter.
Yes.
Yeah, enter.
It is.
Yeah, enter. So it's below.
Okay.
Yes, there you go. Yes. Please. PLEASE. Capital P. Capital P. Capital P. Nope. No. Capital P. Yes, ma'am. PLEASE. And then space subscribe. Capital S. Capital S. No, capital S.
Yes, I will.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. And then center it. Yeah, there you go. That works. Okay. And then I put down there. That's fine. That's fine. Delete there you go. No. Delete that. There you go. Yep. And press OK. That's fine. Put it in the center,
Yeah.
but bigger.
It's
I would make it.
horrible.
I would make it bigger. There you go.
I want to create a new one with polish.
That's fine too. Yeah, absolutely. I like the heartbeat. I like that too. But hold on. I would do that, but I would not do that one. Delete, delete. Yeah. Go to Google. Yes. And type into Google a new tab. Yeah, smiley face emoji. And scroll down.
Like a text figure.
Yes. And that way, go all the way to the top. Top. No, go to the top. That's the one you want. Okay, that's fine. I wouldn't use that one. Go back. Go to the top. I'd use that. No, see where it says copy? Underneath the smiley face? You see the smiley face?
Yeah.
It says copy.
And copy here.
Yes, at the bottom. No, not there.
It's square.
It's square. Okay. Maybe on the.
So it's in text, right?
You could do the text too.
Like this is emoji, but it's text, like a symbol.
That one. Yeah. No, the third one. That one.
Yeah. I like it.
I do too. I'm glad you were thinking that. Okay, yeah. But no, at the bottom. Move that at the bottom. Centered in the bottom.
At the bottom.
Yes, ma'am. There you go. In the center, yeah. At the bottom. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. And do the same for the English one.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. Okay.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh no, this one. What's this?
Yes.
Okay. Something will happen here.
No, it's just zoomed in. It's just zoomed in.
It will be blurred, yes.
It's just the way the color is right now, or the picture is. Go and look at it. It's just really, really big.
Yeah.
That's fine though. It'll mess around and fix itself. Put the smiley face there too. Yep. Smiley face for English too. More in the center. There you go. That's fine. There you go. Okay. That's fine. There you go. That's your it's beautiful. It really is. It's really pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, now go to Rumble Studio. and let's make
Something like this.
yeah. Turn off your camera and turn it back on. Okay. There's got to be a reason why it's doing that. Go to your YouTube and let's see what the YouTube's looking like. So that's interesting because it's blue.
Yes.
Oh, it's just. Why did it show?
Like their
What is that?
backdoor to like the backdoor to not copyrighting somebody's videos. I don't know. I think.
No, it wouldn't be that smart. Let's. So you're saying go to okay. Let's maximize everything. So go to your kick. Or yeah, there. Close that. Yep, and go there and close that. And this is Rumble Studio. That's fine. Go to your okay. Go to okay. Oh, keep that open. What is that? Click that.
If I will be click on that, it will be changed like this.
What is this?
This is the same video.
Oh, it is the same video. Okay, it's just not the blue. Okay, it's just not the blue. Okay, that's fine. Oh, it's just zoomed. It's just zoomed. Okay, so let's fix it if you want. So let's make it right, and then you go to bed. Okay, so go back to OBS. Yep, OBS. Okay, make the screen smaller. I should say, I need to be specific. Make the water screen smaller. Yeah, that one.
That was actually easy. Let me put them here.
Yeah. Make that one smaller. So that it fits in the whole screen. Yeah. Yeah, just like that. But like make it so that it fills the whole screen. Okay, so we don't have okay, go no. That's fine. Go back. Don't do that. Don't do that. Go back to OBS. Okay. Right click on the water. Right click and edit it.
Edit transform?
Yeah. And we're gonna cut it the way we want. So yes.
300?
Yeah, on the one side and 300 on the other side.
Yes.
And then maybe 200 and 200 or something. That's too much. That one's too much. Maybe 50? Okay.
Okay,
now make it take up the whole screen. There you go. Okay.
Like this?
Yeah, let's go to Rumble Studio. Beautiful. Okay, now why does it do that? That's really interesting. Turn your camera off. Oh, hold on. I wonder. So OBS is doing that. Go back to OBS.
Yes.
OBS. Yeah. Why? Okay, wait. Maybe OBS is not doing
This
that.
is from
That's
Edit.
from that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So it just changed.
Yes. When I minimize, scrolling like this. When I minimize, I can watching this.
When you minimize,
This is blur.
yeah. So when you minimize, it blurs.
I
Okay.
can sleep with that.
Yeah. You just that's all you do.
Here.
Okay. So maximize that screen. That's fine. Go to. Ooh, pretty. Go to Rumble Studio.
I can try
There you go.
Rumble Studio in the same application. Okay.
Why would it do that?
I know, because this is now. It is working.
Okay. Is it moving on Rumble Studio? Yeah, it looks like it's moving. Okay, it looks really good. It's very pretty. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Is it because you have presentation mode on? Go to the second one, auto. Yeah, that one.
But if I will close still this, it will be not like this. And I will be just on screen in order.
That's okay. I understand. Just leave it like that.
Yeah. Yeah, like that.
Yes. And now what will happen, let's talk this through before you do it. You're going to go live. And then you're going to go, you want to make sure your microphone is off, which it is, so that's good. And you're going to go to bed. Your screen on your computer, just the screen of the computer, will go off in 10 minutes. And then your computer will not shut down. And your stream's going to go all night, and you're going to maybe get a subscriber or two. And then when you wake up in the morning, you just go and do whatever you need to do. But that's how you want it to work, right?
Right.
I find this to be very healing with the heartbeat and the music and everything. It's beautiful in the background with the water. I really like it. So I hope you do too.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. Okay, so you're ready to go live.
Of course. Here, and here.
Yes, ma'am.
They go on that, and YouTube will say nothing because they can.
Exactly. And I'm going to check your streams right now to make sure it looks cool. And I imagine it does. And then it's a good thing to keep track of in your mind. Like when you go to bed, you'll be like, all right, I have 145 followers. And maybe you'll get some overnight. You don't have to keep track of it because it'll keep track of it for you. But it's just like you see if it works. Okay, just one moment. It's Affirmatio. It is really cool. Okay, I'm gonna look at it on YouTube. YouTube, it says you're live. Oh, it looks great. It looks really great.
Amazing.
Yeah, I like it too. Oh, it's so calming. I could just watch it all night. It's really calming. Okay, so there's that. So YouTube's working.
Imagine a timer next to it. It is easy to do it. When I wake up or something like this, it's a very interesting idea, but not today.
Yes, I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you, like a countdown. I love it. It's a great idea. But yeah, not today. One thing at a time, as they say. And you are going to. I checked YouTube. YouTube looks really good. I'm checking your kick. Oh, kick looks great. And then I'm gonna check your Twitch, and we know your Rumble's working. So, oh, it's so cool. I love it. It's so calming. Okay, so now you go get your sleep, and you can mute your own computer so that you don't get tinnitus or whatever you were worried about. And but if you like the sound, then you can keep it going. But just know in 10 minutes your screen's going to shut off, your computer will not shut down, and you are good to go. Okay.
All right.
Very cool, Aframasha. You take care. Sweet dreams to you. We'll see you in the morning. I may be up, I may not be up, but we'll talk tomorrow and we'll see how it went. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. And if you can stay in the Discord call, just like you are with, you certainly don't have to show your screen or anything, but I love having people here. It makes me feel like I'm not alone.
Of course, I will be here.
Thank you, Afrabashi. Okay, sweet dreams to you. Good job.
Sweet dreams. Thank you for everything.
My pleasure. Aframasha, in 1 year from now, you'll be so happy you took this path. And in 10 years from now, you'll be living in your own commune.
I think that too.
Good. Sweet dreams.
It becomes true.
That if you will it, it is no dream. If you want it,
Plan for reality.
exactly. Sweet dreams, Aframasha.
Good dreams also.
Thank you, madam. Shout out to Aframasha. She's got her shit together. Her shit, it looks great. Enggak,